Thank you, ma'am. Okay. It is my duty, tabling of documents, it's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General's Act, the Spring 2023 report for the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, these reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8 AI of the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to two petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt des projets de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. And presenting reports from committees. Nope. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Boulris, seconded by Mr. Green, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Successor Rights and Obligations, Airports. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured to be able to table this private member's bill in order to deal with a loophole in the Canada Labour Code. When there's a change of employer for subcontractors in Canadian airports, the collective agreement no longer holds. This is an anomaly in the Canadian Labour Code. And so for these workers, they go back to the starting gate. And we've seen over the years just how this has led to disastrous results where people have to restart negotiations to have appropriate working conditions. They lose in terms of their salary, working conditions, and the social benefits that they had. This is not how one creates good working conditions, good labor relations. Now, these are the only people who lack this protection. So we'd like to have this measure enacted in order to deal with this shortcoming so that these people are protected the same way other citizens are. So I'd ask all parliamentarians to apprise themselves of this issue and make sure that all working conditions are proper. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Mr. Green, proposes that this bill be read a first time. When will this bill be read a second time?
Louder and louder all the time. À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Madame Diab, appuyée par Madame Thompson.
Ms. Diab, seconded by Ms. Thompson, proposes that S-246, an act respecting Lebanese Heritage Month, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me.
Bill S-246 on behalf of the people of Halifax West, all Lebanese Canadians and all Lebanese. It's been an immense privilege to work closely with Senator Jane Cordy on this piece of legislation, which complements the Lebanese Heritage Month bill I brought before this House last April. This bill is dedicated to those brave women and men who came to this land of opportunities, looking not only to provide for themselves and loved ones, but also to give back to their chosen country, Canada, just like my mom and dad. It celebrates and spotlights our many distinct Lebanese communities across Canada and gives them a new platform to share their histories, culture, language, food, traditions with our entire Canadian family. It is a meaningful step that shows those in the motherland that they are never far from our thoughts. My thanks to Senator Cordy, members of the Social Affairs Committee, and all senators who supported the bill unanimously. I look forward to hearing from colleagues in this House and passage of this bill unanimously without delay. Merci beaucoup.
This motion is deemed adopted.
So de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motion.
Motions. Mr. Lemire, seconded by Mr. Savard-Tremblay, moves that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, tabled Thursday, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in the House to promote the aeronautic industry because, you know, in Quebec, this is one of the crowning glories of Quebec economy. Now, you know that there was a debate on other legislation, and my colleagues at the time were able to contribute greatly to putting this debate forward. So I'll take the opportunity to talk about the aeronautic sector, and I will share my time with the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, whom I commend, and I salute his leadership in this area. Air transporters have been going through a hard time, but they're recovering slowly. But the challenges are many, and they've been treated unjustly by the federal government, and this has to stop. This study took several hours. There were many witnesses from all over the country, and they helped us discern the challenges that had to be met in order that this industry continue to develop. I'd like to point out the Association of Machinists and Workers in the Aeronautics sector, also David Chartrand and others. A national aeronautics policy is something that we need to recognize all players, business, employees, workers, just as Canada did for the automobile sector. They need predictable support, predictable funding in order to be able to take on long projects that will take a long time. For example, there could be military procurement, a military procurement policy. There could be a risk-sharing agreement with the large-scale projects. Also for research and development. Money for those who are buying aircraft here. Now, the various airlines are now renewing their fleets, and so there are markets that are now growing, and Quebec can play a role, a priority role. Now, the industry has said that they need a strong message from government. I think the government can do better, and the government knows this. And the Bloc Québécois keeps reminding the government that the industry needs this. The Standing Committee's report is clear. The aeronautics industry in Quebec is an industry that profits from an amazing industrial cluster. It brings together businesses, research centers, and institutions of higher learning, and it leads to innovation and competitiveness for the industry. It plays a central role and generates $60 million year in, year out. It employs more than 40,000 people directly and 20,000 indirectly. Among the principal leaders in this area, there's Bombardier, Pratt & Whitney, CIM, Bell, and Roubaix. These businesses, these corporations, manufacture aircraft, helicopters, simulation equipment, and I could go on. Quebec plays an important role in recycling aircraft. Quebec has several institutions of higher learning that deal with the aeronautics sector. This leads to a high technology sector that supports long-term projects. Quebec is an important research and development center and has research programs that are supported by universities and research centers like CRAC, the Quebec Aeronautics Research Center. The aeronautics industry in Quebec is a major pillar of the Quebec economy. It helps contribute to economic growth and responds to the challenges of the aeronautics sector. It helps them take advantage of new technologies. It helps them deal with greenhouse gases. Improving the efficiency of the supply chain for the aeronautics industry is fundamental. And this means parts suppliers, airline companies, and maintenance companies in order that the supply chain be optimized. Now, they're also involved in artificial intelligence, automation, and this leads them to play a primordial role. It helps to improve delivery, and it helps to do away with production interruptions. This will allow us to implement transparency between the business and supply chains. And this would allow for cooperation and transparency for the entire supply line. It will also allow for following the production of products. Further, automation can be used to automate processing, and this will lessen errors. You can see the potential of all this, Mr. Speaker, but we need a federal strategy for aeronautics. The Minister of Industry and Innovation committed officially to a strategy to stimulate research and development in Canada. But the needs of this industry are even more important. The government has to get involved in aeronautics in order to strengthen competitiveness in this industry. Some of the parties involved in this area have criticized the lack of funding and government involvement in putting forward initiatives. It also emphasizes the fact that they have to deal with foreign competition, and in order to deal with long-term projects, it needs the government's involvement. One of the greatest innovations was one that developed new landing apparatus. Now, this gives you an idea of what we heard in committee, and I think it's important to deal with certain aspects. One of the most important recommendations that the committee made was one that echoes the industry itself. One of their fundamental needs is to have predictability for the long term, because if you invest in an aircraft, this might take 10 or even 20 years or longer. These are major investments. These are risky investments. But this is fundamental for this crowning glory of the Quebec economy. Now, when the federal government sort of moved away from the aeronautics industry, well, we may risk losing this industry. I commend the leadership of the minister, who will, we hope, do what it takes to make sure the industry has predictability when it engages in research and innovation. The industry will also need risk capital. We also recognize that these measures would constitute a strategic plan, but at the same time, we have to recognize that there are financial aspects that would sustain the industry in the long term. There are also recommendations that were made in the COVID context, but now COVID is behind us. So now we have to look at strategy. I'd like to name one issue that concerns regional transportation, which is a fundamental need and which is not operating properly at the time. For example, Air Canada was cancelling 1 out of 5 flights. It's also a problem for travelers, even in my area of Témiscamingue. How can we support the aeronautic industry? Well, Air Canada may no longer be a key player, and we'll have to deal rather with regional airlines. There's also the air service for remote areas. It has been brought in, and it should be strengthened in order to make sure that it succeeds. The government reacted with a campaign promise in 2021, said it would invest $400 million. That was good, but it's not enough to respond to the industry in order to maintain competitiveness for the Quebec industry. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I tend to disagree with the member is that the Government of Canada has been very supportive of the aerospace industry virtually from day one, recognizing the valuable role that that industry plays in our society that goes far beyond the aerospace industry. Quebec has, in fact, led the country in terms of having a diversified aerospace industry where, quite frankly, you can build a plane from the very beginning to the end in the province of Quebec, and I think all Canadians are very proud of that. We have an aerospace industry that's throughout the country. Winnipeg in itself is an important hub of that particular industry. And the question that I have for the members, would he not recognize that, yes, the pandemic did have some negative, very strong negative impacts on the industry, but that was a worldwide impact, and the federal government has stepped up to support the industry because we have recognized just how important not only those jobs are, but the industry is to the country as a whole.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci à mon collègue de Winnipeg-Nord pour sa question. Elle est importante pour moi. Est-ce que le gouvernement fédéral est présent? À mon sens, très...
Is the federal government really there? Is it active? Well, it does. Help the automobile sector. It's billions and billions of dollars. But when it comes to supporting aerospace, it's millions of dollars. And this distinction is important in order to support aerospace and strengthen this industry. This is a major aspect, and we're talking about policy.
We are one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have this aerospace policy. We talk about sharing risks and the importance of bringing liquidity into companies to adapt to SMEs. Because we are an SME economy, those who propose spare parts and all the different parts of a craft, Aerodeftex, CAE, this is the economy that we have to strengthen, and the federal government has done nothing for them. That's what the interveners from the industry stated. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few years, when the question of aerospace has been raised, when the question of the need to financially support the aerospace industry was raised, we were told that big aerospace companies have received money, have received assistance. But it's not just big companies that make up this industry. So I'd like my colleague to let us know exactly what the aerospace industry is. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou for her question. I would like to thank my colleague's leadership. It's important for the government to choose Quebec companies so that we can have a better spreading of the wealth. Very often we don't get our piece of the pie, which is often the case, based on the decisions made in the NCR. Jean Lapierre stated that aerospace in Quebec is like the automotive industry in Ontario. 400,000 direct jobs, 100,000 indirect jobs, $18 billion of revenue. Biggest exporter in Quebec. 12% of Quebec exports are from the aerospace industry. 60% of sales, 70% of research and development in Quebec compared to the rest of Canada. 65% of industrial research in Quebec. Third biggest hub in the world after Seattle for Boeing and Toulouse for Airbus. Quebec is an area that can propose every single component for the manufacturing of a plane, and so we need to better support it. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Science, Innovation and Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for this and his speech this morning. The only thing that seems to be missing in his allocution is that he forgot part of history. A few months ago, Premier Legault and the government and the federal government made the biggest announcement in Canada aerospace history, and that shows, Mr. Speaker, how we have the aerospace workers at the heart of our policies. There's CAE, Bombardier, Airbus, Safran, NeoDevTech, all these companies. We are aware on this side of the house that innovation is at the heart of aviation. And the heart of that is in Quebec, not only in Montreal. There are two companies I can mention, the two biggest SMEs in my region, in the Mauricie, Delestec and Place Eco. They are in the aerospace industry as well. So what I would like to say to my colleague is that, yes, of course, we want to continue to support the aerospace industry, but I would like him to recognize in front of all Canadians who are watching us this morning that the government has been here with a historic announcement to support investments in aerospace, not only in Canada, but especially in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great joy that I recognize this great step forward. This isn't directly linked to the fact that this study at the Industry Committee had been started beforehand. The industry had clearly stated its needs to the Government of Canada. And yes, we did get an answer, pre-electoral response from the government, but this response needs to just be one step forward. We need a good, complete aerospace program over the next 15 years with a clear message for the Quebec economy that it is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with sincere pleasure that I'm speaking to you today as this report on aerospace by the Industry Committee is tabled. Finally tabled, should I say, because we have long been calling for this critical sector to be addressed for several years now. I myself have often called within this House since I was elected nearly 4 years ago, 3.5 years, 4 years, for Canada to develop a promising and coherent strategy to enable our industry to reach its full potential. But better late than never, they say. Not so long ago, Mr. Speaker, when I asked my colleagues across the way about this, they told me that support programs had been launched for airlines. That's often what we were told during the pandemic. So we can see that some progress has been made, and I can only be pleased about that fact. We know what has been done. The government has finally opened a dictionary and read the definition of aerospace. It's a tiny step forward. I was replacing my colleague for Juliette at the Committee for Science, and we had aerospace experts appearing before us, and government officials asked questions saying, well, we wanted to help Air Canada, but the only issue, the slight issue, is that Air Canada isn't part of the aerospace industry. It's a different sector of the economy. But at least they opened up a Collins or a Webster's and they checked the definition. But thanks to the work of the Bloc Québécois, especially the representative on the Industry Committee, my esteemed colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there's finally been a study on the subject. Finally, the community was able to make itself heard. Finally, an official report advocates an aerospace policy. I even beg the government to respect its recommendations so that Canada is no longer the only country with a major aerospace industry that does not have a policy to support its development. Our efforts are bearing fruit here, just as they are probably behind the announcement that was made in 2021 that the Minister just mentioned a few minutes ago. This is a great announcement and we commended it. We're not against virtue. Without our constant demands, however, would the Prime Minister have gone to Quebec and announced that the federal government, that Ottawa, would invest up to $440 million to support innovative projects in the aerospace industry? I doubt it. Well, he knew that there was going to be an election, so it's a different kettle of fish. But Quebec, by the way, has had an aerospace industry for the past 20 years. It's important to announce investments, but that's not what a policy is. That isn't a policy. That's not a strategic policy. That's not a vision for the future. Despite these advances, unfortunately, Canada is still, for the moment, a dunce, Mr. Speaker, a dunce. Yet it has an important hub, the third largest aerospace hub in the world after Seattle and Toulouse. Greater Montreal, indeed, is one of the few places capable of designing and supplying all the components of an aircraft from A to Z, as well as flying and certifying it. During his time as Federal Industry Minister, Jean Lepierre said, "Aeronautics is to Quebec what the automobile is to Ontario," and he's right. It is even rooted in our history. The very first glider to fly in Canada was designed and flown in Montreal by a 14-year-old, Lawrence Lesh, who, in 1907, achieved what was then the longest glide in aviation history. In 1911, so 112 years ago now, the first aeroplane was designed in Quebec by Percival Reid in a garage on Sainte-Catherine Street in Montreal. Today, in Quebec, aerospace represents more than $18 billion in sales and 12% of our manufacturing exports. The sector represents 40,000 direct and 100,000 indirect jobs, 220 companies, including 200 SMEs. My colleague for Beauport asked a question earlier saying it's not just big companies, it's also SMEs that need to be counted in this. And we also see that out of the 220 companies, 200 are SMEs. These companies are a source of great pride. They are innovative flagships at the forefront of research. 70% of the sector's R&D in Canada is done in Quebec. Need I remind this House that the greenest commercial aircraft in the world, the Airbus A220, was created here in Quebec before, unfortunately, it was sold, but it was designed and created in Quebec. But the success of this sector, as I pointed out, is most certainly not due to the vision of Ottawa and the governments that have, of successive governments in this House. In fact, since the 2021 announcement, since this report was concocted, since the announcement, we have seen a number of golden opportunities for the government to demonstrate their seriousness of its commitment to this sector. Missed golden opportunities. Nothing has happened. There have been golden opportunity after golden opportunity. First, let us remember we are still waiting to see the federal government take action to position Quebec as a leader in aircraft recycling. We have called upon the government several times. There was a press release on the matter last autumn, in autumn 2021 rather. It was after the election, so obviously it was no longer a priority for the government. We communicated this because we were for this press release. So many times have aerospace interveners communicated to the government, and they must not be ignored. We have one of the biggest aircraft graveyards that need to be exploited. According to the specialist for Syria, more than 21,600 commercial aircraft will be permanently retired by 2039. This is an exceptional opportunity, both economically and environmentally, and we must seize it. Quebec has the expertise to become one of the main North American centres for the storage and recycling of aircrafts. It is here that the only two Canadian companies specialising in this field are located. The development of such centres in Quebec would fit perfectly into the necessary transition to a green economy, Mr. Speaker, not only by reusing used parts, because it's very important, but it's an essential part of things, reusing used parts, but also by avoiding soil contamination by fluids and toxic metals from aircrafts. The boots must follow the shoes, Mr. Speaker. Actions speak louder than words. Then the government ignored the industry's calls. We saw in the budget that was voted upon. Industry calls to change its luxury tax, a decision that will cost 2,000 good jobs in Quebec. This decision is already having a major impact, as our manufacturers are already seeing orders cancelled, since our competitors do not have to deal with this kind of tax. Even worse, a number of states have incentives. We have punitive measures. By persisting, the government is encouraging buyers to purchase aircraft from non-Canadian vendors and to register and maintain aircraft outside of Canada whilst continuing to fly in Canadian airspace. Finally, I see I only have 2 minutes left. For whoever's read the news this morning, whoever's opened a newspaper this morning, Canada's currently considering, and it's a scandal, the untendered purchase of a fleet of military surveillance aircraft, specifically 16 P-8 Poseidon aircraft and related equipment from the American giant Boeing. And this without tendering. A contract worth at least $5 billion is at stake. Bombardier has expressed interest in offering its own aircraft as a potential replacement for the Auroras and has made several representations to ministers, but to no avail. Let's just talk about this Poseidon P-8A from Boeing that Canada is considering buying. A report by the American government revealed that the aircraft has suffered failures in recent years by remaining in the workshop too long. The Poseidon's availability rate, that is the percentage of aircraft in the fleet that are fit to fly missions, hovered between 53 and 70% from October 2018 to March 2020, well below the US performance standard of 80%. Such a scenario would be a high betrayal of aerospace in Quebec. It is scandalous to offer such a contract without a call for tenders to an American company for aircraft that do not meet the maintenance criteria, when a Canadian company, our company, is only asking for a chance to promote its domestically built aircraft by participating in a legit call for tenders. This is scandalous, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm pleased today that this report has been tabled, which gives hope. Hopefully some people will start waking up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the previous question, I made reference in terms of the importance of the aerospace industry, in particular in the province of Quebec. But I think it's important for us to recognize that the aerospace industry goes far beyond the province of Quebec or even a plane. When you talk about the aerospace industry, you talk about everything from satellite developments to helicopters. Best helicopters in the world, I would argue, are being made in the province of Quebec. Satellite technology and development in the province of Manitoba. The F-5 wing, for example, in the province of Manitoba, that this is an industry that goes beyond the province of Quebec, and it's important, as the federal government has recognized, that we continue to work with the stakeholders, those businesses, small and big within the sector, and the provincial governments, in order to protect the thousands, the tens of thousands of jobs that are there, and the many contributions that that industry makes to our communities throughout the country. Would he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I agree, but I will reformulate. My colleague talked about helicopters made in Quebec. There's Bell Textro in Quebec, but it's sad that Bell Textro never has access to tendering. Is that up to chance? So, second point. Yes, I agree that we have to work with the aerospace sector. I would say that, first of all, they have to start working with them seriously rather than just say continue to work with them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated the speech from my colleague, a very impassionate speech about the aerospace industry and its economic windfall for Quebec. I would like to come back to the P-8 surveillance aircraft. I find it rather hard to understand how a government that says it's responsible doesn't go through tendering, an open and transparent tendering process for the granting of this contract. It seems that after having bought F-35s from Lockheed Martin, they wanted to apologize to Boeing by giving them this contract to the detriment of Canadian and Quebec companies like Bombardier. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. That's rather incomprehensible. Yes, I'm trying to find the logic in all of this, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's interpretation is completely right. Perhaps they're trying to get back into the good graces of Boeing, but it's completely ridiculous. It's nonsense. There are many countries that don't have tendering because to them defense is too important a sector, it's too strategic a sector, and so they prioritize automatic purchases of domestic companies. Automatically, they don't even go for tendering. Now we have the contrary. We have a lack of tendering, but to prioritize and give carte blanche to an American company. There's nothing that's comprehensible in this, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Santia Singh Balagat for his very important speech. There are huge needs in aerospace. Companies that very often find it very hard to survive. We have to support all of our airports as well. In Val d'Or, for example, that needs new lighting, that needs a budget, and we always have to ask the minister for some money. It's often a question of life and death for indigenous communities in northern Quebec. So how can this policy take into account the various needs of our various regions? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I work with my colleague who's at the committee, and so obviously this will be studied. We do need to study to keep in mind all the different regions. Aerospace isn't just Montreal. There's aerospace throughout the province. Little companies, SMEs, little sectors throughout the province. When we said that aerospace is a constellation, it's a cluster, and I would like to insist on the matter because we don't realize this enough. One of the 3 biggest hubs to build a full plane is Quebec. Think about it. It means that every single part, every single element can be purchased and assembled in Quebec. So it's a major industry in order to make this industry thrive. And with this luxury tax, 2,000 jobs are being threatened.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to this important report from the Industry Committee. This with regard to the essential industry of aerospace. We know that it is very important for all of Canada. For the West, for Manitoba as well, it is very important. We know that in Quebec it is eminently important because it creates and maintains thousands upon thousands of jobs, 40,000 direct, 100,000 indirect jobs, with an entire supply chain that is made up of hundreds of SMEs, and an economic sector that is very significant, that feeds thousands of families with good jobs. Good jobs that we know, and the report mentioned this, good jobs that are paid on average 10% more than the average salary in this country. And so these are good jobs. These are good unionized jobs very often.
Syndiqué avec le syndicat des machinistes, syndiqué avec Unifor aussi parfois, et d'autres syndicats.
And a number of Quebec unions as well. I'd like to talk about the importance of good, well-paying union jobs and to support the labor movement in general, because, Mr. Speaker, there's a strike going on right now affecting the federal public service. The federal public service has good jobs, but they aren't as good now as they were in the past. And that is making it difficult to attract and retain people within the federal public service. To be competitive, you need to offer working conditions that let workers deal with inflation. And the failure to do this is why 155,000 workers are now on the picket lines. I'd like to offer the support of the NDP to these workers. In our very DNA and right down to the core, we are a party that supports workers' rights and supports them as they use their influence. So we will always be there for workers. I think that what they're asking for is very reasonable. And again, I will call on the Treasury Board to speed up the talks so that there may be good, well-paying jobs within the federal government. Now, coming back to aerospace and aeronautics, I'm very glad to be able to talk about this sector today because just a few minutes ago I tabled a bill, a private member's bill, that involves airport workers. And Mr. Speaker, as you were generous enough to give me the floor, I'm going to talk a little bit about it now. I'll talk about this bill which closes a loophole in the Canadian Labour Code. This loophole makes it so airport subcontractors do not necessarily have to respect collective agreements. Basically, anytime something is subcontracted, and lots of different services are subcontracted in the airport industry, for example, food and drink, the people who gas up the planes before they take off, all sorts of different tasks. Every time there's a tendering process and a service is subcontracted, the prior collective agreement vanishes. So it has to be renegotiated, and this has real consequences on workers. More and more, every time a different tendering process goes out and a different service is subcontracted, workers' wages go down, their benefits suffer. In fact, right now at the Montreal airport, 600 workers are affected by this very phenomenon. 2 services were subcontracted out, and this will affect 600 workers in the Montreal airport. They'll be affected by what we call this contract flipping. And this loophole is more or less unique within the Canadian Labour Code. Very few union workers in federally regulated industries have to deal with issues like this. So that's why I am tabling my private member's bill. The government can learn from it, draw on it, use it, and put an end to this unacceptable and disrespectful situation. I hope that the Minister of Labour will take into account the situation I am describing. I've already spoken to him, and I'm sure, I hope he will be open to hearing what these people have to say. As for aeronautics, I was just asking a question to one of my colleagues. We know this issue makes the headlines often, but if you look at how the Liberal government is handing over a contract to Boeing for surveillance planes, the P-8s, well, think about the fact that there are Quebec and Canadian companies like Bombardier, among others, who would have wanted to build surveillance planes and sell them to the federal government. So why is the government handing money over to the Americans when we could get the work done here? And then, instead of having a free, transparent competition, the government is simply giving a gift to a foreign company. This won't bring any benefits to the Canadian economy. Canadians are able to build and sell the planes. What is more, the P-8 is a plane from a prior generation. No one's buying P-8s anymore. There are new models of planes out there and a whole new generation of technology that work better and that the Department of National Defense and the Liberal government ought to consider. It's like some sort of under-the-table deal. It's as though, because the government just made a big purchase from Lockheed Martin, they're apologizing to Boeing and saying, we're sorry, we're going to buy something else from you later. The P-8 is not a good plane. This will not benefit the Canadian economy, and there are Canadian businesses that would be able to do better and bring more benefits to our country. I'm not saying every single thing has to be made in Canada, but what we should do is try and prioritize our workers, our technologies, and our businesses, and get our hands on a plane that will meet the needs of the future. And just speaking of the future, this Liberal government has no vision for the aerospace sector. As has been noted a few times during this debate, we are one of the only countries in the world that is able to completely build a plane from A to Z. We have a great economy for airplane building. It's honestly fascinating. 235,000 direct and indirect jobs, hundreds of businesses, often very big businesses, also often very small businesses. In Drummondville, there are businesses that are able to make airplane parts that are not found anywhere else in the world. Look, I don't exactly know how they do it, but they make this one part, and they're able to take that part, digitize it, store it in a computer, and duplicate it. This business in Drummondville is one of the best places in the world for this type of manufacturing. I'm sure my colleague from Drummond is very much in agreement with what I'm saying. When I saw these businesses, I was honestly impressed by them. And I think it's great that our businesses are able to make advanced parts like this. In places like Drummond and Longueuil, people are able to make very advanced airplane parts. This is one reason why we have some of the best airplanes in the world built right here in Canada. But this Liberal government, well, they don't have any vision. When it comes to strategies, we are among the bottom-ranking countries in the world. And why? Because we have no strategies at all. Nothing. We have no strategy, and we have no vision about one of the economic sectors we perform the best in. It's insane. France, Brazil, the U.S. These countries actually take care of their aerospace sector. They have a whole plan that brings together civilian manufacturing, defense, R&D, training, and get everyone around one same table. But in Canada, we're more or less shooting from the hip. A little bit of support there, a little bit of innovation funding there, a loan here. But there's nothing holistic, there's nothing regular, there's no overall vision. And that is why we in the NDP call upon the federal government to develop a national aerospace and aeronautics strategy, because that's what we need. We also need to invest more in R&D so that we could have the best possible technology and stay ahead of the pack, because countries like China and India are investing heavily in research and development. We are not. The public sector is not working hand in hand with industry, and that will make us begin to lag behind. Already, we are dropping out of the top few countries in this sector. And then I could say a few words about the energy transition. We know that civilian aviation is a very high-emitting sector. And that is something that concerns the NDP. We want to reduce carbon emissions from this sector. I think everyone would agree that this is something important to accomplish. Now, it doesn't produce as many emissions as road transport or oil and gas, for example. I was recently reading that civilian aviation produces about as many emissions as waste management, 3 or 4% of global emissions. It's not nothing, but it's not the worst emitting industry on Earth. Having said that, we need to look towards the future. Often we talk about electrifying transportation, public transit, private transit. But we could also talk about electrifying aviation. I'm no engineer. I'm not exactly sure how to electrify aviation. I know we are not at the point where we could have an electric plane in the same way as we have electric buses and electric trains and even electric cars. My car, for one, is 100% electric. Though, of course, it's always better to take a bike if you're able to do so. We are not at the point where we are able to build an electric plane because that type of vehicle is simply too powerful. And if we were to add a battery, it would be too heavy for the plane to fly. But maybe there are alternatives we could look at, especially hydrogen, as long as it's green hydrogen. Natural gas, not so much. It wouldn't actually be that much of a benefit. But what I'm saying is this country is in the process of electrifying transport, and the federal government should play a role in this. Industries should be able to put in place innovations which would put us in a good position for the future. We do not want to be surpassed by other countries while we are asleep at the wheel. That would be a big shame for the industry and for the future of the aerospace sector. Now, I very briefly brought up training. I brought it up in passing, but this is something that unions are bringing up quite frequently. They're talking about training a new generation of machine workers. We are talking about specialized work requiring specialized knowledge and apprenticeship programs so that people can understand the industry they are beginning to work in. But if you look at what's going on in our trade schools and our secondary schools, not much is being done to get young people into aerospace. But this industry will be around in the future, and it could play a great role. It has well-paying union jobs, as we noted. Jobs in the aerospace sector are pay roughly 10% more than the Canadian and Quebec average. So some work can be done in cooperation with different governments, like provincial governments, to get young people into aerospace and aeronautics. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing. And this is concerning as we seek to maintain our capacities, especially in the sector of labor shortages and intense competition. I'll now say a few words about airplane recycling. At a certain point, airplanes are unable to fly, and they're put out of service. And we have no plan for this. North America is littered with defunct planes. But these planes are full of important materials, important parts, parts that could be, for example, melted down and recycled. But we have no plan for aircraft recycling, and I find that a shame. Because we are wasting great quantities of natural resources, as well as parts that could be reused. We recycle all sorts of things in our daily lives. But it's as though we've completely forgotten about the aircraft sector. All of this is to say, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has a lot of work ahead of it to support the aerospace sector. This report makes 4 good recommendations. Though I think we could go a little bit farther than what's in the report, but it's a good jumping off point. As we seek to make Canada and Quebec world leaders in aircraft construction. We want tens of thousands of families to continue having access to good, well-paying jobs, to take part in our common prosperity. And we want those jobs to exist throughout Quebec and throughout Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to answering questions from my colleagues. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that the aerospace industry is, in fact, worldwide. And at the end of the day, there are many manufacturers, both small and large, here in Canada that benefit by contracts. So, for example, in the city of Winnipeg, many would acknowledge the F-35 as one of the top-rated aircrafts in the world. Those F-35 wings are actually manufactured in the city of Winnipeg at Magellan. Magellan has the type of expertise and skill sets that is really having an impact in the aerospace industry. So when the member says that Canada should only be purchasing Canada only, I think that he does, in part, a disservice to the expertise and the talents that we have across Canada. Many of those skill sets can actually provide for the aerospace industry worldwide. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his perspective on the importance of Canadian skills being able to capitalize on worldwide tendering projects.
The Honourable Member, Rosemont Lapetite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry if I was not clear. I never said we should only purchase Canadian products. What I said was that I failed to understand why a contract was handed over to an American company without a full tendering process. We're handing a free gift over to Boeing when there are Canadian companies that could build planes that are better than the P-8. That might not be the case for the F-35. The F-35 could provide benefits in Canada in places like Winnipeg. In Canada, we are able to build a plane from A to Z. That doesn't mean we need to build the entire plane within one country. When I was in Mirabel, I visited a Bombardier factory, which used to build the C-Series before it was transitioned to the Airbus. And parts of that C-Series were manufactured abroad, in Ireland, if I remember correctly. It's an international model. Different countries will build different airplane parts based on their expertise.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member. Now, I'd like to talk about several aspects of his speech with deal with the report. But I want to also thank him for the excellent collaboration we had from him and his colleague, the member for Windsor West. Now, there are recommendations that have to do with a centre of excellence, with fundamental research, with a circular economy, with recycling, with maintenance and innovation, all kinds of major things that were touched upon. Now, that the Government of Canada cooperate with the provinces and territories for the aerospace industry. And I think that this is one of the things that was mentioned, but I wanted to bring it forward. It's in Recommendation 5, where it says that the government consult partners in the industry and with the unions. This is a fundamental aspect. We need a vision for the future. Will the NDP work with the Bloc Québécois to pressure the government to work with the industry for the next 20, 30 years? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes. Yes. we will work with all political parties in this House in order to come up with a national strategy. And I have, for several years now, I have been working on the aerospace industry with my colleagues. Also, during election campaigns, it seemed to me that everyone was working in good faith, that everyone wanted to work together for the industry, for a vision for the future. We are also working with educational centers in order to move even to advance even further with our aerospace expertise in the last budget. Yes, this last budget was a disappointment. All these industry gets are crumbs. But there seem to be interesting signals coming from the Liberals. So we'll take up our work again.
For Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the honourable colleague for his speech and his vision for the future. I'm curious to hear his thoughts on the Canadian Space Agency's recent announcement to include Jeremy Hansen, the first Canadian to travel on the moon, and what opportunity that would bring for us here in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. I think all of us, we have our political allegiances, but we were all very proud when we saw that there was a Canadian who was going to be part of the next mission, space mission. And I'd like to underscore the importance of the Canadian aerospace industry. And I think that this is a dimension that should not be forgotten. The aerospace, actually the space part of it. We play a role in this area, in this great human adventure. And I'd like to commend this gentleman on his appointment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that this industry is very important in Longueuil. There's an airport in my riding. And I have visited a company where they're working in a hybrid electric motor. And I saw it. I couldn't get too close to it because there were, corporate secrets involved. But my colleague said, he talked about the fight against climate change. Now, 3.5% of greenhouse gases that come from the industry, if it were a country, it would be the 11th emitter. Now, this is important. It's important to work on this aspect because environmentalists, the most radical ones, say we should no longer be taking planes. Well, that's not going to happen tomorrow, but we have to work with the industry so that it can move, little by little towards electric motors. This is really important. This is an area we have to invest in. I'd like to hear what he has to say. The honourable member. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague. I'm not asking him to reveal industry secrets, but I'm happy to learn that this is something that people are working on. And I hope they come up with something really interesting that will help the industry lessen its carbon footprint. I don't want to minimize the importance of this sector. 3.5%, it's not, 40%, but still, we can do better. Every time I take a plane, there is a carbon tax. But we have to improve our game in terms of greenhouse gases. Same thing with the interurban transit, with city transit. we need to support the Innovation Centre. We need to support research and development in order to deal with the carbon footprint. It won't disappear overnight. I think people will be meeting. We can see what's happening in other countries, and I think we can cut emissions, and perhaps we can cut down on our use of air travel. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to share my time with my colleague, and my colleague has said his riding is the most beautiful one in Canada, but it's mine. Sorry for him. So his may be the second most beautiful. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak to the report of the Standing Committee on Industry. It's talking about developing and supporting the aerospace industry. There are three components. The first component, the first part, is that this industry was hard hit by COVID. The second has to do with the various points of view about the industry. And the third part has to do with committee recommendations in terms of strengthening the industry. We know that there were serious problems during the pandemic. The entire industry, not only in Quebec but everywhere in Canada, was affected. And it's important to mention this. I'd also say that Quebec is a leader in the aerospace industry. They even talk about a world elite. There are a group of major Quebec corporations, and there are great international corporations like Bombardier, Tectron, Pratt & Whitney, and all kinds of subcontractors who are truly solid. There are also subcontractors in my riding, people I'm very proud of. So the most important thing when it comes to aircraft and building an aircraft is safety and security. And these are things that have to be carried out with great diligence and with great accuracy. So I'm very happy to know that certain companies in my riding contribute to the safety and security aspect. Also in Greater Montreal and in Quebec, 200 businesses are connected with the aerospace industry, and this leads to Quebec's renown in this area. And also other things that surround this industry, like university research, various centers of technological transfers. There are various organizations which closely, or perhaps not so closely, contribute to the industry. The industry generates more than $34 billion. More than $700 million is invested every year in research and development. $700 million, that's a lot of money. And we have one of the capitals of the aerospace, along with Toulouse in France and another. Now, this is a Canada-wide industry, but it is Quebec. Quebec is to aerospace as Ontario is to the automobile sector, or British Columbia is to its vineyards. So each of these regions in Canada wants to move their industries forward. So we have our universities and technical or technological colleges like Polytechnique help to produce a truly skilled workforce for the industry. Now, at the Standing Committee on Industry, we drafted this report, and before we tabled the official report, we heard from all kinds of witnesses who talked about support for the industry. We heard from 33 witnesses over 4 meetings. Now, COVID, the impact of COVID was enormous. And even before the pandemic, the industry was undergoing a difficult time. It had problems with, there was a labor shortage, as is the case with many other sectors. So Canada needs to produce skilled workers, especially those for the next generation. And we heard this from almost all the witnesses we heard. We need the best centers, training centers, and we need to be able to integrate these people into the workforce as soon as possible, because this is of extraordinary importance. We need to have the best people in the world, and we need to be able to bring in people from abroad. Now, the major problem with the industry was the disrupted supply chain. They lost 40% of their income, and commercial flights began again, but the industry is still having a hard time. These are various things that were mentioned as we were hearing witnesses and drafting our report. Most witnesses said that the federal government has to support the industry, and there had to be greater research and development. It also contributes to other industries and to the economic growth of Canada. Research and development is one of the things within the industry that leads to economic spin-offs in other sectors in Canada. There are 5 major points in the report. There's investment, supply, innovation, etc. Now, there was other recommendations. We know that this government is a rather spendthrift government. We've seen that over these past 8 years. So as Conservatives, we want to see the government supporting this industry. We don't want them to but we don't know if they should be spending more, but they can at least provide incentives for the industry. One of the recommendations is that the government make sure that there is a center of excellence for the industry. They need to create the center of excellence, as well as, or rather, and that this center help to promote research and development. Now, I said earlier that there are university networks, college networks. There is research and development carried out by the Government of Canada. Would they have to pull together? Now, I had a colleague who talked about aircraft that will one day be electric. Now, there are already a small aircraft that have hybrid motors that are powered electrically. So this is research that has to continue. We have to implement incentives, financial incentives for fundamental research, including research into more environmentally friendly aircraft. Now, this would also help in a circular economy and in recycling. We're doing another study now on how batteries and plastic is recycled. So all these various sectors are interconnected. Now, we talked earlier about electric vehicles, but in order to get these batteries, you need all kinds of natural resources and minerals, and we would like to see the minerals and the resources reused for other batteries, but they need to see the research has to be underway now. And there is another recommendation, is that the government have a national strategy for the aerospace industry, a strategy that would allow for the bringing together of all parties, not only in Quebec, but from all over Canada, so that we can move even further in what we are able to accomplish as an industry. Now, we're not just talking about aircraft. Aerospace is more than that. Anything that has to do with the sky or with space. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to do better. We have to do more for the aerospace industry. And we know that aerospace is especially important for Quebec, just as the automobile sector, as was said earlier, the automobile sector is important in Ontario. And my colleague will, without doubt, mention this. We have so much to gain as a country in supporting this industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the member's reference to the automobile industry, and I think it is important for us to recognize that often in different regions of the country, you will find certain industries that have excelled. When you think of the automobile industry, you have to think of the province of Ontario, obviously. But when you think of our aviation industry, our aerospace industry, we have very strong and healthy, and it's led in the province of Quebec, but we also have significant industries in Ontario, Manitoba, British Columbia, and I would argue even in other areas where it all feeds into the bigger picture of Canada's aerospace industry. And I say that because I think it's important that we recognize that there are many ways, both directly and indirectly, that the government has been supporting the aerospace industry. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in terms of the impact worldwide that's been hit hard with the aerospace industry because of the pandemic and the amount of fewer, if I can put it, the less demand on aerospace industry as a direct result of the pandemic. And just his comments on that with that respect.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, of course, I understand my colleague's question. I understand completely. This is something that had an international impact. But in Canada, the industry is so highly developed that we provide aircraft not only for Canada, but we provide aircraft internationally, so the impact was terrible. Now, when he mentioned the automobile sector, well, this has impacts Canada-wide. Now, in my riding, there is an industry that manufactures parts for aircraft all over the world, and this is in Montmagny, in my riding. We can be very proud of what business people have done to develop this industry, and this for more than a century in Quebec. And the same thing in the automobile sector. We cannot be competitive. We have to be competitive, rather. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my generous colleague for his speech today and for his collaboration on the committee. He's a precious ally.
Souligner le leadership dans l'élaboration.
I'd like him to talk a little bit about leadership in this area. When we decide about things we're going to study in committee, I had some very good negotiations with my colleague, the member for Carleton, who's now the leader of the official opposition. So my question to the honourable member is this. My colleague spoke like a future Minister of Industry. Now, will he commit to looking very seriously at Recommendation 5 and perhaps make it a plank in the platform of a election platform of a future government? Now, after consulting with partners in industry and labor, will the Conservative government say officially that in the next election it will have as a platform plank this industry? The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, I haven't been appointed minister. But what is important is the Prime Minister himself after the next election. Yes, he is a Prime Minister in waiting. Let's hope it's not in waiting too long. Now, he used to sit on the Industry Committee, And one thing is absolutely certain. We want this industry to continue to develop in as vigorous a way as possible throughout the entire aerospace industry. Resuming debate.
For Mission Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to share a few comments on the development and support of the aerospace industry, a report tabled by the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, for which I am a part. I will note I did not participate actively in this study, though. That said, the aerospace industry to the Fraser Valley, my riding of Mission Mascui, Fraser Canyon, the neighboring riding of Abbotsford, and all other areas in British Columbia, we could not outline how important it is today. We're in a changing global context where the needs of the Canadian military are expanding, both for national security, but also for natural disasters. In the Fraser Valley, when the Great Floods came in the last couple of years, we had to rely on the Canadian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, to help our constituents, to fly in supplies. It was helicopters from Vancouver Island, based out of Esquimalt, that came to rescue people in my riding. The threats that Canada faces from Russia in our far north are growing. Just recently, we had 2 spy balloons that originated from China that came into Canadian aerospace. The need for the government to act and do more is essential at this stage right now. I will note 3 particular recommendations that came out of this report that are worth mentioning today. The first one, recommendation 3, is that the Government of Canada accommodate the needs of the various air fleets, particularly with regard to the maintenance of their aircraft, and support the development of companies specializing in the maintenance of these aircrafts. The second recommendation is that the Government of Canada, recommendation 5 in the report, that the Government of Canada, following consultation with industrial partners and labor representatives, develop a national strategy for its aerospace sector. And recommendation 7, the third one that stood out to me, Mr. Speaker, is that the Government of Canada collaborate with provinces and territories to fund post-secondary training across all sectors of the aerospace industry, adequately accessible over all of Canada. In British Columbia, there are a number of big companies that have a national and also global impact. We could talk about KF in Kelowna, Conair, but right home in Abbotsford, which employs hundreds of people in my constituency, is Cascade Aerospace. They are an operating unit of IMP Aerospace and Defence, which was ranked Canada's #1 defence company in 2017. IMP Group is one of Canada's best managed companies, and it has its head office located in Halifax. Its aerospace, defense, and aviation sectors provide comprehensive in-service support, repair, and engineering, and account for over 3,500 jobs across Canada. In Abbotsford, there are 550 of those jobs approximately at this time. Cascade Aerospace, that division of IMP, is approved by Transport Canada for maintenance, manufacturing, training, and design. It is an FAA approved company and is accredited with the Department of National Defense for maintenance, material support, and technical organizations. So what does that mean? It's one of only 2 Lockheed Martin approved C-130J heavy maintenance centers and one of 13 approved C-130 service centers. To say that this company has a lot of specialties is an understatement. Right now, Cascade is providing military support not only for the RCAF, the USAF, it also provides support for Mexico, Tunisia, Thailand, Taiwan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, UPS, WestJet, Alaska Airlines, Southwest Airlines, and Longview Aviation. Cascade is that specialization in IMP for maintenance, repair, and the overhaul of aircraft as an accredited manufacturing facility for a various suite of aircraft types. To put it bluntly, as I mentioned earlier, in the changing global landscape that we find ourselves today, facilities like Cascade Aerospace are not only good for our economy, they are essential to Canada's national interests to maintain a robust aviation sector, both for commercial and defense purposes. That said, in conversations with employees and the executive team at Cascade Aerospace, there are ways that we can improve their ability to do business, to serve the Canadian and U.S. militaries in particular, and to provide the types of jobs that Canadians want. That is, high-skilled trade jobs in the trades that are very technical and specialized. In my conversations with Cascade, they've mentioned that Transport Canada can do a better job of responding to applications for design approval delegation. They can do better with certifications to make sure that there's a more consistent approach. They've mentioned that there are regulatory gaps, that is, certification authority for military export. Design audits, in their minds, are sometimes ineffective, and regulations, in some cases, are very dated. One specific example was the training book for new technicians still includes a section on cloth aircraft. We're working with a company here that is dealing with the most modern technology, but we're still making young technicians train on the repair of cloth aircraft in the 21st century. One of the big regulatory gaps that Cascade Aerospace has outlined is the need to recognize foreign credentials. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, Cascade Aerospace serves the United States Air Force, the Mexican Air Force, the Bangladeshi Air Force. Sometimes employees from those countries might even, sometimes technicians from those countries might even immigrate to Canada, but Transport Canada regulations would prohibit an aircraft technician trained in Mexico from necessarily being able to work right away at the same capacity as a technician trained in Canada, even though they're working on the very same aircraft that they were in their home country. So I would encourage Transport Canada to continue working closely with Cascade Aerospace and the entire aerospace sector across Canada to make sure that our regulations are up to date. Right now, it's been told to me by the National Association that Canada lags behind FAA regulations. And if there's one country that we want to be aligned with, both for businesses and military strategic purposes, it is the United States of America. So my plea today to the government is to get those regulations updated as soon as possible. The second big area that needs to be addressed, and I think is recommended, it's reflected in those 3 points I raised at the beginning of my speech, are the challenges we face in the labor market. Cascade Aerospace has been innovative in their approach to not only retain but train the best Canadian workers possible. They are interested in hiring more Indigenous people from our local First Nations and more women into the trade sector. They've made lots of investments and taken many steps to ensure that they have an in-house training program to make sure that their technicians are the most competent and capable to compete at the global level for defense and other contracts. Right now, though, the province of British Columbia has to work more closely with companies like Aerospace as well to ensure that their competency-based training programs their hands-on training programs recognize the needs of the sector and are aligned with the labor market regulations and the certification programs, both through the Red Seal and labor programs at the provincial and federal level. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work to do in the aerospace sector. I am very proud to live in a community where there are hundreds of people employed in high-paying jobs in the aerospace sector. We need to work with these companies to meet the global challenges that we face today, but also to meet the labor challenges that we're facing in communities across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He asked our government to do more. And both my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville as well as Milton, Cyclone Manufacturing is a Canadian company who competes in the aerospace sector. Our government launched the Aerospace Regional Recovery Initiative to help companies like Cyclone to compete on the global stage and adopt clean technologies. After FedDev provided Cyclone a repayable investment to develop and manufacture new complex and green aerospace parts, this will result in Cyclone commercializing up to 1,500 new parts that are greener. Can my honourable colleague give his thoughts on the importance of green, innovative solutions needed for the future in aerospace industry? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Well, as I mentioned in my remarks, the Canadian aerospace regulations still fall behind countries like the United States. I know that many companies in the aerospace sector have one thing in mind, and that's making a profit. How are they going to make profit? They're going to make a profit if their planes are efficient and well maintained, and that's how they're going to be greener in the Canadian context. So we have to make sure that our regulations are up to date to account for even battery technology in airplanes, which is being researched effectively by scientists at NRCan here in our nation's capital. So until we get our regulations up to date, we're not going to see, other than government announcements say they're giving one company a dollar amount, we're not going to see overall improvement to make our planes more efficient, environmentally friendly, until our regulations are updated, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon for his statement. I'd like to thank him also for his rigour. He is an ally when it comes to rural aspects of developing our economy. And I would also like to commend his work when he does speak French, for example. He spoke to a number of recommendations of the committee. Now, there's one that we haven't spoken about yet. It's the first recommendation that the Government of Canada make sure that an Excellency Centre 4.0 be created, grouping university and college expertise with an increased capacity in research and development in the sector. This makes me think about the importance of clusters and superclusters. The Minister said that there are 5 clusters that have been implemented by ICED in 2018. Scale AI, digital technologies, just to give you a few examples, Mr. Speaker, but there's no cluster or supercluster that is directly related to aerospace. So should we create such a cluster? Does my colleague agree? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question today. It was a very long question, but perhaps I could try to answer the first part, the first recommendation of the report. And I would like to know if the Bloc Québécois will be a centre of excellence for the aerospace sector in British Columbia. Do they want to create good jobs in British Columbia in the aerospace industry as well? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for bringing up the realities that happened with the flooding in the Fraser Valley and how there was a lack of access to supply chains for food, for medication, and for essential goods and services. And I think this is a conversation that we need to have around how aerospace is going to be used differently in climate change. And with that in mind, does the member believe that the Liberal government understands the impacts of how we are changing our behavior and how climate change is affecting our supply chains in this country?
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what, when the floods happened, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Coquitlam for the question, when the floods happened, what was really frustrating for some people on the ground in the Fraser Valley was that the Royal Canadian Air Force had to ship equipment from the province of Quebec to serve the needs of British Columbia. A national aerospace strategy needs to look very strategically at the capabilities of the Canadian military at large to respond to climate-related natural disasters in the province of British Columbia and to ensure we have sufficient equipment and resources to respond in the most immediate terms possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is one of those issues in which I do have fairly strong opinions on. After all, you know, I was but in high school years going out to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and watching the air shows. You know, what people might not necessarily realize that when it comes to touch and goes, Moose Jaw at one time was Canada's actually busiest airport, even busier than Toronto once they had their training school going on there. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, virtually since then, I've had an interest in planes and ultimately grew into the aerospace industry. So it's something in which I'm pleased to be able to talk about. But before I start talking about it, I just want to make a general observation because, once again, we're talking about a concurrence motion, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important for us to recognize that I've actually, number one, I've enjoyed the debate. I've enjoyed the discussion, hearing the comments. I value how important the aerospace industry is to our country, the tens of thousands of jobs, and so forth. But when I reflect on the opportunity, I think of the opportunity lost by the Bloc by not using this particular issue as an issue of debate in an opposition day, where they could have crafted an opposition motion, Mr. Speaker, and had a vote towards the end of it on something that would be creatively positive, that would help or assist the industry either directly or indirectly. I say that because when I reflect on the two opportunities in which the Bloc did have opportunities to debate important issues for Canada and the province of Quebec, they chose a constitutional change, which wasn't going to happen. They chose a change to our standing orders related to prayers, which, in my opinion, had nothing to do with the priorities of Canadians. But what they've done today, and maybe it could be because they're sitting so closely to the Conservative Party. I think the Conservative Party is really rubbing off on them. What you have is the Bloc are now using a Conservative...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
The real shameful stuff is going to come up, I can assure the member, really quick, in regards to the Conservative Party. But the Bloc are sitting a little too close, as one of the members wants to shoo over a little bit more. I agree, I would do that too. Because they're starting to have a negative influence on the Bloc. Today we were supposed to be debating C-27, Mr. Speaker, and you know how important it is to your constituency that we provide security in terms of privacy of information on the internet. We all recognize how important that issue is. But the Bloc don't want to discuss that today, even though we've attempted to have it pass through the House, and I understand they actually support the legislation, which is a good thing. But rather they want to talk about the aerospace industry by bringing through a concurrence report in order to use up government time. And it's not the first time we're used to the Conservative Party doing it. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to talk about the aerospace industry. When I think of the aerospace industry, I think of John Diefenbaker. You remember John Diefenbaker? John Diefenbaker was the Prime Minister of Canada. Canada at the time was leading the world virtually in terms of the development of a first-class interceptor, a plane that was incredibly fast. And you got to remember, this is after the World War, when there was a need for development and an enrichment of our aerospace industry. And the Prime Minister at the time, John Diefenbaker, destroyed Canada's aerospace industry by canceling the Avro Aero. That was a plane, high altitude. It was ahead of its time. And I want you to imagine, if you will, had that plane program or that program not been canceled, Mr. Speaker, Avro employed hundreds of people at the time, possibly over 1,000, but we'll say hundreds for now, that all worked in the province of Ontario. And the technology, the research that was done, they actually rolled one of the Avro planes out. And it was recognized around the world as likely the leading candidate for the development of a rocket-type plane at altitudes of 40,000 and above. Imagine when John Diefenbaker canceled the program back in the late 50s. They canceled the program. It's the truth. And as a result, Avro actually went broke, actually closed the doors. All the the equipment, or more important, all the brain trust, the skills, were dispersed. Many of the individuals that developed the Avro ended up leaving Canada so that they could actually get into that industry and expand that particular industry. Canada lost out big time. And it is something in which even today, 70 years later, we reflect on. What would our industry look like today? Well, earlier today when I was asking questions of members from the bloc, I am happy to say that it is the province of Quebec that leads our aerospace industry, Mr. Speaker. I pointed out in the question that I posed earlier that in the province of Quebec, you can build a plane from the very beginning, from the bolts to the polishing of the aircraft, the final product, Mr. Speaker. That is actually fairly rare. When you think of the aerospace industry in Canada, you're talking about tens of thousands of jobs, well over 100,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. In the province of Manitoba, the average salary of someone working in the aerospace industry in Manitoba, it's estimated, I believe, over $60,000 a year. These are good, middle-class type of jobs, Mr. Speaker, with incredible skill sets. Now, in Canada today, it's Quebec that leads. I suspect that the province of Ontario lost the opportunity to play that leadership role in terms of quantity of jobs and the size of the industry in Ontario as a direct result of a federal government's decision not to invest in the aerospace industry. Now, fast forward it a few decades, and what you will have seen is today we have a national government that does support our aerospace industry in a very clear and tangible way, Mr. Speaker. Virtually from day one, when we talked about I believe it was C-10, and how important it was that we ensure future contracts, how we can support the industry, even though at times it means there is give and take. That give and take is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker. The world has changed. I had a tour of Magellan, and I had a sense of pride with the fact when I'm walking around the floor and I see the F-35 wing being manufactured in my home city of Winnipeg. The incredible aerospace industry that's in Winnipeg and how they contribute, Mr. Speaker, to the industry, not only here in Canada, but worldwide, is absolutely incredible. Those workers and the love and passion that they put into the construction of a very important component to the F-35. Imagine, if you will, you are a worker at Magellan and you see an F-35 that's maybe in a newscast, and you can reflect on whether or not that wing was actually manufactured in Winnipeg. Even the crating of the wing, I think you'd have to have an engineer background in order to build the crate that housed the wing prior to its shipping. We're talking about schools. The member before me was talking about the importance of schools. Right in Magellan, they actually have a classroom where Red River College is actually contributing to the education. Because it's really important, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize that it's not just Ottawa that has the responsibility of supporting these industries, even though at times it feels that we're alone on doing it, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just Ottawa. There are many stakeholders that are out there that have a role to ensure that Canada continues to lead in many ways
an industry that is so vitally important to the world. And the best way to do that is to work with our partners and the stakeholders. When I was an MLA a number of years ago, Mr. Speaker, I suspect and I would hope that the Manitoba legislature would show through Hansard there that I spoke about the aerospace industry in the province of Manitoba, and that the province of Manitoba needed to step up and support the industry. Because if the local provincial governments, entities, are not at the table, it hurts the industry. It also hurts the industry if the industry itself isn't at the table, Mr. Speaker. Now, as much as I'd love to be talking about the province of Quebec, I think the similarities are striking between Manitoba and Quebec, where you have an aerospace industry umbrella organization. And that organization is there for the health and the well-being of that particular industry. I had a quote that I'd like to read, because this comes from Winnipeg's aerospace industry's umbrella agency. And I'll just quote from their website, Mr. Speaker, so people can kind of get a sense of what it is that I'm referring to when I talk about Manitoba's aerospace industry. And I quote their website. Canada is a global leader in aerospace, and Manitoba is home to Canada's third largest aerospace industry. Our highly competitive aerospace sector produces world-class products for customers on 6 continents. From modest roots in small bush plane repair in the 1930s, the Manitoba aerospace industry has grown to include sophisticated design, manufacturing, servicing, testing, certification and research and development capabilities. We are home to Canada's largest aerospace composite manufacture center, as well as the world's largest independent gas turbine engine repair and overhaul company. Also located in Manitoba are the internationally acclaimed Composites Innovation Center and 2 of the world's most advanced aircraft engine testing and certification centers developed by Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney and GE Aviation. Along with these global aerospace leaders, Manitoba has a network of SMBs that compete and supply into the global marketplace. This growing cluster is strengthened through the Competitive Edge Supplier Development Initiative and internationally recognized learner to world-class supplier and supply chain development program. Mr. Speaker, that kind of gives you a sense in terms of the impact that the aerospace industry in Winnipeg or in Manitoba is having on the world. I suspect that we could even come up with a stronger statement in a different perspective coming from the province of Quebec. You know, I remember on occasion when I was happened to be in the Philippines, and I was talking to some military representatives, Mr. Speaker, and they were talking about the Bell helicopter. And they thought, you know what? The province of Quebec has a wonderful product in the Bell helicopter. This is a place that we could look at. And when I'd asked him why it is that he was looking in particular at the province of Quebec and what he thought about the manufactured helicopter, one of the things that I did not expect that the member commented on was the fact that the politicians in Quebec were so impressed with the makeup of the workforce in the construction of a helicopter, making reference to the fact that there were people of Filipino heritage that were in that industry. And that's one of the nice things in terms of when you think of our aerospace industry, Mr. Speaker. It is the diversity that we see wherever we go when we look and tour these plants, whether it's in Quebec, whether Manitoba, Ontario, or British Columbia. The big 4, as I would like to say, and hopefully Manitoba will even become higher and more prominent, Mr. Speaker, but that's a personal bias. but that diversification of the workforce and the skills that they have to provide. And that's why it's so critically important that as Ottawa not only continue to support the aerospace industry as it has pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and today, but we also ensure as much as possible that those stakeholders are at the table also. We want the Red River Colleges, the University of Manitoba. We want those post-secondary facilities, whether they're in Manitoba, Quebec, Ontario, BC, or any other jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, to be at the table to ensure that we continue to invest in research and technology. When you think of manufacturing in Canada, many would argue, especially many of my Ontario colleagues will say, well, we lead on the automobile industry. After all, take a look at the hybrids, take a look at the plants that are being announced, the thousands of jobs, the clean energy, all this stuff, in good part coming out of Ontario. But I can tell you, when you take a look at the overall picture of manufacturing industry, Canada's aerospace industry is recognized within our bigger picture of the manufacturing industry as one of the best, if not the best, in terms of investing in research and technology and advancement. And we're seeing that in the type of results in terms of the demand that's there for Canada. I believe that not only should Ottawa continue to support the industry, as the Minister of Industry indicated in a question that he posed, something recently announced in the province of Quebec. I can make reference to things that have been recently announced in Manitoba. Whether it's through procurements and how the federal government supports the industry, or direct investments in the industry, or indirect things that are done through things such as trades and skills. But my appeal and suggestion would be is that we look in terms of what other stakeholders and other jurisdictions can also do that would complement the types of initiatives that the federal government is taking in order to advance what is a very important issue, an industry, I should say. An industry that employs thousands of people in our country with good paying jobs, an industry that contributes billions of dollars every year to our GDP, thereby enhancing the lifestyle of all of us, Mr. Speaker. That we can all take a sense of pride in terms of how our aerospace industry has been able to do relatively well even during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And as we get through the pandemic and look at ways in which we see the demand's potential in terms of its increase in the years ahead, I think it's critically important that we continue to look at ways in which we can support our aerospace industry, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time has almost expired, and I know members are quite disappointed about that, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that as much as I enjoy talking about the aerospace industry, I hope that the Bloc and the Conservatives will come on side and support C-27 when it does come up for debate later today, and how wonderful it would be to see that piece of legislation actually pass, which would even make this debate that much more better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just need to remind folks to actually go visit the Canada's Aviation and Space Museum, where we can see the aero pieces of it actually sitting there. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, and because I missed the circulation on the last time, the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
We have many fine universities and colleges in Ontario that are conducting space research. The honourable member mentioned post-secondary investments in his speech. Could the member elaborate on the research and training opportunities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Scarborough, who I know is a strong advocate for her constituents, and to bring, the importance of education, and that is something in which I've referenced somewhat in my comments to the table. She's recognizing that there are so many opportunities for young people today to enter into what is a career opportunity by taking advantage and looking at those opportunities, whether it's in an engineer capacity, a welding capacity. There's all sorts of opportunities that are there, and we rely very much on our secondary and post-secondary facilities in order to support such a critical industry. Thank you for the question.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. He certainly has a rather dysfunctional relationship with the truth. In fact, I would say what he had to say matched reality about as well as his tie matches his jacket, which is not at all. The reality is that it was decisions made during the Louis Saint Laurent government that led to the forced cancellation of the Avro. And I found it quite ironic that he talked about Magellan so much in the F-35 when he and his party campaigned repeatedly on the fact they were going to kill the F-35 and cost many, many jobs in his riding across Canada. But my question to the member is, he talks a lot about supporting the aviation industry. I wonder if he could comment on his government's plan to sole source the maritime surveillance craft to the U.S. for the P-8 instead of even allowing Canadian companies such as Bombardier or PAL in Newfoundland to actually bid on the project. Why are they sending the jobs offshore without even allowing an opportunity for great Canadian companies to bid on the work?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I like your tie.
First of all, I like my tie too, Mr. Speaker, and it's okay. I'm not offended. I think it's a nice combination of red and a little bit of blue there to try to make my squirrels on the other way a little happier. And my house leader will understand the squirrel reference. Mr. Speaker, you can't rewrite history. History is very clear. Anyone that wants to get a clear indication in terms of a lost opportunity, a simple search of Dr. Google will quickly tell you that the Avro Arrow, which was a leading interceptor at the time, ahead of its time back in the late 50s, was actually canceled in 1959. And if you do a little bit of, again, Google search, you'll find that the Prime Minister at the time, the Prime Minister that actually went out of his way to say, we are killing the program, canceling the program, hundreds of jobs were lost. And Mr. Speaker, if the member doesn't have to believe me, he can just read the history books. As I say, you can choose what to believe, but you can't rewrite history. In regards to the tendering process, I think Canada is in good part looked upon from around the world in the way in which we have procurements and tendering. We recognize that our aerospace industry is a worldwide issue, and that means at times when you do go abroad, there's all sorts of other benefits that other aerospace industry SMEs might be benefactored or benefits would be taken into consideration. It's a fairly complicated issue, and I'm sure if the member really would like, he's more than welcome to sit down with some of the departmental staff that would be, I'm sure, happy to be able to explain the benefits of the program that the federal government provides in terms of procurement.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way used part of his time to perhaps not deal with the position of the Bloc Québécois. He's saying that his position, or that there were more important things. Now, what about aerospace? Does he not think what we're saying is a good idea? We're finally dealing with things that affect people? But no. But we in the Bloc Québécois, we have a question. despite the agreement among parties, is he going to bring it back? Are there going to be more speakers?
Peg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not full. I don't quite fully understand the question. I think that at the end of the day, if we would have had, let's say, for example, an opposition day motion that gave some specific direction to the government as to what it is that the Bloc was hoping to be able to achieve, where it's ultimately voted on, it would have probably been more productive than bringing forward a 3-hour concurrence motion debate. I love the opportunity to be able to talk about the aerospace industry. I enjoy talking about the strength of Quebec's aerospace industry and Manitoba's, Ontario's, and BC's, and other regions. I don't want to just say it's just those 4 jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. But I do believe at the end of the day, I think that would have been more valuable than, let's say, talking about a constitutional change on an opposition day or a change to the standing orders. So yes, I think that at times the Bloc's priorities might be a little bit mixed up.
L'honorable député. The honourable member. Questions and comments? Excuse me. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. No, excuse me. The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay, or rather Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to end this debate by saying that the industry is extremely important. The industry considers this government rather timid in its position. I know that there are many people who contributed to our report. There is Aero Montréal. I commend their president. There's Mike Miller from the Industry Association, but also the Airbus Canada, Stella Aeronautics, Unifor, Boeing Canada, the Canadian Council on Aeronautics, Boeing, and I could mention many more, and Beltextron. There is a major consensus among industry partners on the need for a national strategy for aerospace, and we want the Government of Canada to commit to this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, and I would recognize the incredible efforts that went in terms of presenting the report that's actually being talked about today. And I think members that have provided comments thus far have been relatively encouraging in terms of recognizing just how important the industry is to the country. The inputs that we've had from trade unions on the issue to the bigger companies to the smaller companies has been incredibly positive. The Government of Canada takes it very seriously, and that's one of the reasons why we're investing in terms of enhancing skills in post-secondary facilities. It's one of the reasons why we continue to work with the stakeholders to ensure that not only do we continue to support the industry, but we see growth in the industry in the coming years. We always got to put it in the perspective of the pandemic.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his presentation. I'm really proud to say Red River College is actually in my riding of Winnipeg Centre. And we know a lot of students. We could actually recruit a lot more students if this government was more clear about their supports to students, which is very much lacking. And I'm wondering if my colleague would agree with me that we need to have more supports for students, greater investments in education, including moving towards free tuition for individuals wanting to enter the trades, including the aerospace industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's one of the reasons why, for the first time, we've actually seen the elimination of federal student loan interest, which has saved literally hundreds of dollars for students across the country. Recognizing that whether it's a school like Tech Voc in the members' riding to Red River College, and the important role that institutions and learning facilities such as those two play in terms of ensuring the future prosperity of the industry as a whole. The federal government does have a role. We've been living up to that role, and we'll continue to work with the different stakeholders to ensure that we maximize the benefits of that particular industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to speak to this report tabled in the House of Commons on June 16, 2022.
I very much value the aerospace industry. The industry is critical to Canada. And before I continue, let me say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Lac Saint Louis. I value the aerospace industry, as I was saying, because it is critical to Canada, but it's also critical to my own home province of Nova Scotia, where we actually have the IMP Aerospace and Defence, which is a proud Canadian organization that employs over 2,400 people across Canada in all areas of aerospace and aviation. Let me just also say that they employ over 1,000 people in my own province of Nova Scotia and close to 100 or so in my own Halifax West riding. So you can see the importance of that industry right in my backyard. Je tiens à souligner l'importance du...
I want to emphasize just how important the aerospace sector is. It creates jobs, it promotes talent, and it contributes to the economy of Quebec and of all of Canada, but also to the economy in Nova Scotia.
The aerospace sector, as I said, it's a sector that provides jobs, talent, and contributes significantly to our economy. Alors, parlons de secteur.
Now, also, let's talk about the support that the federal government has provided for this sector and its workers since this government came to power in 2015. The Canadian government appreciates the work of the committee and looks favorably on the recommendations, and based on what it heard from witnesses of the aerospace industry. This report is important. The aerospace industry in Canada, in Quebec, in Nova Scotia, is a vital aspect of the economy, and governments recognize the extraordinary contribution of the sector. We recognize that the sector is one of the most innovative ones and one of the ones that is based on export. The COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent decline in air travel worldwide had a major impact, a lasting impact on the industry, because the worldwide decline in commercial air flights led to a loss.
Maintenance and for parts. In fact, in 2021, the Canadian aerospace industry, comprised of the aerospace manufacturing and maintenance, repair, and overhaul sectors contributed over $24 billion in gross domestic product to the Canadian economy and nearly 200,000 jobs. This is a decrease of $0.9 billion in GDP and 7,300 jobs since 2020, and a total decrease of $9.4 billion in GDP and 35,200 jobs from pre-pandemic levels of 2019. Le secteur mondial se remet.
The worldwide sector has been recovering gradually, and income from aerospace manufacturing is recovering as well, but slowly.
Despite the challenges, Canada's aerospace industry continued to rank first in research and development among all Canadian manufacturing industries in 2021, with investments totaling $934 million, as well as its position as a world leader. In the production of civil flight simulators, we were first in the world. Civil engines, third in the world. Civil aircraft, fourth in the world. The Canadian aerospace industry is expected to be well positioned for the recovery due to its diverse product portfolio, including a strong focus on regional business aviation. La réponse du gouvernement
The government's response, tabled in the House last year, is a response to its recommendations, which are in 4 categories.
On those 4 categories, but le premier était soutien.
The first category is support, direct and for research and development, support and development of skills and training. 3, through the supply chain, and 4, support through regulations, through strengthened regulations. In each category, the government's response underscores the importance of the committee's recommendations, which it will follow up on, and will present examples of programs designed to strengthen the Canadian aerospace sector.
Madame la Présidente, je vous demande s'il vous...
And Madam Speaker, I would like to ask how much time do I have remaining?
Quelques minutes. Merci beaucoup.
A few minutes. Thank you.
A little while to really highlight and thank the impact of the aerospace industry in my own province of Nova Scotia. As I said in the beginning, I spoke about IMP Aerospace and Defence, a proud Canadian organization that really has great local roots in my own backyard in Nova Scotia. Last year, I and a number of my Nova Scotia colleagues had the opportunity to tour the hangar at the Halifax Stanfield International Airport. We saw firsthand and met with employees who are working, who are maintaining, who are upgrading planes and helicopters used in search and rescue, operations to extend their lifespan. We spoke to them directly. We spoke to the executive there. These are great paying middle-class local jobs to our people that live in our communities. It is folks like, and I'll highlight one person in particular because he's stuck in my mind. I don't believe I'd ever met him before, but his name was Mr. Keith Toon. And I will highlight him because he actually recognized my name through one of my daughters who plays soccer. She started playing soccer before she was 5 years of age. He was a soccer coach for decades. And my daughter moved to be a competitive soccer player, ended up playing for university soccer, is now on the women's soccer team. But I guess what I'm saying is it highlights the significance of these employees and people that are working in these good jobs in our own communities, and the great work that they also are doing in our communities, volunteering, giving back. And yes, the aerospace industry is a very, very critical industry in our province and in our country. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for her speech, and I thank my colleague, the member for BTB-Témiscamingue, as well. In my riding, there are a lot of high-tech businesses. We say that in Longueuil makes the landing systems, and that they landed on the moon before Neil Armstrong, because in Longueuil they made the landing system. Over past years, there have been consultations with the industry, and there are things that we've discussed a lot today, and this has already been said, but we need development that is acceptable to the public. It has to be ecologically sensitive. Even for the future, when we get to electric aircraft, electric matters, we will have to look at recycling batteries, for example. Will the government help to make our airport?
Quand je donne des signals, là.
Well, when I signal to you, I would hope people would speed things up. The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
De la francophonie.
We work together on the issues related to la francophonie, so I'm very happy to discuss things with him today. I know that he is indeed a proud Quebecer.
The Government of Canada looks very much to work with all colleagues from Quebec and from all provinces in this House of Commons. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her comments. Like her, I have aerospace companies in my riding. I have Airbus helicopters, and Airbus throughout the country employs 4,000 people, 250 in my riding alone. Airbus helicopters has been in my community for almost 40 years, and during these committee hearings on this specific issue, we had Dwayne Charette, the president and CEO of Airbus Helicopters, talk about, and he identified a disconnect between post-secondary educational offerings and the type of advanced manufacturing skills required in the aerospace sector. So I was wondering if the member could talk about the need for a program or respond to that missing gap that exists there between educational institutions and those advanced aerospace manufacturing companies.
The Deputy de Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madame. And thank you to my colleague for the very, very important question. You are definitely correct. Education is key. It is key for our younger people. It is key, quite frankly, for anybody of any age, but particularly in these industries that are specialized. We need to create a lot more opportunities to take advantage of the great colleges that we have across Canada, of the great universities, of the great programs that we have. And the Government of Canada looks very much forward to working with our provincial partners and the educational institutions to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have a direct question in regards to the recommendation 3 of the committee's report. It's no secret that Canadian aerospace has certainly benefited workers right across the country. But, Madam Speaker, there's certainly an economy that exists within the aerospace beyond just the navigation of these flights. For example, the actual maintenance of the equipment. It's important that we support and invest in actually finding ways to actually have local domestic manufacturers produce some of these parts. Does the member agree that recommendation 3 is aspects to what we need to see?
Brief answer from the member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Absolutely. Anytime we can invest, we should be investing in anything that we can grow locally. I'm definitely for everything local that we can do locally. It's better for our people, it's better for our communities, and it's better for our country. So thank you very much for that question.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours
Thank you. It's always a good opportunity to speak to the aerospace industry. Having grown in Montreal, we were always aware of the industry, especially when we were on Laurentien Avenue in Cartierville. There was even an airport attached to the Canadair factory. It was always an imposing building to go by. I believe that it was the biggest factory in Montreal by far. My father worked for Canadair in the 50s, just after the war, especially when they were specialized in firefighting planes. The aerospace industry has always been part of my life. I'm rather perplexed, however, that this report is being tabled now, a report that is 1 year old now, a report for which the government has already published a response. The government, therefore, has already published a response to it. If I understood correctly, we should have been studying C-27 this morning, or this afternoon now, that deals with the very important question. A bill, and the question is the modernization of our statutes that protects our privacy in a context where we realize the danger of misinformation, an ever-increasing threat that threatens the fundamentals and the fundaments of democracy. So C-27 is a pressing matter that deals with essential matters for society. That being said, I would like to turn to today's issue, which is aerospace. In Montreal, and you no doubt know this, Madam Speaker, this industry has had an extraordinary long-term history. It's almost 100 years old, if not more. Montreal had a key role to play during the Second World War. I have an article from the Hamilton Spectator from the 7th of September 1939. And Madam Speaker, I would like to quote a few paragraphs of this article, and you will see that Montreal and Canada, but especially Montreal and Quebec, played an essential role in our war efforts in Europe. A few quotes. This comes from New York.
Canadian aeroplane manufacture is expected as a result of President Roosevelt's proclamation of the United States Neutrality Act. The New York Herald Tribune says today, the Neutrality Proclamation has cut off, for the time being at least, the delivery of nearly half of the 600 warplanes ordered in the United States by France, Great Britain, and Australia. And I continue to read from the article, the embargo proclamation, however, does not interfere with the manufacture of similar planes in Canada under licenses already obtained by the Dominion's manufacturers from American firms. And so basically what was happening, Madam Speaker, is the United States was not allowed to export fully built airplanes to Europe to help with the war effort, but they were not prohibited from sending parts to Canada and from having Canadian manufacturers manufacture the planes and then send them over to Europe. And there were two important manufacturers in Montreal that were doing this manufacturing for overseas markets. And one was Vickers of Montreal, which, as I understand, later became Canadair, and the other was Fairchild Aircraft, and I believe that was located on the South Shore in the riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, and which became after that United Aircraft, and then after that Pratt & Whitney. And another company was involved, another Montreal company was involved in this wartime production, and that was the Canadian Car and Foundry Company Limited, which was, as I say, in Montreal. Now, that company was founded in 1909, and it was given a contract to produce Hurricane aircraft. And by 1943, the company had a workforce of 4,500 people, half of them women, I might add, and had built over 1,400 aircraft, about 10% of all Hurricanes built worldwide. And I would like to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to mention the company's chief engineer, a woman by the name of Elsie McGill, M-A-C-G-I-L-L, not M-C-G-I-L-L. And let me tell you a bit about Elsie McGill. She was known as the Queen of the Hurricanes, and she was the world's first woman to earn an aeronautical engineering degree, and was the first woman in Canada to receive a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. She worked as an aeronautical engineer during World War II and did much to make Canada a powerhouse of aircraft construction during her years at the Canadian Car and Foundry. Now, Madam Speaker, so we can see very clearly that Montreal and Quebec and Canada have played an extraordinarily large role in the development of aerospace and aeronautics. I mean, Montreal is the home of IATA. I think it stands for the International Aviation Transport Association, which governs commercial procedures and rules and regulations around commercial transport in the world. So it's an international organization. And I would also like to mention that Dorval Airport basically started as part of this war effort which saw planes built in Montreal and other parts of Canada and shipped over to Europe. Dorval Airport, now known as Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport, I say that very proudly. That airport was where the Ferry Command was based. The Ferry Command was a process by which planes would leave from Dorval and fly over to England. These airplanes were being delivered to the Air Force over there. So Montreal has an extremely rich history, and throughout that history it has built up an industrial cluster, if you will, an industrial ecosystem. And I would also like to mention, I don't know how much time I have left, Madam Speaker.
Just a little over a minute.
A little over a minute. I would also like to mention in passing, because next week is I believe it's Tourism Week in my riding of Lac Saint Louis. we have the Montreal Aviation Museum, which I invite members to visit because they'll learn all about Montreal's and Canada's aviation history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I used to be on the board of the Alberta Aviation Museum, so I invite my colleague to come to Edmonton to see probably one of the very best aviation museums. We actually have a Super Sabre there, which I believe was actually the very first, this plane that we have there, the very first physical plane to fly or to break the speed barrier in Canada. But back to the main topic. My question is just getting back to the P-8, the maritime surveillance aircraft that Canada is looking to procure, sole source. Does the member believe that the government should be going to an open competition to perhaps see if there's Canadian companies or more jobs created in Canada for that rather than simply sole sourcing it to the U.S.?
Great question.
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and I hope to someday have the opportunity to visit that museum. I'm sure it's quite impressive. In terms of the surveillance plane, my understanding is that that decision has not been made. It's not a file that I followed as closely as perhaps my colleague and others. What I'm hoping and what I believe will happen is that the government will put together an approach that makes sure that wherever the plane is manufactured, there are economic benefits for Canada, and I trust that will be the case, and I hope that will be the case.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Lac-Saint-Louis for his intervention. I'd like to hear, is he ready to invest himself personally in order to put pressure on his party, on the government, on the Liberal government, in order for there to be a veritable national strategy on aerospace? And would he support recommendation number 1 to create an excellency centre for Aerospace 4.0 with an university and college excellency centres in order to improve R&D with all SME ecosystems of the Montreal region? Montreal would be ready to adopt such a centre. Can we count on my colleague's support? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. As member for the region of Montreal, I support all investments that strengthen the area's economy. This is not my file that I know everything about, but I believe that last summer the government published a report on the state of the aerospace industry in Canada, and I presume that through this report we were able to create a portrait of the economic impact of this industry. I assume that this report will be used as a foundation towards a strategic approach in the future with regards to the aerospace industry.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention today, but I want to speak specifically about the call or the recommendation number 5 in relation to a national strategy. It's no secret that it's needed, Madam Speaker, right across the country. Canadians deserve an aerospace sector that actually delivers not just for consumers, and not just for our country, but also for the workers that are within them. We need to see management and labor, especially seeing the economic conditions of the country right now where we're seeing signals of a recession, that we actually see management and labor come together in better ways to actually see that there's going to be benefit for everyone. We know that this government, for example, sometimes struggles with ensuring that labor and management cooperate. We're seeing that right now. If we just look outside not too far. What are the members' thoughts on ensuring that we actually see a national strategy that brings all these partners together in a fair and consistent way?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis a 1 minute.
1 minute.
Well, the question is a good question, but it presumes that the government has not been making investments all these years in the industry, strategic investments, and it has. And so, yes, it's part of an evolving approach that becomes, a strategy over time. And in terms of labor management relations, I'm not familiar with problems in that relationship, but I'm sure the industry and labor work pretty closely together, and I hope they continue to work closely together to promote the industry and make that industry stronger in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, this is an exciting time for aerospace. Just this morning, we got to watch live in our office as Starship, which is SpaceX's newest project. Starship, which is twice as big as the Saturn V rockets, 35 rocket engines, blasted off this morning in Boca Chica in Texas. Of course, went almost into space and unfortunately got caught in this spiral and kept going around and around before they had to hit the self-destruct button. It reminds me a little bit of the Liberal government. That's a story for another time. But very exciting because we're seeing private space companies involved in the U.S. and, of course, representing the whole world involved in space travel. Of course, just to talk about another story, the Artemis II crew announced a couple weeks ago was announced, including the Canadian Space Agency astronaut and RCAF captain, Jeremy Hansen. And very exciting that we have a Canadian astronaut joining the U.S. On the Artemis missions as we go back to the moon. And I think that's something that we can be very proud of. From the field of engineering that deals with the design, development, production, and operation of vehicles and systems that operate in the Earth's atmosphere or in space, Canada has a dynamic industry with aircraft, spacecraft, satellite, and missile systems that, of course, we call the aerospace sector. And I know that many of our colleagues have talked about great companies that are operating here in Canada, in Montreal and other parts of the country, all working on different systems in the aerospace sector. But let's be clear on this, and this report is very clear. We need to get back to the basics. The Canadian aerospace sector isn't broken, but the government's role is. I'll start my last point, and I'm going to talk about what this report really spoke about and what we need to do. Number one, we need to identify aerospace as a pillar of Canadian industrial policy again. We've seen it kind of blanketed. We have a term we hear from experts and from witnesses all the time that we're talking across spectrum of industrial policy, and it's that we spread the peanut butter too thin. We seem to, in Canada, just think that we're just going to give everything to everyone, and at the end of the day, maybe that's going to be a really good strategy and to which Canada evolves, but it's not. We seem to spread it all too thin. Aerospace is one of those industries in Canada that we can afford to put more into, and we're going to get more out of it. And I'm going to talk specifically about that. And just before, Madam Speaker, I do that, I am happily splitting my time today from the member of St. Margaret's, South Shore, St. Margaret's. Thank you very much. Second part, very important, when we talk about aerospace, it means that we put an emphasis in research and development, first stage innovation. And we talk about other sectors in Canada where we need to succeed. It's putting that emphasis into first stage innovation, research and development, because when we put emphasis into research and development, we're getting something out of that. And something that we're also studying in the Science and Research Committee right now is owning what we create or commercializing our IP. So, of course, when we're looking at all these strategies, it tends to be it's not just one thing we have to do. We have to do all these complex things at the same time, but we really need to commercialize IP, put more money into research, and then, of course, focus on aerospace as being one of those industries. Part of that's going to be deregulating the industry, and also I think what's really important, probably most important, establishing a national procurement strategy to support defense and the aerospace sector. And I really want to focus on that last point first because I think it's the most important. The Washington Post had an article yesterday, and it was really concerning because it did mention that the Prime Minister told NATO that Canada will never meet its spending goal. Very concerning. Canada's widespread military deficiencies are harming ties with security partners and allies. These shortfalls lead to Canadian Armed Forces to not be able to participate fully across the world. And we've had really big problems with not meeting our commitments with NATO and our commitments across the world. The Americans are concerned about our ability to protect our Arctic against Russian and Chinese aggression. The Germans are concerned about whether Canada continue to aid Ukraine. Turkey is disappointed by the Canadian military not being funded enough to support transport of humanitarian aid when they had an earthquake earlier last month. And Haiti is frustrated by Ottawa's reluctance to lead a multinational security mission. And this is the biggest glaring hole in economic opportunity, other nations like Germany, the UK, Australia, and the US have figured out how to make defense policy industrial policy. and have that policy create powerful paychecks to their citizens and proud private enterprises that provides incomes to their countries, and that's what Canada needs to do, and that's what they need to do with defense when it relates to aerospace. The key differentiator between our approach to defense policy and the British approach is that industry is included in the definition of defense policy from the outset. By the time the British defense and security policy is stable, most of the companies selected to deliver the products and services have already been identified as part of a defense strategy and then a procurement strategy. In 2017, 56% of the UK procurements were sole sourced, with a large majority awarded to the British industry, providing billions to GDP to the country. So how does that relate to Canada and to the aerospace industry? Well, let's just look at to their neighbors south of us, and of course to the rocket launch this morning. NASA, and this is a really big stat, has a bigger budget than Canada's defense budget as a whole. NASA. And part of that budget, when you look at SpaceX, a private industry, 85% of SpaceX's budget comes from NASA. When we talk about that rocket this morning exploding, probably bad news for Elon Musk, but great news for the engineers and part of the product is they're going to rebuild a new rocket. They'll try again. That's part of first stage innovation with companies. They're going to put more of that money into those industries. And the thousands and thousands of engineers and product designers and workers, as we alluded to earlier, who are part of that process is just astounding. And the GDP that puts back into that. One side note of that, SpaceX is involved with Starlink, and that American company, funded of course by the defense policy and from NASA, is actually providing internet to Canadians. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians are getting internet, not from Canadian companies, but from the US company Starlink from Elon Musk, part again of this procurement policy that has started from NASA. NASA funds 85% of SpaceX, and no doubt will be funding all new projects for space going forward. You know, you can see how defense spending ends up being a Canadian prosperity plan, good for Canadians and powerful paychecks, and it also can be, of course, a great industrial policy. But I want to go back also to R&D. So when we talk about R&D and what companies used to have, we used to have a couple programs that we had with the Conservative government prior to the Liberal government, like SIDI and AIAC, that were specific to the aerospace sector. And again, those specific programs went into research and development for that sector for certain companies. We had a witness come to the committee from Hero DovTech, who is Mr. Gilles Labby, who talked about a landing gear process, and this is a company in Quebec. They had a landing gear project, for example, and when they talk about that project, they talked about a ticket that normally costs between 50 and 70 million US, and the process taking as long as 5 years. Through those SADI programs that we used to have from the government, that was almost entirely funded by the government. It helped them save the 5 years, it helped that company evolve, and that company went from having 200 employees to now over 2,000 employees. What happened with that program with R&D is the SADI was evolved into the SIF program. But what's happening is that, again, with that peanut butter spread too thin, that SIF program looks at many different industries and not aerospace specifically or targeted specifically. And what's happened then is those companies are finding they're missing out on that first stage innovation and the R&D. When we look at R&D as a specific purpose of industrial policy, what we should be looking at, of course, are examples like DARPA, advanced manufacturing in the US, and of course looking at specific sectors. And again, to my point, aerospace needs to be a specific sector that we put R&D into. We look at procurement policies that we certainly see it as a bright future in Canadian industrial policy, and that's the only way we're going to help this industry succeed. We have a lot of different issues that we need to look at across the defense spectrum, but certainly aerospace is going to be able to fulfill that. And Madam Speaker, I think as Canadians, we certainly need to reach for the stars and start looking at aerospace again as not just a industry, but a major industry for industrial policy, for research and development, for procurement policy, and again, looking at investing in defense and linking that to the aerospace industry to ensure that Canada succeeds, those workers succeed, those companies succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't help but notice that the member makes reference to Elon Musk and the fact that he has his SpaceX company and the rocket blows up, and he says, well, that's okay. It's good news because that means more research and technology. And the member seems to be a big fan of the private sector. Now, I'm thinking, and as I'm sure my colleague, the member from Abbotsford, is thinking, well, look, just wait a minute. John Diefenbaker, Avro Arrow, destroys the program, not good news, and it's all these science and technology and all that advancement that has been lost as a result of a bad decision by a former prime minister. Does the member not recognize that maybe the government does have a role to play in terms of research and technology, something in which we have been doing and supporting in the aerospace industry for the last number of years as a government? Or does he believe that the private sector, like people like Elon Musk, is better off to advance aerospace industry?
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've never heard of Elon Musk, but Elon Musk certainly is doing great things. I wish the member maybe listened a bit more to my speech. The government has a role. The problem is the government has not been playing the role it needs to with the industry. The industry has spoken to our committee, and the industry has stated we want the government's role to be more in R&D, target specific, announce that aerospace is a growing, specific, and a major sector for Canadian industrial policy, and then to play the role it needs to be, which first stage innovation, make sure we put money into growing companies, but then let the private sector commercialize the IP of those companies and make all the money they can so they provide paychecks to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwana-Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to share my surprise of the defense of Elon Musk and the SpaceX rocket that just blew up. While I guess there was some reference to that being problematic, I think we need to cycle back and recognize that Elon Musk and anyone seeking to profit off of space exploration is very problematic. We need to be talking about how what is it the interest of the public good. But speaking of Elon Musk, I also want to acknowledge, besides aerospace, this is somebody who's making a major profits off communities, particularly in our riding, when it comes to the service delivery of internet. And that's because the federal government has abdicated its responsibility. Both conservative and liberal governments have failed to deliver accessible, affordable, quality internet to so many communities in our region. It's time the federal government step up on aerospace, on internet provision, and will the member recognize that we shouldn't be here defending Elon Musk? Instead, we should be defending Canada's role in seeking the public good when it comes to space.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very disrespectful that a lot of individuals in the House here, a lot of parliamentarians, are having side conversations when someone else has the floor. And so I would ask them, if they want to have those conversations, they should take them out into the lobby. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we could get into debate about what's if socialism is really something that provides wealth to its citizens or just takes away from its citizens. Certainly in this side of the House, we really believe in private capital and a capitalist society has been beneficial to Canadians. Powerful paychecks that certainly can provide wealth to Canadians and not just have the government run deficit after deficit until Canadians are broke and certainly this country's broken. We really believe in the private sector and that Canadians can and will and can create good jobs, great ideas, and can provide powerful paychecks for their own citizens and for the people here in Canada, and we'll always stand by on the side of those members. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague across the way brought up the Avro Arrow a few times, that project which Mr. Diefenbaker cancelled. But that followed some negative decisions by the Liberal St. Laurent government. And the current Liberal government has also abandoned the Canadian aerospace sector when instead of using them to secure planes, it turned to American companies. What does my colleague have to say about that?
Madam Speaker, I agree. I think the whole point is we need to look at Canadian companies, Canadians' role in certainly contributing to the aerospace sector, not only in Canada but in North America. And we have a lot of great companies that already contribute to some of the procurement projects that are happening in the U.S. And let's face it, there's a lot of procurement projects that are coming from the U.S. that we can contribute to, what we should be playing a greater role in, not just a small role, but a bigger role. The government's role is to ensure that we have the research and development and to ensure we have the funding for first stage innovation. And then it's the private sector's role to develop and commercialize that next sector so they can carry it on. That's what we want to have happen, and that's what we're going to have under our government. Thank you.
Question, resuming debate, the honourable member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to follow such a great speech and intervention from my colleague from the Bay of Quinte. For those watching at home and for my constituents, just to remind them and what we're discussing today. Today we're discussing a report done by the Industry Committee of the House of Commons entitled The Development and Support of the Aerospace Industry. It was actually tabled in this Parliament in June 2022, but it's actually a study that spans two parliaments. It was actually started in the last Parliament before the last election when our now leader was the vice chair of the committee, and then continued in this Parliament after COVID. So quite a span of time that affects actually a lot of the tone and position of where the industry is. And one of the interesting things, I should start by saying, of course, we're all mentioning aerospace companies that are within our regions or within our riding. I have a company in my riding, the beautiful UNESCO heritage town called Lunenburg, you may have heard of, and the company's called Stelia, North America, and they make parts for the Airbus 737 MAX, and they make parts for the F-35 aircraft. Unfortunately, the dithering of the government on the purchasing of the aircraft that they said they weren't going to buy and now have ended up buying lost a lot of jobs in that interim period in Lunenburg that they now have to try and find and get back since they're going to buy the aircraft that they said they weren't going to buy. So I think it's important to understand about what's happened to this industry, and there's a really interesting intervention in this report on page 6 that says Canada's aerospace sector has fallen to 5th largest in the world, or in the 1980s, from the 1980s to the 9th largest. So we've gone from the 5th to the 9th. And Canada was once the 4th largest aircraft manufacturer, but it has dropped to 12th. And a lot of that has to do, and it's been mentioned before about Recommendation 5, which Recommendation 5 in the report talks about having an aerospace strategy. There was aerospace strategies in previous governments that led us to be a much larger player in the world than we are now. But in the last 8 years that we've had this Liberal government, we haven't had any strategy, and that's what this unanimous report points out in Recommendation 5. I point out that the Liberals did agree with this too. But after 8 years, what has been the Liberal strategy? Well, the Liberal strategy was to bring in a luxury tax on aircraft. That was their strategy, because they've never met a tax they don't like. And in fact, the Minister of Finance said when she introduced it last year that this will make the wealthy pay their fair share. But the reality is, when you look at the numbers and the performance of the industry, the cost of this tax is actually being borne by the workers in the aerospace industry, not by the corporations. And I'll go through that in a few minutes. There was a report done by an economist out of Montreal. His name's Jacques Roy. He works for HEC, an economic think tank in Montreal. And he talks about that tax, which was introduced on September 1st, 2022, by these Liberals, about the impact it has. So the tax revenues expected from the new tax on the aircraft tax, he says, are negligible. A May 2022 Parliamentary Budget Officer report estimated the tax on cars, planes, and boats, they were all included in that tax, would raise $163 million in 2023-24. But only an insignificant $9 million of this total was expected to come from the aircraft tax. But the PBO also projected an annual reduction in aircraft sales as a result of that tax of $30 million. So obviously the impact is much greater on jobs and the economy than the tax benefits the government. Now, of those, when that tax happens, it also affects the reputation of our industry. And PBO cautioned that estimates were qualified by several uncertainties and unknown behavioral responses to the tax, which is there's always behavioral responses to taxes when they're brought in. This economist did a deeper dive into the impacts of that tax, and I'll share with the House what the findings of that were. It has a qualification that it has to be 90% business use in order to be exempted from the tax, and that's proven to be unworkable. And the reason is that that the jets that companies like Bombardier sell are not 100% used all the time by that company. So it does not end up applying to the businesses because of the way those jets are utilized. So commentators have noted that the 90% threshold is harsh in comparison with the primary use standard, which is usually in other countries that have done this only 50%. It is commonly used in the United States and Europe as an alternative source of determining whether or not the tax applies to the jets. His research expressed concern about the narrowness of the exception. Although the tax targets aircraft sold to private individuals for non-business use, it also applies in practice to situations involving mixed use, that is, some business use and some personal use, where it cannot be confidently determined that 90% test has been met. In this case, and in this regard, it's important to understand the unique practices, as I said, in the aerospace sector. Buyers of business jets and helicopters usually outsource the management, servicing, maintenance of these aircrafts to management and leasing companies. Even owners who acquire a jet principally for business purposes, who do not intend to use it for it to be used for personal purposes, will face considerable difficulty in determining that 90% test. So they will ask leasing companies to rent the aircraft out to other customers when they are not using it. And this is where the issue gets in. Canadian-based leasing companies may rent these aircraft to U.S.-based charter brokers, and they in turn may charter the aircraft to their own clients who may use the aircraft for business or personal use, the person who's sub-renting it or leasing it. Very limited information, if any, is available to the owner regarding the other uses of the aircraft in these circumstances, partially because of privacy laws, and it may therefore be quite challenging, if not impossible, to determine whether the purpose of the trips taken in such cases is business or personal, which makes the determination of whether the 90% test has been met especially difficult. According to his interviews in doing this research, the introduction of the luxury tax has already had huge impact. The negative reaction from clients is translated into lost sales for Canadian aerospace manufacturers and their supply chain. He estimates that the business aircraft segment likely experienced a drop of 8% sales in 2022 because of the tax. This represents roughly $480 million in lost sales. And the figure is significantly higher than the $30 million projected by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. He estimated that this drop in sales will result in the loss of approximately 750 direct jobs in Canada. The estimate is based on the number of direct jobs required to produce the aircrafts whose sales have been lost. Personal income taxes paid just by these individuals exceeds the annual revenue experienced by the government for the luxury tax. For helicopters, his research indicates that private individuals are likely to postpone or abandon the purchase of approximately 5 new helicopters per year or buy a used model. This will result in the loss of 15 full-time jobs and lost annual salaries of approximately $1.3 million. So The impact of lost sales also ripples through the aerospace industry and supply chain. For business jets alone, he estimates a loss of that 750 direct jobs will cause the loss of additional 1,200 jobs in the industry's Canadian supply chain. It estimates that these workers' personal income taxes at the federal level alone will be approximately $14.3 million. These figures, in my view, are fairly conservative, and they would be much higher if we were to add the figures for all of the indirect and induced jobs in the industry. His figures also underestimate the impact of the MROs on other small and medium-sized enterprises not interviewed in the course of his research. And I see that I'm running out of time, so I'll just say the strategy that this report calls for, after 8 years we don't have one from the government, except the only thing we have is a strategy to tax, which is where they go to, and the result of that is massive job loss and massive economic loss for our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's not true. That through procurements and contracts, through the enhancements of skills, through the pandemic, we've seen direct and indirect supports to Canada's aerospace industry. The government has consistently, from day one, recognized the importance of the industry and invested appropriately and accordingly. What surprises me to a certain degree is that the Conservative member is saying that having a luxury tax that would be applied to the wealthiest, and many Canadians believe that in paying taxes, but it should be fair. Just like when we brought in the 1% tax increase for Canada's 1% wealthiest, the Conservatives voted against that. What does the Conservative Party of Canada have against Canada's wealthiest 1% having to pay a fair share of taxes?
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, what the Conservative Party is against is taxes that kill jobs and kill industry, which is the habit of this government. I just went through a speech that said over 750 jobs have already been lost in the aerospace industry and the jet manufacturing industry because of this government. If that's support for an industry, please don't support anything I do in the future.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, who's Vice Chair of the committee, for his powerful speech. And I'd like to know if he agrees that the government should put in place incentives in order to develop an ecological, environmentally friendly aircraft through green technology. And I would add to that, Madam Speaker, the importance of having predictable funding. Predictability is absolutely fundamental if we want a national aerospace policy, if we want to be working for the next 20 or 30 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the question, and I do enjoy sitting on the industry committee with the member. I think we're doing good collegial work together on it. And that particular issue, I absolutely agree. Part of the challenge of what happened when the government created the SIF, or the CIV program, you might call it, but the Strategic Investment Fund, the CIV program, they collapsed other tax credits for specific industries to help with the very issue that the member is talking about. And that issue is that the government lost the sectoral focus in how to support the aerospace industry on issues like greening the engines and the fuel usage of aircraft in Canada, which is another thing that the government has done to hurt the aerospace industry.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I often find that in this place, it's many of our goals to disagree without being disagreeable. And I believe that this member often does that in an extraordinary way, and I respect him for that. I do, however, have comments directly to the many length of speeches the Conservatives have made today and the great appetite that they have for the companies that are seeking federal funds. And they often talk in this place about how evil socialism is, how evil it is that we help regular, everyday people in this country. But when companies, whether it's big oil companies, big banks, or in this case, sometimes mega aerospace companies come to the table asking for money, they're all of a sudden for it. My question to the member is, how does he reconcile the fact that they're so willing, his party is so willing to support massive corporations, whether it's in tax breaks or in other means of revenue generation when coming to the trough to the government, but doesn't allow that same opportunity for single moms, for persons with disabilities, or those who need the government support most?
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank the member for Edmonton Griesbach for that question. I guess I'll answer the first part which is why we don't support socialism, because it's failed everywhere. It's reduced economies to totalitarian regimes, and everywhere that socialism has been tried as a government entity, we've seen less freedom. So that's why we don't support it. We think freedom creates opportunity, and the capitalist system produces the opportunity and the profit incentive that moves.
The honourable member. The interpreters have said that there's a lot of interference when my colleague speaks. I don't know if he has a device near the microphone, but the interpreters have mentioned several times that there is interference, so thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your mentioning this. It's very important that when people speak or put questions, they have to make sure that their telephone be shut off or be somewhere other than their desk, because the microphone picks up all kinds of sounds. It makes it hard for interpreters, and we want them to be able to work safely.
Has 30 seconds to finish his response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh yes, the court. We were dealing with. I think I dealt with the socialism part well. On the capitalist side, what it creates, the profit incentive creates invention, and invention is what moves society forward. It's why he has an iPhone or a Samsung phone in his pocket that he uses to help do his job. It's why he has a Microsoft Surface from the House of Commons, a nice thin computer to do his job. Those things are all inventions created by capitalism profit motive.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have, please? Oh, two whole minutes. How can I cover it all in 2 minutes? I want to thank my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for his comment about the Liberal government support. I always thought industries always say, with a government like this, who needs enemies? Now, he touched upon the so-called luxury tax. Now, the Aerospace Industry Association Canada figures it's actually going to cost about 3,000 jobs. Now, when asked about this, the finance minister actually said such losses are negligible. Now, what government has ever been so out of touch where you have the finance minister telling 3,000 people in the middle class earning good middle class wages, your job loss is negligible. And this is what we've seen from this government again and again. Their attacks for ideological reasons, attacking businesses, attacking regular, everyday Canadians. They stated again, with the 3,000 lost jobs, the wealthy have to pay their fair share. With this government, every time they ask people to pay their fair share, the middle class and the little guy bears the brunt of their incompetence. Yes. We don't need a national strategy for aerospace. We need a national strategy to replace this incompetent, out-of-touch Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm not sure. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready? The question is as follows. Mr. Lemire, seconded by Mr. Savard Tremblay, moves that the report of the Standing Committee on Industry be concurred in.
Recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great excitement that I await this House to concur in the report of the committee. Thank you.
Agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. No, sorry. Just carried. Carried. Okay. Excuse. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are now under the rubric of motions. Motion. Okay. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been waiting all day to table this on behalf of my constituents. They're calling on the Government of Canada again to recognize the ongoing genocide by the Taliban and the persecution by the Taliban of the Hazara ethnic minority in Afghanistan. And they're calling on the government to prioritize Hazaras coming to Canada as part of its 40,000 target by end of year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Ways and Means. Consideration of Ways and Means motion number 16 to introduce an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023.
Monsieur Boissonneau for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mrs. Le Boutillier, moves that a Ways and Means motion to introduce an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023 be concurred in. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
The members. Convoquez les députés.
La question.
The question. Oh, sorry. All right. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moved that a Ways and Means motion to introduce an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, be concurred in. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Going back to Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
And all those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr.
Shipley.
Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Posé. Oh, désolé. Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilaire.
Monsieur Désilaire.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
We're not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Hoback.
No.
Mr. Howback, nay contre.
Mr. Varani.
Yes.
Mr. Varani, yay pour.
Ms. Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor. I just got a message from the app asking to check that my vote indeed had been recorded as in favor.
Registered as yes. Monsieur Zuberi.
In favor, yes.
Monsieur Zuberi, yay pour.
Madame Joly.
Voter en faveur de la motion.
Okay, merci.
Madame Joly, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yay pour 169, 169. Yay contre 140, 140.
I declare the motion carried. Madame Freeland.
Ms. Freeland, or rather, Mr. Boisonneau for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Leboutier, are asking for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget, tabled March 2023. This motion is deemed carried. Mr. Boisonneau for Ms. Freeland, supported by Ms. Leboutier, move that the bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed carried.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. How are we doing for time? Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have known since 2006 that toxic effluents around the oil sands cause an increased cancer rate in Indigenous peoples. We have known for 2 decades that toxic contaminants within the oil sands are reaching the Athabasca River. We have known these things, and 10 months this year, Imperial Oil knew their tailings ponds were leaking and failed to tell or warn the Athabasca Chipewyan, the Mississauga Cree, the Dene peoples downstream, or the Métis. These things we know. But these things are not exactly leaks. We need to understand that the 225 million square kilometers, 225 square kilometers, represent the oil sands tailings ponds. They don't contain waste. It's not that they leak. They don't work. When will someone go to jail for criminal negligence in taking the lives of Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Friday, April 21st, or Saturday, April 22nd, based on the moon sighting, Muslims across the world, including several members of this House and many of my constituents in Markham Unionville, will celebrate Eid al-Fitr. Eid al-Fitr marks the end of the month of Ramadan, where Muslims fast daily from dawn to dusk, participate in communal prayer, and give back to the communities. Eid celebration traditionally lasts 3 days, starting with a special prayer on Eid morning. The festivities include sharing meals, giving gifts, and spending time with family, friends, and community. To all of the Muslims who are celebrating Eid al-Fitr this week, from my family to their family, Eid Mubarak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday in my hometown of Innisfail, we celebrated the amazing life of a long-time beloved family physician, Dr. Ken Graham. Born in Monaghan, Ireland, into a farming family, he attended Trinity College in Dublin for his medical training. Dr. Graham and his wife Phyllis immigrated to Canada in 1958, where he started his career at Calgary's Holy Cross Hospital before coming to Innisfail in 1959. During his short time in Calgary, he worked alongside orthopedic surgeon and Calgary Stampeder Dr. Vince Murphy. And years later, together, they saved my shattered leg and healed my crippled body. Many other patients speak of similar touching experiences. Dr. Ken loved rural life and incorporated that passion into his 40-year practice, where he was renowned for his diagnostic excellence and compassionate care. His farming roots, his love of Charolais cattle, pheasant hunting, curling, and fishing further endeared him to our community and truly made him a man of the people. We are so fortunate that he and his family made Innisfail their home. Rest in peace, Dr. Graham.
There we go. That worked. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about our planet, as April 22nd marks Earth Day. Now more than ever, we must recognize the importance of protecting our natural environment and combating climate change. My riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is home to many hectares of the Greenbelt, as well as the ecologically diverse Oak Ridges Moraine. I'm proud of local organizations like the York Region Environmental Alliance, Oak Ridges Moraine Land Trust, Maple Cross, Rescue Lake Simcoe, and many more who work tirelessly and advocate for the health of our planet. Additionally, I would like to thank members of the York Region delegation who are here in Ottawa, including Mayors West and Marax from my riding, and my brother, Mayor Taylor from Newmarket, for their commitment to integrating ecological and environmental considerations into all aspects of municipal and regional development. The theme of Earth Day 2023 is investing in our planet. This House has certainly heard much about our government's investments in sustainable green economy, but we can all invest individually through the decisions we make in everyday life, by raising awareness about climate change, or simply by taking a moment to spend in nature. For my part, I'll be in Richmond Hill and Aurora with volunteers to clean up local parks and streets. I encourage all members to similarly engage. Remember, we only have one home, our Earth, and it needs all of us to make its health a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute today to a great Mascoutin, a great Quebecer. I recently had the pleasure of presenting a beautiful honorary plaque in recognition of the life and busy career of Yves Michaud. A native of Saint-Hyacinthe, he honed his skills as a combat journalist and editorial writer for the Clarion de Saint-Hyacinthe. He was a pioneer in the fight against obscurantism. He then was a member of Parliament with the Quiet Revolution, founder of the newspaper Le Jour, which spread independent ideas, a diplomat of shock as Delegate General of Quebec in Paris, President and General Manager of the Palais des Congrès de Montréal, and stood up for with a Robin Hood approach to banks. Yves Michaud was a steadfast patriot and a proud independentist. He deserves our fullest consideration and the honor of all parliaments. Thank you for everything, Mr. Michaud.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, Julie Sigouin and Mohamed Baron were two distinguished community figures who unfortunately passed away recently. I would like to honour their memory here today in the House of Commons of Canada. Julie was an engaged, tireless, and empathetic citizen. She contributed to the improvement of the quality of life of different people through various community organizations in Montreal North, including Alta Femme in the riding of Bourassa. Mohamed was involved in community life for 25 years. Through the organization Repar, he improved the relationship between fathers and their children, especially in Ahuntsic, Cap-Civil. He was also an activist. On behalf of the people of Bourassa and myself, I offer my most sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, I rise today to speak of A Tale of Two Bridges. But unlike the classic Dickens novel, there are no best of times, only the worst of times for the residents of Bolsover and Bobcaygeon. For 3 long years, 2 bridges under Parks Canada have been out of service, cutting communities in half. In Bolsover, residents must drive 20 minutes to re-enter their community just to buy groceries and get the mail. In Bobcaygeon, one of the busiest locks on the Trent Severn waterways, covered in tarps with heaps of twisted, jagged metal leaning against historic monuments, cordoned off by traffic cones and bent metal fences. Wow. Sherry Peel, owner of the iconic Bigley Shoes, says that locals feel trapped and isolated. Taylor and Craig Poole, owners of Buckeye Marine, lament that there has been little communication and engagement with stakeholders. With no date of completion from Parks Canada, residents are feeling that the government simply doesn't care about them. I challenge this minister to listen to those affected by his department's reluctance and finally take action to help these communities.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of leading 10 senior parliamentarians to Taiwan. All the while, the People's Republic of China conducted its war games overhead and at sea. The Taiwanese officials, on the other hand, were effusive in their welcome. From the president to the vice president to many other senior ministers, the Taiwanese appreciated the efforts of a delegation of Canadian parliamentarians from all parties to make the effort to come alongside them during their time of routine bullying by China. President Tsai particularly appreciated the unanimous report of the Canada-China Committee on Taiwan Relations. We had the opportunity to ceremonially present it to her in person. Taiwan has become the unfortunate center of geopolitical tensions. It's important that Canada demonstrate our support for this young democracy that's standing up for itself and for us against tyrannical bullying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Saturday, April 22nd, is Earth Day, which was first held in April of 1970. There are so many ways to get involved and demonstrate support for environmental protection, becoming familiar with climate and environmental education, breaking free from single-use plastics, participating in a community cleanup, planting trees or donating funds to support the planting of trees, fighting against fast fashion and supporting sustainable clothing are just a few of the things that come to mind. There are several community cleanups and tree plantings taking place in my riding of Oakville North Burlington this weekend, organized by Burlington Green and the Oakville Centre for Peace, Ecology and Human Rights. I'll be there with the team once again this year, taking part in our community. This year's theme is Invest in Our Planet, and I encourage you to get some fresh air, encourage you and all members to get out and get some fresh air this weekend and invest in our planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
We recently lost a good one in Regina. Derek Myers passed away on March 28th. He was 45, he was an oil man, he was a sports broadcaster, and he was the MLA for Regina Walsh Acres. Derek's passions were his family, friends, and community, and he instilled these traits in his kids. Derek was one of the most positive and enthusiastic people I have ever met. His brother Darcy summed it up perfectly. With Derek, it was the journey and the company that mattered, not the destination. It was about enjoying life together, building great memories, and adding friends along the way. Derek's friend Jill said, the seemingly mundane in Derek's world could become thrilling, joyful, full of ease and laughter. Derek's sister Brandy compared him to a light bulb. She wished her brother hadn't burned so bright because the brightest bulbs always burn out the quickest. I consider Derek my where and when friend. Can he come play in a ball hockey tournament? I'm in. Where and when? Want to come door knocking in February? It's -30. I'm in. Where and when? Hey, bud, want to meet up for a beer and just talk about our families, the riders, anything but work? I'm in. Where and when? Derek had 3 young kids, loved politics and sports. We had a lot in common. His infectious positivity just made a person feel better. Our thoughts and prayers are with his partner, Lori, kids, Dane, Sebastian, and little Isley. Rest in peace, my friend. I'll see you for beers again someday. I'm just not sure where and when.
Harrigan. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today proud to represent my community of Newmarket, Aurora, and most importantly, the broader community of York Region. Home to 9 municipalities and over 1.2 million residents, York Region is one of the largest municipalities in Canada. As a former mayor of Newmarket, I know how important it is for all levels of government to work collaboratively in partnership with one another. When we work together effectively, we can produce something more significant than any one of us could accomplish on our own. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Wayne Emerson, the chair of the Regional Municipality of York, his staff and their mayors for coming to Ottawa to share their priorities, their issues, their concerns, and the opportunities with our government. Let us continue to work together and accomplish the best for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Speaker, today I rise in honour and in the memory of John Ostrom, the former Member of Parliament from the riding of Willowdale and a longtime resident of Thornhill. John passed away in early March of this year, leaving behind his wife and constant companion, Siggy, 3 daughters, his grandchildren, nieces, and nephews. John had a story like so many Canadians, immigrating here from the Netherlands to build a home and raise a family in a country with unlimited opportunity, where hard work paid off and service to the community was a calling. John was a successful businessman before he became the first Dutch-born Canadian elected in the House of Commons. We recognize John's service to Canada and to the Toronto area and send our sincere condolences to his family who attended his funeral this past week in Thornhill. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative leader will never allow federal control over provincial resources. Since Confederation, then for the West in the Prairie Transfer Agreements, and in the 1982 Constitution, resource development is provincial jurisdiction. But last week, news broke that the Liberal Justice Minister actually said he will, quote, commit to looking at the Prairie deal when asked if he'd cancel it. Conservatives and Prairie premiers immediately told him to back off his threat. So then he said, quote, at no point did I commit to reviewing exactly what he committed to look at. The PM says that's not what the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition means, but still today, neither he nor any one of them will outright confirm they'll uphold provincial jurisdiction. After 8 years, they've killed billions in major projects, innovation, jobs, Indigenous equity and opportunity, and forced companies to flee Canada because they do want control, to shut down parts of it. And their top target is always Alberta, but an attack on one is a danger to all, and a strong Alberta means a strong Canada, so Conservatives will fix what they broke, keep Westerners and all provinces in control.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark National Volunteer Week, a very special week where we take the time to recognize that life in our communities would be much less easy, happy, and united without the thousands of people who give of themselves in so many organizations and associations. I would like to salute and thank them for their generosity and dedication, whether in community, sports, recreational, or cultural groups. Their work is necessary and essential. I especially salute all those who volunteer in the very active riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle. I'd also like to note the solidarity and the helpfulness of the people and first responders during the last ice storm in our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to take a moment to celebrate an incredible group of improv students and their coach, William Taylor, from Ladysmith Secondary School. Ladysmith Secondary has long supported creativity and expression through one of theater's most challenging art forms, improvisation. The style of performance bridges quick thinking with storytelling, creating magic for audiences and performers alike. In February, the team's talent, collaborations, and lots of practice led to a win at the Vancouver Island Improv Competition. And as a result, the team recently traveled right here to Ottawa, where they competed in Canada's Improv Finals. Mr. Speaker, over 300 talented teams came together from across Canada for this competition, yet the students from Ladysmith Secondary did not let that stop them and brought home a bronze medal. I am beyond proud of their work, dedication, and for showing all of Canada the incredible arts and culture found within the beautiful town of Ladysmith. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, finally, pension plans are protected. Indeed, the Senate has just passed Bill C-228 after introducing private members' bill 3 times at the beginning of each of my terms. After 7 years of advocacy, education, collaboration, consultation, and negotiations, I can finally say to all of those involved in making pension protection in bankruptcy and restructuring a reality, mission accomplished. I want to offer both my warmest congratulations to the Cliffs retirees who in 2015 asked me to bring their voice to Ottawa, and my thanks from the bottom of my heart to the United Steelworkers for believing in this bill and supporting it from start to finish. Your voice has been heard. Thank you to all my colleagues in both houses, especially and most personally to the member for Sarnia-Lambton. It is indeed you, the workers, and your unions who make all the difference, and making a difference is a matter of strength, solidarity, and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling more than ever. People are turning to food banks in record numbers. Young people are worried that they'll never be able to afford a home, and people are struggling just to fill their gas tanks. Now, this week, Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal Coalition approved their new budget, which only features more of the same failed policies that have caused these issues in the first place. But thankfully, Conservatives have a different solution. Mr. Speaker, we are going to cap government spending to control inflation. We are going to get more homes built. We are going to make paychecks more powerful, and we are going to scrap the carbon tax that is driving up the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives stand ready to jump into the driver's seat, bring it home for Canadians, and fix what this coalition has broken.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of going to Kigali in my capacity as a Canadian MP to attend the 29th commemoration on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. On April 7th, we began the 100-day mourning period, and today on Parliament Hill, we will be commemorating the genocide against the Tutsis. Well, we will do our part in marching towards a world that truly represents the sentiment of never again. Hate speech was one of the tools, Mr. Speaker, that they used to misinform and incite violence during that time. And today we continue to see hate speech propagated online, and complacency of this reality won't help us achieve never again. We cannot sit silent while revisionism and genocide denialism prevails, because then, Mr. Speaker, we risk facing another genocide. We risk destroying the healing that people have much worked towards. So let me say it in this House, Mr. Speaker, the genocide was against the Tutsis, and I personally condemn everyone who denies that. I personally commit to survivors to continue to use my voice and my platform to bring awareness and to make sure that the road of reconciliation continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, question orale.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is gifted with a very particular sort of incompetence. Since coming to power, he's increased the cost of the bureaucracy by 50%, but at the same time, he's managed to convince the biggest union to call the biggest public service strike in 40 years. Who could have imagined such an achievement? Now it's veterans, immigrants, and our small businesses and taxpayers who won't have access to services. When is the Prime Minister going to fix what his government has broken? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that, public servants right now are people who offer very important service to the government and to the people of Canada. And we are in discussions with them, bargaining right now to make sure that we have a competitive, fair agreement and that's going to be reasonable for taxpayers. So we are working very hard at the bargaining table right now, and we're going to continue to do that until we find an agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charles-Bagot-Saint-Charles. Why isn't the Prime Minister not standing up to answer these questions? Why is the Prime Minister not working for Canadians? Is he busy planning a new holiday with his buddies in a luxurious hotel, with more donors to the Trudeau Foundation? He's not thinking about people who need to get their passports. He's not thinking about people in airports. He's got a private jet. He's not thinking about small businesses. He's never had to balance a budget. Canadians want an answer. When is he going to get back to work to fix the problems that he's created? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, for the third day, yes, the Prime Minister took a vacation over Christmas with his family in the home of one of his friends. That's the truth. For the third day in a row, yes, that's the case.
Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
It's a special type of Liberal incompetence to not only blow up the bureaucracy by 50%, spending $21 billion of taxpayer money, while also causing the largest public sector strike seen in 40 years. Even before the strike, these Liberals were breaking records, creating massive backlogs at passport offices, Service Canada, airports, and immigration. And apparently, not even the public servants could stand this Liberal government's incompetence anymore. Can the Prime Minister stand up and inform this House how it feels to break the record for government incompetence?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, public servants from the PSAC provide important services to Canadians, and the government value their work. We are committed to reaching agreements that are competitive, that are fair to the public servants, but also that are reasonable for Canadians. And we also, as a government, believe that they have a right to strike, and we will be working with them to make sure, because we're continuing at the table to get to a deal, and we're working very hard together to get to this deal. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The only people getting ahead in this Prime Minister's Canada today are crony Liberal insiders covering his vacations and insiders. 40% of Canadians are borrowing from family just to make ends meet. 1 in 5 are skipping meals. People literally eating out of dumpsters in Vancouver because of Liberal inflation. And typical Liberal logic, their solution is to raise taxes like their failed carbon tax scam, adding an extra 41 cents per litre to fuel up and to heat homes. Why won't the Prime Minister scrap this scam and let Canadians get ahead for once instead of himself and his crony insiders?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of hypocrisy and misinformation, but I'll pose a question back to the other side. The Leader of the Opposition gets up every morning in a government-funded bed and
We started off really well, and now all of a sudden it's getting out of hand. I'm going to ask the Government House Leader to start over again, and I want to hear what he says. I think everyone else does as well. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition gets up in a government-funded bed in a government-funded house. He enters a government-funded car where he's driven by a government-funded driver, where he goes to a government-funded office with government-funded staff. Seriously? And I wonder when he gets on his government-funded phone and talks to big tech giants from other countries about how they can destroy the CBC and other public broadcasting. I wonder when he talks to them about his Twitter account, what percentage of public funded, given that he's worked his entire life for the federal paycheck? What is it, 99.8%? Is it 99.9%, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
More worried about Twitter than actually helping Canadians. And nobody believes the Liberals are there to help Canadians. Believing that is as ridiculous as believing the NDP are still an opposition party. And this costly coalition would rather virtue signal with their carbon tax scam, forcing more into food banks and making 1 in 5 Canadians go broke. The Liberal Environment Minister finally admitted that the carbon tax was a scam all along, and the PBO backed that up by proving that Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back into carbon pricing rebates. Why doesn't the Costly Coalition do the right thing to help Canadians and finally scrap the scam?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, every day we listen to conspiracies from the Conservatives, and I wonder how they square this when they're on 4chan and subreddits talking about these various conspiracy theories. The Conservative Party of Canada is more than 40% funded by government funding. I wonder when they talk to, again, these companies that are from other countries trying to destroy our public broadcaster, and they're talking to those people, do they talk about what percent the Conservative Party of Canada should say is government funded as well as their federal leader?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps telling us that he hasn't been involved with the Trudeau Foundation for 10 years, but today, everyone's talking about his holiday trip to friends from the foundation. But that's not it. In 2016, when it came to the donation from the Beijing regime, his office directly contacted the foundation. Then, when it came time to study foreign affairs and elections, he named the ex-CEO of the foundation. And now, as a special reporter, he's named another member of the foundation. So, does that not seem like that's quite a lot of involvement with the foundation for somebody who's not supposed to be involved with the foundation at all? The Honourable Government House Leader. The Prime Minister has already explained on a number of occasions that it's completely clear that the Prime Minister is not involved with the foundation, not at all, not in a direct or indirect way. There is no connection and has not been for over 10 years. That's the facts, Mr. Speaker. That's clear, and that is the case. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister is still tightly linked to the Trudeau Foundation, and that's really important because at the same time, it's just as clear that China also wants to be very closely involved with the foundation with its generous donation in honour of Trudeau Sr. So why? What's China's goal here? Well, that's the $140,000 question, and are we going to get the answer? Well, the rapporteur who's supposed to give us that answer by looking into Chinese interference is a member of the foundation himself and a personal friend of the Prime Minister. So you'll understand why we're not going to stop calling for an independent public inquiry. The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that China's goal is different from the goals of anyone else here in this House of Commons. Foreign interference is very concerning for every member of this House, and every member of the House of Commons is responsible for protecting our democracy, and everyone in this House is Canadian and proud to be it. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we've learned that this Liberal government has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on private contracts for companies doing work of public servants. $100 million to Price Waterhouse, $200 million to Deloitte, $45 million to Accenture. The Liberals are unable to negotiate a good agreement with the federal public service, but when it's time to write checks to their friends in the big companies, well, there it's open bar. Why is it so hard for the Liberals to put the interests of workers ahead of the interests of their rich and powerful buddies? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. Obviously, we are looking very closely at management consultants. They are used only in the case where we need specific expertise or in the case of fluctuating workload, but I can assure the member that we are always looking to ensure that we get the best value for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, Canadians were shocked when news broke of this government's reckless outsourcing to McKinsey. This week, we learned that it was just the tip of the iceberg. In the last year, the Liberals handed out more than $200 million to Deloitte, $100 million to PricewaterhouseCoopers, and $45 million to Accenture for contracts with a single department. The Liberals seem to have no problem giving massive public handouts to their rich friends while delaying a fair deal for public sector workers. So will the Liberals put an end to this unchecked outsourcing and instead invest in Canada's public service by coming up with a fair deal?
The Honourable Minister for Public Service.
I'd like to thank thank the member for Courtney Alberni for his question and also for the work of the Government Operations Committee in studying the use of management consultants. And so I'm sure the member is very pleased that in Budget 2023 we propose to reduce spending on consulting, other professional services and travel by roughly 15% of planned 2023-24 discretionary spending in these areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, it takes a special type of incompetence to spend 50% more on the bureaucracy, yet have the largest public service strike in 40 years. It takes a special type of incompetence to not only have passport delays, but also delays in immigration processes, as well as tax returns. And it takes a special type of incompetence to spend $22 billion on outside consultants and still end up in the same strike position. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister apologize for his incompetence and end this strike?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, unlike the Conservatives opposite, we respect collective bargaining, we respect the right to strike, and we understand that negotiations need to happen at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, our government has been extraordinarily engaged to ensure that we get a fair deal for Canadians, a fair deal for the workers, and a fair deal for government. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to negotiate in good faith and to ensure that we can continue to serve Canadians in such an effective way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Minister is part of the problem. Mr. Speaker, this is a Prime Minister that never shows up. He doesn't show up for work, and he certainly doesn't show up for Canadians. It's no wonder that both rents and mortgages have doubled. It is no wonder that 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and it's no wonder that right outside these doors we have the largest public service strike in 40 years. So when will this Prime Minister show up to work and fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, the members on this side show up to work every single day to work for Canadians.
7 days a week.
And Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the public servants who did show up to work every single day throughout the pandemic to deliver CERB to 8.5 million Canadians. Let's talk about the public servants who worked overtime to make sure that they could help Canadians access the services that they needed. Mr. Speaker, we respect collective bargaining. We respect the right to strike. We respect the fact that we are at the negotiating table having hard conversations, but at the end we're going to get a good deal for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly.
Member for Haldimand-Norfolk.
We are experiencing the largest public service union strike in over 40 years, even though this government has spent 50% more, $21 billion more on bureaucracy. That's some special kind of incompetence. And still, the public sector service is demoralized. This government has wasted $22 billion on Liberal connected contracts on outside consulting firms. When will this Prime Minister get to work and fix the mess that he created?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to compare and contrast with what the Conservatives did, because since 2006, they didn't increase Vote A funding for core services to any of the services that we provided to Canadians. And so that means that as the population of Canada continued to grow, we actually have been spending since we came into government in 2015 to deliver services for the population that we have. Unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to deliver good services for Canadians. We've made those investments, and we're seeing those investments delivered to Canadians. They can talk about cuts, they can talk about austerity, but we're going to continue to invest in government and, most importantly, in Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand-Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need a leadership and accountability from this Prime Minister. Canadians are paying for the lack of leadership of this Prime Minister. Maybe he doesn't care about passport lines because he's never had to wait in one.
That's right.
Maybe he doesn't care about broken airports because he flies on a private jet.
That's right.
Maybe he doesn't care about small businesses because he's never had to balance a budget.
That's right.
When will this Prime Minister get down out of his ivory tower and start serving Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I
not sure what the member opposite is saying. Is the member opposite saying that the Prime Minister should not have security or should not be flying in a circumstance where his security is protected? Of course, they're playing games, as they usually do. They try to mischaracterize things that have to happen to try to twist them for partisan advantage. But what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada now is leading the world in terms of economic growth, in terms of job production, and at a time when the world is going through the most difficult time humanity has faced in the Second World War, the only thing the Conservative have to offer is fear and despair, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Let me get this straight. So the Prime Minister has increased the spending in the bureaucracy by 50%, increased the cost of the public sector by more than $21 billion. And yet the vital services that Canadians rely on, whether that's immigration, passports, airports, have never been this dysfunctional. And in fact, now we have 150,000 public sector workers on strike, the largest job action in more than 40 years. Who could possibly be that incompetent? Only this Prime Minister can spend so much to achieve so little. Will the Prime Minister stand up, do his job, and fix the government that he has broken?
The Honourable Minister for Sports.
Well, we've been hearing the Conservatives today attacking the investments that we've made in the public service because you'll remember that when they were in power, they cut mercilessly in the public service like never before with austerity measures, with unprecedented cuts, and that's without counting all of the acts that they tried to pass to limit the rights of unions and to destroy unions in Canada. So today, hearing them complain about the strike of our public servants is, well, it's not surprising to hear them complain about that. Thank you.
For Foothills.
Why isn't the Prime Minister the one standing up and answering for his own failures? Why isn't the Prime Minister standing up and doing his job? I'll tell you, he's not worried about lines at the passport office because he never had to stand in one. He's not worried about the chaos at the airports because he has a private jet. He's not worried about skyrocketing food prices or Canadians scavenging dumpsters to feed their families because he doesn't have to pay for it. And he's certainly not worried about struggling small businesses because he's never had to balance a budget. When will the Prime Minister stand up, do his job, and douse out this dumpster fire that he has created?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
My honourable colleague is asking what the Prime Minister is standing up for. He's standing up for the people who live in my community, like the low-income families who now receive more through the Canada Child Benefit than they did when the Conservatives were in power. He's standing up for workers' rights to collect their Canada Pension Plan that the opposition leader has criticized as being too expensive to properly fund. He's standing up for workers who've been impacted by natural disasters on my coast in Atlantic Canada to make sure they're supported with EI when they lose their job as a result of conditions beyond their control. Mr. Speaker, every day of the week we're going to stand up for working families and communities like mine. I'd invite the Conservatives to join us one day.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister tells us that he's not involved with the Trudeau Foundation and hasn't been for 10 years. Well, okay, but a year after he became Prime Minister, China decided to make a donation of $140,000 to the foundation in honor of his father. And yet, Mr. Speaker, nothing comes for free in this world. So what is China's interest in funding a foundation which gives money to Canadian students? To help students? By pure altruism? Well, come on. Or was their goal to get closer to the son of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who coincidentally had just been elected Prime Minister? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, is the implication of the question from the other way, from across the way, that China is responsible for policy here in Canada, or that the government is influenced by that? Well, that's absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. And that's not the case at all. Throughout my entire life and throughout the member's life, we have been protecting our democracy. Things are difficult right now for democracies, and Mr. Speaker, we need to stand together to protect our democracy. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, Mr. Speaker, for everyone who's watching this story, it's impossible not to ask questions. We're in the middle of a crisis of foreign interference from China. On the one hand, we have the Prime Minister who's closely linked to the Trudeau Foundation. On the other hand, we have China, which is paying a lot of money to get as close to the foundation as possible. And in the middle, we have a referee, a special rapporteur chosen by the Prime Minister, a friend of the Prime Minister, and also a member of the foundation. So there's reason to ask questions here. How can the government even hope to reestablish trust by doing anything other than by holding a public independent inquiry? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's possible to attack Mr. Johnston. It's possible to do that. But he is the former Governor General. He was put into that position by Prime Minister Harper. So his independence is absolutely crystal clear, Mr. Speaker. And it's also clear that we need to protect our democracy. And the only way to do that is to stand together to fight foreign interference, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, Morris Rosenberg, who wrote the Independent Report on Foreign Interference in Elections, wants a public independent inquiry. Jean-Pierre Kingsley, the former Chief Electoral Officer, also wants an inquiry. Gerald Butts, the former advisor to the Prime Minister, wants an inquiry. The House of Commons wants this inquiry. Quebecers and Canadians want this inquiry. And now Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, also is calling for this inquiry. So at the end of the day, aside from the Liberals and the authorities in Beijing, there aren't very many people who don't want this inquiry. So what are they waiting for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign interference is an issue that we take seriously, and it is not a partisan issue. That's why we appointed David Johnston, a nonpartisan and an experienced professional. It's unfortunate the members opposite laughed when I mentioned his name, Mr. Speaker. A gentleman who has given his life to this country, who will provide us with information that we will be acting on, including whether or not we hold a public inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is now faced with the largest public sector strike in 40 years, despite the government spending $21 billion more on the bureaucracy. More Canadian jobs were created in 2021 by the government, and yet service levels are down. That takes a special kind of incompetence to have more spending and less results. The Prime Minister is failing taxpayers who deserve access to public services. So when will the Prime Minister fix the government that he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Our government respects collective bargaining. Our government respects having a negotiated settlement at the negotiation table. But, Mr. Speaker, let me have the opportunity to talk about exactly what's in our budget that was prepared with and by public sector workers with our own government members. Mr. Speaker, in my own city of Edmonton, Heidelberg Materials is going to create the world's first net zero cement plant, $1.36 billion worth of investment. Why? Because the tax credits are right in the budget. Thousands of jobs, national leadership, international first, right in Edmonton, thanks to our government.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister get up and answer questions? Because he doesn't care. You know, Canadians are getting sick and tired about hearing about the Prime Minister's free, lavish vacations. At the same time, while hearing about Canadians diving in dumpsters looking for food. Canadians are getting sick and tired of waiting in lines for services. They're getting sick and tired of trying to balance their home budgets. It's a special kind of incompetence to be failing so badly. So when will the Prime Minister get to work to fix the problems that he created?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to respond to my colleague and say one kind of competence we have on this side of the House is that we listen to Canadians. And that's exactly what we did in the last budget, something that they would not like to talk about, Mr. Speaker. But in the last budget, we listened to Canadians. What did they say? Help us with grocery, Mr. Speaker. That's why we came with the rebate on grocery. 11 million Canadians will benefit from that. That is listening. The second thing they say, we want a family doctor. That's why we invest in healthcare. The third thing, they say, build the economy of the future. That's why we got Ericsson to invest here in Ottawa, close to $500 million. That's how you build an economy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. The Prime Minister went on holiday with his family in Jamaica. So far, so good. But what's not so good, Mr. Speaker, is that he went to a villa that rents for up to $9,000 a night, a villa that belongs to rich friends of the Prime Minister, and those friends are also donors to the Trudeau Foundation. How can this Prime Minister be so disconnected that he didn't think this through ahead of time? If he wants to earn back some of the credibility that he's almost completely lost, can the Prime Minister tell this House that he paid out of pocket the costs for the vacation for him and his family? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, these questions, well, we've been answering them day after day, but the real question is for my colleague. She's a former CBC Radio-Canada journalist. Does she agree? Does she agree with the attitude of her leader who wants to shut down the public broadcaster, who's attacking information, who's attacking journalists, and who's attacking our democracy? Does she agree with that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Accessing services during the PSAC strike. The union is ready to work with the departments to ensure that veterans can maintain that access, but the minister refuses to talk to them. In fact, the minister hasn't met with the union president for over 2 years. This is disrespectful and puts our public servants and veterans at risk. What is he scared of? Will the minister do his job by talking to the union, or will he continue to ignore his responsibilities to both veterans and to the union?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for a question, and I have met with the union leadership, I have met with union people, I have met with Veterans Affairs employees. We have increased our funding to Veterans Affairs by over $11 billion. My mandate is to make sure, and this government's mandate is to make sure we take care of our veterans. We have and we will continue to take care of our veterans.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
While this government refuses to give public sector PSAC workers a fair deal, the Prime Minister enjoys complimentary luxury family vacations courtesy of his billionaire friends. And don't be fooled by the Conservatives. While the leader of the official opposition was in government, he always sided with big CEOs. So, Mr. Speaker, at a time when families are struggling to put food on the table, the Prime Minister ignored red flags from inside his own office. Why does the Prime Minister keep showing bad judgment by cozying up to the billionaires instead of fighting for everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, for the third day in a row, I'm happy to talk about this if this is their priority. Yes, the Prime Minister went on vacation with his family over Christmas. This is a home that he had been at since when he was 1 year old. It's a friend that he's had for his entire life. It's a family friend that's gone forever. I don't know if the member opposite has stayed at a friend's house before over Christmas or done something like that. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, I've answered this question. I would imagine that there's other more pressing things that Canadians are facing than spending 3 days asking about whether or not the Prime Minister took a family vacation over Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Speaker, sadly my kids spend half their lives on the internet. Even my 2-year-old Miko needs his daily dose of Paw Patrol or his or my favorite Peppa Pig. But the internet isn't just for kids. I think of all of us in our daily lives would have a hard time getting by without access to the internet. I know our government has done a lot to help rural Canadians access the internet, but can the Minister of Rural and Economic Development please update this House on her recent broadband announcement and what this will mean to us in Northern Ontario? Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Rural and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague and friend for his advocacy not only on behalf of his constituents, but all for rural and remote Canadians. Mr. Speaker, last month we did, in partnership with the Government of Ontario, announce an investment of $61 million that's going to bring high-speed internet service to over 16,000 homes throughout 47 rural communities and 3 First Nation communities in Northern Ontario. So, Mr. Speaker, Miko can tell his friends that live in Hymers and Moose Hill and surrounding Thunder Bay areas that they're now going to have better access to essential services, more opportunities to grow their business, and keep in touch with loved ones and their friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
For 8 years, these Liberals have repeatedly broken ethics laws. The Prime Minister caught breaking ethics laws twice.
the Trade Minister, the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and they got so sick of getting found guilty that they appointed the sister-in-law of the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister to be the new Ethics Commissioner. Only problem is they got caught, so she resigned. So will the Prime Minister stand today and assure Canadians that he's not going to appoint any more Friends, family, or Trudeau Foundation members to this important position?
Good question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the person that they're referring to was appointed actually under Stephen Harper when he was Prime Minister, worked in that office for 10 years.
Stephen Harper's sister-in-law?
We actually started early, but I think we're losing some time here. I'm not sure when we're going to get out of question period, but maybe we'll ask the Government House Leader to start over from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The person that they're referring to had worked in the Ethics Commissioner's office for 10 years. She was number 2 in that office. She was appointed or came into that position under when Stephen Harper was in fact Prime Minister. And what happens when they attack people and they engage in these partisan attacks is, yes, those people do leave because this is what happens. So their partisan attacks, whether or not it's on CBC or the Ethics Commissioner, whatever they go, yes, it has an impact. That position is now vacant. It's an extremely important position. We'll work as fast as possible to get a replacement.
Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I mean, woe is them, I suppose, but I think they're probably just sad that they couldn't get that family and friends discount. They've tried to get the bulk purchasing discount or the frequent flyer discount with the Ethics Commissioner's office, and that didn't work. Maybe this time, though, they'll just leave the job empty so that when there is the next conflict of interest, there's no one there to investigate it. Well, then they're following that path, perhaps they'll just eliminate the position of the Ethics Commissioner altogether. The question is very simple. He wasn't able to answer it, so we'll put it this way. Which will it be? Will they appoint a family member, a friend, or a Trudeau Foundation board member to be the next Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as always, we will appoint qualified people who are working in those positions with expertise, and that ensuredly is what we're going to do in the future. But what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 days, as we're going through some of the most difficult times in human history around the planet, as there is a war in Ukraine, as our planet is being ravaged by climate change, I wonder, 20, 30 years from now, when people are looking back on these question periods and watching the priority of Conservatives, they'll wonder where the heck were they on the issues that actually affected Canadians, and why weren't they talking about or asking questions about the budget or Canadian finances or about the environment? I certainly wonder that, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. The Prime Minister knows we're going to ask about ethics and ethics violations. The Prime Minister violated ethics rules by going for a vacation on a private island. The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs gave a permit to a business linked to his family. The Prime Minister again with SNC-Lavalin. The member for Hull-Aylmer, the Minister of International Trade. And we just learned that the sister-in-law of the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, the acting ethics commissioner, stepped down. So who will the Prime Minister ask advice from next time he wants to vacation with rich friends? The Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, what's very concerning for Canadians watching today is to see that the Conservative Party is completely stuck on issues that actually Canadians don't care about. What Canadians do care about is 3 things, and the Conservatives really ought to listen to what Canadians need. First of all, the cost of living, the cost of food, and that's why we have taken action for 11 million Canadians with a grocery rebate. Then, access to a family doctor and health care. And thirdly, building the economy of the future. That's exactly what we're doing with Volkswagen that will be celebrating in St. Thomas tomorrow. Thank you. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians care about includes ethics. The Liberals don't care about ethics, but Canadians do. The Trudeau Foundation and its links with the Prime Minister, the Beijing regime and its influence on the PM, and his luxury tastes for vacationing with his rich friends, there will be a lot of work for the next Ethics Commissioner. And they should meet 2 essential requirements. Firstly, not being a member of the Trudeau Foundation, and secondly, not being related to a member of the Liberal cabinet. Will the next Ethics Commissioner meet those two requirements, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, many people in this House are wondering what opposition MPs care about. And they will care about the remarkable announcement that was made at the Davie Shipyard recently near Quebec City, including Conservative colleagues from the Quebec City area. All of our colleagues will know how much this announcement will change and improve our economy, the environment. I am sure that even the Conservative colleagues that I see here in this House will be very happy to hear about this announcement. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Quebec was already shocked to see Ottawa giving Boeing a $9 billion contract without a bid for tender and without any economic benefits for Quebec. It's even worse now that we know that the American planes that it plans to buy are duds. According to reporting in La Presse, there are so many problems with these planes that they are spending half of their time under maintenance between 2018 and 2020. We don't want to pay $9 billion for American lemons when we can build much better planes in Quebec. When will there be a proper bid for tender? The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Here on this side of the House, we all understand the importance of the aerospace industry throughout the country, especially in Quebec. I have been in contact with Bombardier leadership, and we can all agree that Bombardier is an incredibly important Canadian company. On every occasion, we were there for Bombardier, and we always will be in the future. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, that was not a convincing answer. Let's sum things up. Ottawa is shoving Quebec aside and instead wants to buy American planes, which even the Americans don't want. This shows contempt for our aerospace industry, and yet we have all the expertise we need to assemble an airplane in Quebec. Ottawa has no right to offer $9 billion of our money without a bidding process to buy planes that don't even meet the most basic criteria. Will this government back down and have a proper procurement process? That would be the bare minimum. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will never step down and we will always move forward to defend the Quebec aerospace industry. I think all of our colleagues are clear on that, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying to my colleague, we are in touch with Bombardier and the aerospace industry. And my colleague seems to have missed something important. Recently, we announced with the Quebec government the biggest ever investment in aerospace, the biggest in the history of Canada. We will always be there for workers in the aerospace industry.
The member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Statistics Canada reported that mortgage interest costs rose 26% in March, the largest increase on record. Under this Prime Minister, mortgage costs have doubled, food bank usage is up, and he plans for commuters to pay 41 cents a litre in carbon tax. Does the Prime Minister see that Canadians are struggling, or is he so out of touch to believe that Canadians can just act like him at a Jamaican villa and have their friends pay their bills for them?
The Minister for Housing.
The honourable member should know that the people who are really out of touch are his colleagues who have said that we should pull back from federal investments in housing. It's the honourable member and his colleagues who have opposed real supports for first-time homebuyers. $40,000 tax-free first homebuyer savings account. They opposed that. They opposed the ban on foreign ownership of Canadian real estate. They've opposed the vacancy tax. They've opposed investments in affordable housing. They've opposed supports for renters. Not only did they oppose that, they played procedural games to delay much-needed rental supports, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, talking about delays, that minister is the Minister of Delays. Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation reported 11% drop in housing starts. This means we can expect higher rents as supply tightens and more hardworking millennials will be stuck in their parents' basements. If blaming others got housing built, this minister would have delivered results for Canadians. When will this Liberal government stop blaming and start building, or are they just waiting for the Conservative leader to get it done for them?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Conservatives are a nightmare for the goals of Canadians to access affordable housing, to access home ownership, to get help with rentals. They have voted against every single measure brought in this House to help Canadians with their real housing needs. We are the government that has brought back federal leadership in housing. And you would think that being in opposition would educate them on the need of the federal government to actually be involved and provide resources to housing. But instead, even in opposition, Mr. Speaker, all their members believe that we should actually pull back from investments in affordable housing. That is a shameful record to run on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lise-Îles, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, since this Prime Minister has been in power, the average price of mortgage payments has doubled in the country, and we're still, because of successive interest hikes, mortgage interest payments have gone up by 26.4% between February and March. That's the biggest increase ever seen, and Canadians are continuing to take on more debt, or they have to give up on their dream of becoming homeowners. Will the Prime Minister finally do something to slow down the inflation that he himself created with his policies?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest gatekeepers to more housing supply, to more affordable housing, to supports for renters, to supports for home buyers are the Conservatives. And how do I know that? Because every single time that we've brought sensible measures to this House to get supports for Canadian home buyers, to get supports for renters, to get supports for affordable housing and the most vulnerable, to increase supply in Canadian municipalities, what have they done? They vote against it. And then they have the nerve to come back to this House and talk about helping Canadians. Shame, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, this morning, our government tabled the Budget Implementation Act. This legislation will be essential in order to support a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthy future. Can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell this House about some of the important measures that will be contained in this legislation? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Laval-les-Îles for this excellent question and his hard work. If adopted, the Budget Implementation Act will help us to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's as well, building a safer, more sustainable, and more affordable Canada for people from coast to coast. Here are some of the measures in the budget. An automatic advance on the Canada Workers' Benefit, doubling the deduction for tools, strengthening supply chains and trade corridors in Canada. These are all important measures, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are voting against.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the top secret Discord leaks from the United States said this Prime Minister has no intention of ever meeting our NATO commitment. It states many of our allies are frustrated and disappointed by Canada's response to the recent global crises like Haiti and Ukraine. The Prime Minister has once again embarrassed Canada on the world stage, and his empty promises have killed our reputation as a trusted ally. Why does this Prime Minister always waste billions of taxpayer dollars on his pet projects and lavish vacations, but refuses to invest in our military?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. The Conservatives actively decided to step back and cut our defence spending and contributions. Let's not forget that it was the Conservatives who set our defence capacity back years by cutting military spending by billions and badly mismanaging our major procurement projects. We have worked hard, Mr. Speaker, to reverse this damage by raising spending year over year and delivering key equipment that our armed forces need to do their work. We will keep going, making necessary smart investments into our forces, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Washington Post reported the Prime Minister told NATO officials privately that Canada will never meet the military alliance's defence spending target. But that's not what the Prime Minister is telling Canadians publicly. He's saying that Canada is a reliable partner to NATO, a reliable partner around the world. How does the Prime Minister square his private comments to NATO officials with his public comments to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Armed Forces play an essential role in defending Canadians and supporting global security. As a founding member of NATO, our commitment to the Euro-Atlantic and global security is ironclad, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to make landmark investments to equip our armed forces. Overall, Canada's defence policy increases our defence spending by over 70%. We also have announced over $8 billion in new spending in Budget 2022. We will continue to invest in our Canadian Armed Forces and deliver modern equipment to our military, which is renowned around the world for its excellence and professionalism, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, when the object over Canadian airspace was shot down by an American F-22 on February 11th, the Defence Minister said at the time that the process was sound and that it was NORAD doing what it's supposed to do. But yesterday, the Washington Post reported the Pentagon's assessment was that Canada's military response was delayed by 1 hour, necessitating U.S. assistance. How does the Defence Minister square her public comments with the Pentagon's assessment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we have said, our government is making landmark investments to increase our ability to operate in and defend the Arctic, including announcing a robust $40 billion plan to modernize our continental defence, the most significant update to the Canadian NORAD capabilities in almost 4 decades, Mr. Speaker. We awarded a $122 million contract to strengthen the CFS alert. We are conducting joint exercises in the Arctic. We've purchased 6 Arctic offshore patrol ships, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do more as needed. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask some real questions and not just keep harping on about Christmas holidays. On Sunday in Japan, a G7 ministers meeting took place. Environment and climate ministers, and Canada was there to promote more ambition in the area of fighting climate change and protecting biodiversity, while also promoting world energy security. Can the Minister of the Environment tell us about the progress that took place on these important goals? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Pontiac for her question and leadership on this. As the British Minister for the Climate said, Canada played a key role to put an end to fossil fuel subsidies, along with our G20 and G7 partners, and to end our dependence on coal. All the countries in the G7 thanked Canada for its leadership on these matters and for what occurred in Montreal with the COP15, the signature of an important agreement on biodiversity.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the remains of Linda Mary Beardy, a 33-year-old Indigenous woman, were found in the Brady landfill in Winnipeg. And on Saturday, the remains of another woman were found near the Red River. Mr. Speaker, they deserve to be honored. They deserve justice. This ongoing genocide requires an urgent national response, including creating a nationwide red dress alert program. Should we go missing, Mr. Speaker, we must be found. Will this government take immediate action to implement a red dress alert and save lives now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her advocacy on putting in place a red dress alert across the country. As she knows, I have made a commitment to work with her on this, and in our budget was also included a commitment to work on a red dress alert. So I thank her for her advocacy, and I look forward to working with her to implement it. And of course, along with all members, we need to do better when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Ashley Smith died in segregation in 2007 at the Grand Valley Institution for Women. Then, in 2016, while also in segregation, Terry Baker died at Grand Valley. An inquest into her death was called in 2017, but has been delayed twice. This time because Correctional Services Canada wouldn't provide the necessary documents. They didn't even give a reason. Will the minister direct Correctional Services to stop stalling this important inquest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and our thoughts are with Terry Baker's family, friends, and all who knew her. We too were disappointed that the inquest was delayed because we hope that it will shed a light on the tragic and devastating events of 2016. I want to thank the honourable member for his advocacy, and I look forward to continuing to work with him on conditions of confinement, not only at GVI, but at institutions across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery. We'll go to the points of order as soon as I'm finished here. I wish to draw the attention of the members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Carolyn Cochrane, Premier of the Northwest Territories. We'll do the points of order first, please. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in question period, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement cited the government's commitment in Budget 2023 to reduce outsourcing by 15%. I'm just asking for clarification. Is that on the 400% increase in outsourcing, or is that on the 2015 amount of outsourcing?
Here, here.
Yeah, we should know.
I'm afraid we'll have to wait for the next question period or the next debate to ask that question. Okay, tabling of documents. I have the honor to lay upon the table the strategic plan 2023-2026 for the House administration. I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 17th by the member for Pickering-Uxbridge concerning comments made following oral questions on March 31st, 2023 by the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. In her intervention, the member for Pickering-Uxbridge alleged that the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake had intentionally misled the House by falsely accusing her of having made a statement containing offensive words. This, she suggests, was a misuse of the privilege of freedom of speech. She categorically denied having made such a statement and felt that the accusations had damaged her reputation. She added that her ability to perform her duties had been hindered because of these allegations. Since her office received several threatening and aggressive phone calls, emails, and social media reactions. For her part, the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake asserted that her version of the events was different than that of the member for Pickering-Uxbridge. She countered that this matter does not meet the standard needed to establish that member deliberately misled the House and thus does not rise to the threshold of a question of privilege. La Présidence a eu...
The Chair has had an opportunity to review the proceedings. No part of the off-microphone exchanges between the members for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, and Pickering-Uxbridge was captured in the transcript or by the video recording. In a ruling on a similar matter on October 30th, 2006, found at page 4414 of the debates, Speaker Milliken stated, and I quote, "Requesting an apology or a withdrawal is predicated on a common agreement about what actually took place, either because the exchange appears in the official record or because both parties acknowledge that the exchange took place. In this case, the official record is not helpful, and the Speaker is faced with a dispute, indeed a contradiction, about what actually happened, unquote.
This also appears to be the case here. One member alleges that something was said while the other denies having said it. The chair has no reason to doubt that both members sincerely thought that they were right, and therefore I can only conclude a misunderstanding between them. One way to avoid such misunderstanding is to be civil with each other at all times. La présidence est...
The chair is cognizant that exchanges in the House, on and off the record, can sometimes become heated. However, the chair would urge members to be judicious with the words they use. There are alternative ways to make one's point and still remain respectful with each other.
As to whether the events described constitute a question of privilege, as indicated, the chair does not believe that it has established that, and that there was a clear intent to mislead. Finally, it is not clear how the member was prevented from fulfilling her parliamentary duties. Accordingly, the chair cannot find a prima facie case of privilege. I consider the matter closed. Thank you for the member's attention. And now we have the Thursday question, la question de jeudi, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to say something, please. It's the first of 5 weeks where this House will sit. It's a considerable effort for all of those among us who have families at home. So allow me to thank our families for allowing us to do this work, to represent not only our constituents in our ridings, but all Canadians. And also, Mr. Speaker, concerning the questions I have for the Leader of the Government, we're very interested in the appointment of the next Ethics Commissioner, and we hope that by the next writing week, we'll have an opportunity to have a clear signal from the government on the appointment of the next ethics officer. And in the meantime, let's try to avoid scandals. And I'd like to know from the government leader, what is the schedule of work for the rest of the week and next week?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me say to my honour colleague first and foremost that thank you for those statements. I echo them. This is the next 9 out of 10 weeks the House will be sitting here. It's a long time away from families, and our families do sacrifice a lot, and I think that's a really important point to emphasize. He and I can have a longer discussion about the Ethics Commissioner. We're both very anxious to see that important position filled, and I'm sure that he and I could work together on that. And with respect to the business of the House, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning we're going to start second reading of Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act. On Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday of next week, Mr. Speaker, we will continue with debate of the Budget Bill. On Wednesday, we will call Bill C-13 concerning the Official Languages Act at report stage and third reading. On Friday, we will resume second reading debate, Mr. Speaker, of Bill C-42 regarding the Canada Business Corporations Act. And finally, Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased to know that there have been discussions among all of the parties. And if you seek it, I'm certain that you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, on Thursday, May 4th, 2023, when the House adjourns, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, May 8th, 2023, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24(1), provided that for the purposes of any standing order, it shall have deemed to have sat on Friday, May 5th, 2023. Further, Mr. Speaker, B, that on Thursday, May 18th, 2023, when the House adjourns, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, May 29th, 2023, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24(1) and 28(2), provided that for the purposes of any standing order, it shall have been deemed to have sat on Friday, May 19th, 2023, and C, finally, Mr. Speaker, any standing joint, special, and special joint committee, as well as their subcommittees, shall not be empowered to sit on both Fridays. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-27, Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Applause. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here in the House to speak on behalf of my constituents in Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to discuss the bill that is in front of us, Bill C-27, which is an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting that this bill is before the House today, because when I look at the contents of it, it talks about the 3 different components, and in fact, I see within the backgrounders prepared here in the legislative report that it is dubbed the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022. Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, because I actually am reminded by this bill that's in front of us here today, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, of another digital charter, Mr. Speaker, and that is the digital charter that was implemented in 2019. 2019, a very important year by this Liberal government, and it was brought into effect by the Minister of Industry and Innovation at that time. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this document was actually supposed to be a tool to protect Canadians, and a tool to protect Canadians from foreign interference. And that digital charter in 2019, Mr. Speaker, along with many other tools, failed. So I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that the implementation of this new digital charter in 2022 will be far more successful than its predecessor of the 2019 digital charter. And I'll point out, Mr. Speaker, that the 2019 digital charter, the principles within it, number 8 was listed as a strong democracy. A strong democracy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if I may say, at this time in 2019, I was the shadow minister for democratic institutions. I worked alongside the current Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, who was at that time the Minister of Democratic Institutions, and I actually believe that the 2019 digital charter of that day was supposed to be a tool, as I said, in coordination with other tools to protect Canadians from foreign interference. Now, the same year that that 2019 digital charter was issued, again with the principle number 8 of being a strong democracy, we also had the Minister of Democratic Institutions at that time, the current Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, attempt to implement another suite of safeguards on foreign interference back in 2019, along with the 2019 Digital Charter. And in fact, here I have the Minister's opening statements to PROC on safeguarding the 2019 general election and the security intelligence threats to the Elections Task Force. And I cite from it, earlier this week, along with my colleague, the Minister of National Defence, I announced the release of the 2019 update to the Communications Security Establishment's report entitled Cyber Threats to Canada's Democratic Process. This updated report highlights that it is very likely Canadian voters will encounter some form of foreign cyber interference in the course of the 2019 federal election. While CSE underlines that it is unlikely this interference will be on the scale of the Russian activity in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the report notes that in 2018, half of the advanced democracies holding national elections, representing a threefold increase since 2015, had their democratic processes targeted by cyber threat activity, and that Canada, Mr. Speaker, is not also at risk and, in fact, compromised, we would later see, Mr. Speaker. This upward trend is likely to continue in 2019, and we saw onto 2021, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that certain tools used to strengthen civic engagement have been co-opted to undermine, disrupt, and destabilize democracy. Social media has been misused to spread false or misleading information. In recent years, we've seen foreign actors try to undermine democratic societies and institutions, electoral processes, sovereignty, and security. The CSE's 2017 and 2019 assessments, along with ongoing Canadian intelligence and the experiences of our allies and like-minded countries, have informed and guided our efforts over the past year. This has led to the development of an action plan based on 4 pillars engaging in all aspects of Canadian society. And I will go on, Mr. Speaker, to expand these 4 pillars that were supposed to protect us in addition to the 2019 Digital Charter, the predecessor to this legislation here today. On January 30th, I announced the Digital Citizen Initiative and a $7 million investment, and I'm continuing from the Minister of Democratic Institutions speech, towards improving the resilience of Canadians against online disinformation in response to the increase in false, misleading, and inflammatory information published online and through social media. The Government of Canada has made it a priority to help equip citizens with the tools and skills needed to critically assess online information. We're also leveraging the Get Cyber Safe National Public Awareness Campaign to educate Canadians about cyber security and the simple steps they can take to protect themselves online. She continued, "We have established the critical election incident public protocol. This is a simple, clear, and nonpartisan process for informing Canadians if serious incidents during the writ period threaten the integrity of the 2019 general election. This protocol puts the decision to inform Canadians directly in the hands of 5 of Canada's most experienced public servants. I'm not sure where those public servants are now, Mr. Speaker, who have a responsibility to, perhaps outside, to ensure the effective, peaceful transition of power and continuity of government through election periods. The public service has effectively played this role for generations, and it will continue to fulfill this important role through the upcoming election and beyond. Under the second pillar, improving organizational readiness, one new key initiative is to ensure that political parties are all aware of the nature of the threat so that they can take the steps needed to enhance their internal security practices and behaviors. The CSE's 2017 report, as the 2019 update, highlight the political parties continue to represent one of the greatest vulnerabilities in the Canadian system. Canada's national securities agencies will offer threat briefings to political party leadership. Under the third pillar, combating foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, how interesting. The government has established the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force to improve awareness of foreign threats and support incident assessment and response. The team brings together CSE, CSIS, the RCMP, and Global Affairs Canada to ensure a comprehensive understanding of any response to threats. We know there have also that information is also manipulated, create confusion, and exploit information. She concluded, while it is impossible to fully predict what kinds of threats we see in the run-up to Canada's general election, I want to assure this committee that Canada has put in place a solid plan. We continue to test and probe our readiness, and we will continue to take whatever steps we can towards ensuring a free and fair, secure election in 2019. That, along, Mr. Speaker, with the 2019 Digital Charter, the predecessor to today's legislation, failed to protect Canadians from foreign interference, along with the Debates Commission, which she, lo and behold, announced 6 months earlier, where she also took the opportunity to announce the government's nominee for Canada's first Debates Commissioner, the Right Honourable David Johnston, the very rapporteur that was named now to defend our foreign interests, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the result of the incompetence of the Minister of Democratic Institutions of that time, in coordination with the Digital Charter of 2019 that was supposed to protect us, leaks from CSIS. Up to 13 members of this House compromised. A former CPP Consul General bragging about influencing election outcomes. One member in this House of Commons that had to leave their Liberal caucus. Madam Speaker, I will conclude in saying I certainly hope that the digital charter, this bill C-27, is far more effective in helping and safeguarding Canadians than the 2019 digital charter that failed to do that. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's interesting how the member is kind of like twisting her arguments around to talk about election foreign interference under this particular piece of legislation. And I'd like to remind the member and then pose it in the form of a question. Foreign interference in elections is nothing that's new. In fact, the Harper regime many years ago was told about it, and Stephen Harper chose to do nothing. The minister that was responsible for doing something was the current leader of the Conservative Party. He too chose to do nothing at all. I'm wondering if maybe she should be reserving some of her criticism towards her leader and the former Prime Minister who sat on their butts and did absolutely nothing on foreign interference.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Okay. Speaker, this is what we hear repeatedly from this government, is that it's not their fault. Even though after 8 years of this Liberal government, we have Canadians at food banks, we have mortgages and rents that have doubled, we've got a public service strike of a magnitude that we haven't seen in 40 years, and we've had foreign interference. You know what? A Poilievre government will change this. A Poilievre government will take responsibility.
Honourable Member, that we do not use names of members currently in the House.
A Conservative government under the current opposition leader will take responsibility and will bring legislation back on track so we don't have to see this again.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So instead of saying it's the fault of one side or the other side, which doesn't take us anywhere, I'd like to ask my colleague, and I found her speech very interesting, does she believe that Bill C-27 is still as valid as it might have been since the arrival of AI, since the arrival of ChatGPT and similar tools? Do we need to start over, or is she happy with the result? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore. Well, thank you very much to my colleague for the question. Yes, I think that we do need to do something about artificial intelligence. And what I've seen in this bill, but also elsewhere, I think it's clear that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But in the beginning of his comments, he said that it was whether the fault of one side or the other. Well, it's never going to be the fault of Le Bloc Québécois because they'll never be the government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
19,000 Canadians were affected by the Equifax breach. 600,000 were affected by the Cambridge Analytica breach that was exposed in 2018, yet compensation for Canadians was far less than what it was for Americans. Does the member not think it is time for reform to bring parity and equivalency for citizens on both sides of the border?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam President, to my colleague for that question. I really think what we need to be thinking about is our own citizens and our intentions in the House, and I think that includes also amongst our own doings, not only within the House, but within the businesses we own and run. And I really think that before considering others, we absolutely have to consider our actions, not only within this House, but also on the periphery of what we're doing just outside of this House, and if those could be perceived as negative or a conflict of interest. So I think it's always important to think about ourselves first, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government introduced this bill last June, and one of the claims that the minister made in his opening speech was, in this 120-page bill, he was protecting children. Yet the word minors appears once in the definitions section, and it says that, that in 120 pages that sensitive information of minors must be protected in the bill, but it doesn't define what a minor is or sensitive information. So I wonder if the member could comment about whether or not that really has any power or validity to protect children, which we all want to do.
I have to give the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore 10 seconds for a short answer.
Yeah, thank you very much to my colleague for that question. You know, I'm not very encouraged that of the validity of this bill to protect anyone, given my speech and my statement around the results of the 2019 Digital Charter. So I'm not encouraged, but I certainly hope for something better.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to focus my remarks today on the component of this bill which deals with the Artificial Intelligence Data Act. The first time I interacted with ChatGPT was the day after it was released. Upon seeing it easily parse human language, my first thought was, holy, a word I'm not supposed to say in this place. The second thought was, what will the government do with this? Today, there still isn't a clear answer to that question. ChatGPT was released at the end of November 2022. 6 months prior, the Liberal government unveiled Bill C-27, which includes the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, or ADA. Reading the bill today, 4 months since OpenAI unleashed ChatGPT on the world, is akin to reading a bill designed to regulate scribes and calligraphers 4 months after the advent of the printing press. The release of ChatGPT arguably rendered the approach this bill proposes as obsolete. That's because the technology behind ChatGPT is a quantum leap beyond what the government was likely considering when it drafted the bill. More importantly, it's being used by a far wider audience than any of the bill's drafters likely envisioned. And large language models, or the technology behind ChatGPT, have fundamentally changed global perception of what is possible with artificial intelligence. Experts argue that its widespread deployment also bumped up the timeline for emergence of artificial general intelligence. That is, the development of an AI that meets or surpasses human ability to undertake tasks, learn, and understand independently. Since ADA was initially tabled, a generation's worth of technological change and impact has occurred, both positive and negative. The impact on our economy is already rapidly being felt, with the disruption of many industries underway. There have been massive societal impacts, too. Microsoft released its AI-powered Sydney chatbot, which made headlines for suggesting it would harm and blackmail users and wanted to escape its confines. Ahmad allegedly committed suicide after interacting with an AI chatbot. Today, anyone can easily create AI-generated videos, with deepfakes becoming highly realistic. Profound concerns are being raised about the new ease of production of disinformation and its impact on political processes, because interacting with AI is becoming indistinguishable from interacting with a human, with no guarantees that the information produced is rooted in truth. The technology itself, its applications, and its impact on humanities, both economically and socially, are growing and changing on what feels like an hourly basis. And yet in Canada, there have only been a handful of mentions of this issue in Parliament, even as ADA winds its way through the legislative process. ADA needs to be shelved, and Canada's approach to developing and regulating AI urgently rethought in public with industry and civil society input. There are several reasons for this. First, the bill proposes to take the regulatory process away from the hands of legislators and put its control out of the public eye, behind closed doors, and solely in the hands of a few regulators. This process was written before the deployment of ChatGPT and did not envision the pace of change in AI and how broad the societal impacts it would rapidly become. Addressing these factors demands open, accountable debate in Parliament, which ADA does not provide any sort of means to do. Secondly, the bill primarily focuses on punitive measures rather than how Canada will position itself in what is rapidly becoming an AI-driven economy. The bill also proposes only to emerge with final regulations years from now. That pace needs to be faster, and the process it proposes far less rigid to meet the emergent need presented by this amorphous and society-changing technology. So if not Ada, then what? First, Parliament needs to immediately educate itself on the state of play of what the current status of this technology is. My appeal to everyone in this place, of all political stripe, artificial intelligence is something that you need to become a subject matter expert on. Everything in your constituency is going to change, and we need to be developing nonpartisan approaches to both its growth and its regulation. We also need to educate ourselves on what the world is doing in response. At the same time, Parliament needs to develop a set of principles on Canada's overall approach to AI and then direct the government to use them. I've already begun to address the need for Parliament to come together to educate itself. Senator Colin Deacon has been helping me to launch an all-party, cross-chamber working group of parliamentarians to put some form and thought to these issues. And I invite all colleagues who are in this place today to join this effort. We've had a heartening amount of interest from colleagues of all political stripes and quiet agreement that given the gravity of impacts of AI, as much as possible, politicians should be working across party lines to develop intelligent solutions quickly. Relevant parliamentary committees should also avail themselves of the opportunity to study these issues. As far as the principles for government involvement regarding AI go, there are many that could be considered, including taking a global approach. Many countries have moved faster than Canada has on this matter, with a much broader lens. The European Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States are all far down the garden path of different legislation and regulations. But experts are concerned a disjointed patchwork of global rules will be counterproductive. This week in The Economist, AI experts Gary Marcus and Anka Ruel proposed that the world established an integrated agency for developing best practice policies on AI regulation, much like the Civil Aviation Organization. They could be onto something. We also need to look at championing research while checking safety. Humanity learned the hard way that while research into pharmaceutical products can benefit us, widely deploying drugs and devices into the population before safety is confirmed can pose enormous risks. Clinical trials and drug regulators were established in response to this dynamic. In February, Gary Marcus and I co-authored an article that suggested that governments could enable a pause in deploying new AI technology while a similar regulatory process that encouraged research but paused on deployment given the potential impact on humanity was established. We also need to get alignment right. Alignment, or how to develop immutable guardrails to ensure AI functions towards its intended goals, is a critical issue that still needs to be resolved. Government has a role to play here, as it seems the industry is locked in a race to deploy new AI technology, not to figure out how to fix alignment problems. With the company's knowledge of troubling interactions with humans, Microsoft's release of Sydney proves that the industry cannot be relied upon to regulate itself. Education on use. Workers in an AI-driven economy will need new skills. For example, learning how to prompt AI and use it to support human creativity will be vital. The same goes for creating an environment where new AI-driven technologies and businesses can thrive. Privacy and intellectual property ownership. Large language models are raising high degrees of concerns about how the data they have been fed has been obtained and how it is being used. The output of tools like ChatGPT will also raise questions about ownership for related reasons. Nimbleness. The pace of technological change in AI is so rapid that the government must take a fast, flexible approach to future regulations. Rigid definitions will become quickly outdated, and wrong-headed interventions could halt positive growth while failing to keep pace with changes that pose risks to public safety. The government must approach AI with uncharacteristic nimbleness, in an open relationship with Parliament, the public, industry, and civil society. Any processes should be led by people with subject matter expertise in the area, not off the corner of a desks of a patchwork of bureaucrats. We should also ask ourselves how we will approach technology that could surpass human capabilities. As I wrote in an article in January 2022, governments are accustomed to operating within a context that implicitly assumes humanity is the apex of intelligence and worth. Because of this, governments are currently designed to assess other life and technology in terms of their functional utility for humanity. Therefore, they are not intended to consider the impact of sharing the planet with technology or other forms of life that could independently consider humanity's utility towards its own existence. To simplify this concept with an example, governments have rules for how humans can use fire. It's legal to use fire as a heat source in certain conditions, but illegal to use fire to destroy someone's house. So how would our government respond if humans were to make fire sentient and then enable it to independently make these decisions based on what it deemed to be in its best interests? Our governments are constructed to function in a context where humans are assumed to hold the apex of mastery. To succeed with AGI, our government should ask itself how it will operate in a world where this may no longer be the case. And ADA does none of this. This is not an exhaustive list by any means. There are many issues surrounding AI that Parliament urgently needs to consider, but given the state of play, ADA in its current form is different from the vehicle that Canada needs to get it where it needs to go. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member for a thoughtful contribution to this debate. I think she opened a couple of doors that are important. The need for good governance, which is critical, but also the possibility that AI can be used for good if it is governed appropriately. With respect to that, I just want to draw her attention to MILA, which is the Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute, which is working with UNESCO both on good governance but also on how AI can be used for humanitarian and human rights activities. And is there in her thinking a way that we can get this right to use AI for good as well as making sure it's governed well? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I thank the member opposite for an extremely thoughtful question. I had the opportunity to speak in a large debate, actually with Noam Chomsky, if you can believe that, at the Montreal Institute for Artificial Intelligence on a similar topic. The reality is the AI toothpaste is out of the tube, Madam Speaker. We're not putting it back in. So it is incumbent upon humanity to answer that question in the positive outcome, that we are putting guardrails around AI so that it is developed in the best interests of humanity and that it actually propels humanity forward. We need a governance system that allows us to do this, and I'm not speaking maliciously against ADA. It was written at a time well before the technological advances have happened, and it's not going to meet the needs of what my colleague opposite is describing. And I would encourage him to go back to his caucus and say, look, we need to take this component of the bill out. The government needs to rethink it, and Parliament needs to think in a nonpartisan way about how we are going to drive to that outcome with smart governance.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's clear that AI can be used for either good or ill, but I'm curious about one thing. Generative AI, like ChatGPT, has managed such incredible things recently because it was working with an incredibly huge database. And we're not sure about the legality of obtaining such a huge amount of data. Is my colleague concerned about the matter of privacy and data protection in C27? Is she concerned about the way that ChatGPT gets its data?
I'm so glad we're having this debate. The large language model technology that ChatGPT is based on, as well as the Sydney chatbot, these other technologies, it scrapes and uses massive data sets that may or may not be ethical to use, that, as my colleague rightly mentions, may have intellectual property ownership, and it's the Wild West. There's no rules around this. I also think I would like to draw my colleagues' attention on this matter to the fact that I think that without some sort of international agency that's preventing the balkanization of rules, because data privacy is such a global network, that unless we're taking that problem and actually working on it with peer countries, it's going to become even more of an issue. He's absolutely right, and I encourage him and any other member in this place. Senator Deakin and I are starting a working group on these issues. I hope that we can come up with some consensus before we have entrenched partisan positions on this and show that Canada can be a world leader in facilitating a global conversation on this and getting it right.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about consent rights under this bill. Individuals under C-27 would have significantly diminished control over the collection, use, and disclosure of their personal data. The new consent provisions ask the public to instill what could be an extraordinary amount of trust in businesses to keep themselves accountable, as the bill's exceptions to consent allow organizations to conduct many kinds of activities without even the knowledge of individuals. The flexibility under this bill allows organizations to shape the scope of not only legitimate interests, in quote, but what is reasonable, necessary, and socially beneficial. My question, my honourable colleague, is, does she share my concerns about the consent rights provisions of this bill, and does she have any suggestions as to what might improve it?
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
My colleague raises an excellent point. I wish I had 3 hours, Madam Speaker, to address the privacy components of Bill C-27. I'm certainly very keen to follow, should this make it to committee, what happens there. I am of the opinion that the government, that this shouldn't make it to committee. I think that there's so many amendments that need to be made on both the privacy components, but more importantly, because ADA was tacked on as an afterthought in this bill, that they need to be parsed out and due consideration be given to the issues that my colleague just raised. I just think that this bill is 2 bills, with half of it being something that's out of date and obsolete already, that the government could have a far better approach. I hope, Madam Speaker, that the public servants in the lobby are listening to this and take this consideration to heart.
Much as I would like to give the honourable member more time, we have to limit the debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much has changed throughout the last 23 years. In the year 2000, there were about 740 million cell phone subscriptions worldwide. More than 2 decades later, that number sits at over 8 billion. There are more phones on this planet than there are people. It's a statistic that should give anyone pause. In 2000, Apple was still more than a year away from releasing the first iPod. Today, thanks to complex algorithms, Spotify is able to analyze the music I listen to and curate playlists that I can enjoy based on my own tastes in music. And in 2000, artificial intelligence was still mostly relegated to the realm of theoretical discussion, that is, unless you count the Furby. Today, ChatGPT can generate sophisticated responses to whatever I type into it, no matter how niche or complicated. As technology changes, so do the laws that surround it and govern it. Canada's existing digital privacy framework, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, has not been updated since its passage in the year 2000. For this reason, it's good to see the government craft Bill C-27, which is supposed to provide a much-needed overhaul to our digital privacy regime. For years, this government has been dragging its heels on this important overhaul. For years, Canada's privacy framework has been lagging behind our international counterparts. The European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, passed in 2016, is widely considered to be the gold standard for privacy protection. In comparison to the GDPR, I am not impressed with what the government has put forward in this bill. Indeed, the largest portion of C-27 is roughly 90% identical to the legislation it purports to be replacing. And what the bill has added, Madam Speaker, is quite concerning. Instead of being a massive overhaul of Canada's archaic PIPEDA framework, C-27 does bear the minimum while leaving countless loopholes that corporations and the government can use to infringe upon Canadians' charter rights. Bill C-27, while ostensibly one bill, is actually made up of 3 distinct components, each with their own distinct deficiencies. To summarize these 3 components and their deeply problematic natures, C-27, if passed in its current form, would lead to the authorization of privacy rights infringements, the creation of unneeded bureaucratic middlemen in the form of a tribunal, and the stifling of Canada's emerging AI sector. When it comes to the first part of this bill, the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the name really says it all. It indicates that Canadians are not individuals with inherent rights, but rather business customers. The legislation states that it has two purposes. It apparently seeks to protect the information of Canadians while taking into account the need of organizations to collect, use, or disclose personal information in the course of commercial activities. In other words, individual rights and the interests of corporations or the government are supposed to work in tandem. Madam Speaker, in the post-charter landscape, that just doesn't cut it. Privacy rights must be placed above corporate interests, not alongside them. In the words of Justice Laforêt 34 years ago, privacy is at the heart of liberty in a modern state, grounded in a man's physical and moral autonomy. It is true that this portion of the bill mandates de-identification of data when one's personal information is shared. And it's also true that it requires the knowledge and consent of the individual. But each of these terms, which should ideally serve as the bulwarks of privacy protection, are defined as vaguely as possible. And the remainder of the bill then goes on to describe the various ways in which consent actually is not required. Section 15 sub 5 of the bill allows organizations to utilize a person's information if they receive implied consent, a slippery term that opens the door to all kinds of abuses. Section 18 sub 2 then gives those organizations a carte blanche to use implied consent as often as they like, or even exclusively. Sure, there could be organizations that, out of the goodness of their hearts, always seek the express consent of individuals they're collecting data from, but express consent is in no way mandatory. It isn't even incentivized. Then we come to the concept of legitimate interest. Section 18 sub 3 gives the green light for organizations to utilize or share one's information if the organization feels that it has a legitimate reason for doing so. Madam Speaker, it's not just that this clause is incredibly vague, it is that it makes individual privacy rights subservient to the interests of the organization. Moreover, the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that Section 8 of the Charter provides individual Canadians with a reasonable expectation of privacy. Given all the exceptions that I've provided, it isn't clear to me that this bill would survive a charter challenge. Recent events should show us the problem with giving so much leeway to corporations and so little thought to individual rights. Back in 2020, through a third-party service provider, the Tim Hortons app began collecting the geolocation data of its users, even though they weren't even using the app. There was also Clearview AI, which sent countless images of people to various police departments without their consent. Or maybe Clearview had their implied consent. It's all up for debate with a term like that. This legislation does the bare minimum for privacy protection in Canada, and in many ways will actually make things worse. When we consider the way in which data collection might develop over the next 10 or 20 years, it is clear that this law will be out of date the moment it's passed and will leave Canadians vulnerable to predatory data practices. Then there's Part 2 of C-27, which intends to set up a Liberal-appointed data protection tribunal. Madam Speaker, this just isn't necessary. We already have a privacy commissioner who has both the mandate and the experience to do everything that this new tribunal has been tasked with doing. More government bureaucracy for the sake of more bureaucracy, that's the Liberal way, a tale as old as time itself. Instead of watering down the power of our privacy, Commissioner via middlemen, the duties contained within this part of C-27 should be handed over to them. Part 3 of C-27 seeks to regulate the creation of AI in Canada. This is a worthwhile endeavor. At the beginning of my speech, I alluded to ChatGPT, but this only scratches the surface of how sophisticated AI has become and will continue to become in the decades ahead. The problem, Madam Speaker, is the way in which this regulation itself is set up. The bill places no restrictions on the government's ability to regulate, unlimited regulation and hefty penalties, up to 5% of worldwide income, I believe. That is all being offered to those who research AI in Canada. This will cause AI investors to flee in favor of other countries because capital hates uncertainty. This would be a tremendous loss because in 2019 alone, Canadian AI firms received $658 million in venture capital. Conservatives believe that digital privacy data is a fundamental right that should be strengthened, not open to the infringement or potential abuse. Bill C-27 is therefore deeply flawed. It defines consent while simultaneously providing all sorts of reasons why consent can be ignored. It weakens the authority of the Privacy Commissioner, and it gives such power to the government that it will likely spell disaster for Canada's burgeoning AI sector. This bill is in need of serious amendment. Privacy should be established as a fundamental right within the bill. Several vague terms in the bill need to be properly defined, including but not limited to legitimate interests, legitimate business needs, appropriate purposes, and sensitive information. Clause 2, sub 2 states that personal information of minors is sensitive. That's very true, but this bill needs to acknowledge that all personal information is sensitive. And consent must be made mandatory. The words, unless this act provides otherwise, need to be struck from this bill. However, I find it hard to believe that such substantial amendments can realistically be implemented at committee. For this reason, this legislation should be voted down and sent back to the drawing board. Canadians deserve the gold standard in privacy protection, like that of the EU. As a matter of fact, they deserve even better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share many of the concerns and comments that members are making in terms of how quickly things are changing. AI and the impact that it's having on society is quite significant. And where I'm inclined to disagree with the member is that the legislation in itself brings Canada at least forward, maybe not to the degree in which some would like to see us, but there is the opportunity after passing it through second reading so that we could bring it to committee and look at ways in which we can improve upon the legislation. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to even if the Conservative Party doesn't see this as perfect legislation, do they not see it at least as a step forward that would be good to see go to a committee where even potential amendments could be made to make it even stronger legislation if the Conservatives feel that that's necessary?
Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
What I find interesting about the members' comments is that it just seems that the Liberals never met an industry they didn't try and kill. You know, they seem to find a way to throw. You know, back in Holland, 100 years ago, the wooden shoes were called sabots, and when they threw them into the windmill to gum up the gears, that's where the term sabotage comes from. And that's what this government tries to do in every single industry it meets, including AI. Canada has the expertise, the educated scientists, computer scientists, technology experts in this country to be a world leader in the development of AI. But what this bill does is it creates a 5% penalty on worldwide income, and it gives all of the power of regulation to the minister. If I were going to invest in AI, I'd be...
To other members to ask questions.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Manitoba for his speech. I heard in the speech that he referred to privacy as a fundamental right. The former Privacy Commissioner also brought to the Ethics Committee that topic, privacy as a fundamental right. I'd like to know, what does he mean by those words? What does privacy mean as a fundamental right to him?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, we have, for example, Justice Laforêt ruling on it 34 years ago. We have Section 8 of the Charter, which has been interpreted by the courts to protect privacy rights. Privacy is what this bill should be all about. It's because of concerns over people's personal private information that this attempt to legislate over the issue is in front of us. But the fact of the matter, there are so many exceptions to the rule that it really doesn't at all do what it's supposed to do. In fact, it really makes matters worse, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
My colleague's intervention and a lot of good issues that he's raised in this context. But I guess where I'm concerned where the Conservatives are at this moment is and maybe you can outline the alternative, because right now, if we do not send this to committee, we then trust it to go back to the government to basically, assume that they might do more consultation, assume that they might look at other legislation, assume that they'll even bring this back, and assume that this House can actually stand around for that process. And if we do nothing on it, we then exclude all the actual commentary and the information we should be getting from hundreds of witnesses that want to actually participate in a public debate on this right now. So perhaps he can lay out their party's vision if this doesn't go to committee and we shut everything down now, and how long that will take for AI to actually be raised in a responsible manner outside of the controls of the government alone.
Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
The problem with this legislation is that it's just so fundamentally flawed. It would you just could not deal with all the changes that need to be made in the context of a committee. Just as one example, when it comes to protecting the privacy rights of children, only one mention in the entire bill. It doesn't define minor. It doesn't define sensitive information. If this was a serious attempt at legislation, at a very minimum, we would have hard and fast protections for the privacy rights of children, but this bill just doesn't do it. That's only one thing out of dozens of things. This bill needs to go back to the drawing board. It needs to be more like what they've done in the European Union, and it needs to protect Canadians' privacy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act. This legislation is the first update of federal private sector privacy laws in more than 2 decades. Contained within this bill are 3 distinct pieces of legislation, each of which are flawed in their own way. The first piece of legislation within this bill would establish the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, legislation that completely fails to protect personal and sensitive information of individual Canadians in the digital era. The second piece of legislation within this bill would establish a tribunal system with respect to complaints around potential privacy rights violations. I would submit that this tribunal system is duplicative, cumbersome, political, and will slow down the process in adjudicating and determining privacy complaints to the detriment of the individual Canadians, and often to the benefit of powerful corporations. And the third piece of legislation within this bill seeks to establish a legal framework with respect to artificial intelligence systems. Let me say that it is important that the regulatory void that presently exists with respect to the AI sector be filled. But, Madam Speaker, the substance of the bill as it pertains to AI is fundamentally flawed. It contains vague language. More concerningly, it provides a significant amount of power, legislative power, in the hands of the Minister of Industry by way of regulation, absent parliamentary scrutiny. The government is essentially saying, with respect to AI, for Parliament to adopt a bill without knowing the details, without understanding the impact of the bill on AI. They're saying, trust us, trust the minister to fill in the blanks and come up with the rules after the fact. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't trust this government on anything after they have gotten just about everything wrong over these past 8 years. In any event, it's an overreach, it's a power grab of sorts, it is inherently undemocratic, and it undermines investor confidence in the AI sector when we need investor confidence because of the uncertainty it creates in giving the minister the power to essentially come up with and change the rules on a whim. Without more, when it comes to the AI component of the bill, the government needs to go back to the drawing board and engage in meaningful consultation that simply did not take place. This is a complex bill. It's more than 100 pages long. It includes many complex and technical matters, and so in the very limited time that I have to contribute to this debate, I want to focus on how this bill fails to adequately protect the privacy rights of individual Canadians. Privacy has long been recognized as a fundamental right of Canadians. That is because it goes to the core of who we are as individuals and is essential to the enjoyment of fundamental freedoms. As the Supreme Court declared in a 1988 decision, quote, "Privacy is at the heart of liberty in a modern state," close quote, and that it is, quote, "worthy of constitutional protection," close quote. Unfortunately, Bill C-27 fails to put the privacy rights of Canadians first. Instead, it puts the interests of big corporations, big tech, and data brokers ahead of the rights of individual Canadians, and that, without more, is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. It is true that the preamble of the bill refers to privacy interests, and I emphasize the word interests as being integral to individual autonomy, dignity, and the enjoyment of fundamental freedoms. It is of significance that missing in the bill is any mention of rights, that instead privacy is referred to as an interest and not the right that it is. The absence of rights-based language in the bill tips the scale against individual Canadians in favor of commercial interests. And as a consequence, the tribunal, as well as the Privacy Commissioner, will face significant challenges in weighing, on the one hand, the privacy rights of Canadians against commercial interests, more likely than not, unfortunately, to the detriment of individual Canadians. And, Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. Take the word of the former Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Daniel Therrien, who in a November 13, 2022 op-ed in the Toronto Star said that the absence of rights-based language in this legislation will, quote, "this will likely reduce the weight of privacy in assessing the legality of intrusive commercial practices," close quote. So that's the former Privacy Commissioner of Canada. And so, Madam Speaker, let me say that while the absence of rights-based language is a significant shortcoming in the bill, it's far from the only shortcoming in the bill when it comes to protecting the privacy rights of Canadians. The bill contains many exceptions and loopholes with respect to obtaining the consent of Canadians for the collection, use, and retention of data and private information, personal information. So wide are the exceptions, so wide are the loopholes, that the purported protections provided for in the bill are all but meaningless. The bill provides no clarity with respect to sensitive information. There are no broad categories around sensitive information worthy of additional protections, unlike legislation in other jurisdictions. The bill is completely silent with respect to the selling of data. It provides no limitations or rules around data brokers, and it provides nothing in the way of protections for Canadians around other areas, including it doesn't provide a remedy, for example, for moral damages in the case of data breaches. So, Madam Speaker, in so many respects, this bill falls short, and it's why it's been widely criticized by leading privacy experts. Canadians deserve better. It is why Conservatives will be voting against this bill. This government needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member started off by talking about the sense of urgency that is there because of the timing. It has been many, many years since we've seen the modernization or legislation to deal in a substantial way with the issue of privacy on the internet, and there's all forms of data banks and others that are out there. People want to have the assurance that the national government is in fact acting on the issue. My concern is that we have the Conservative Party who seems to be determined not to see privacy legislation. Even if they disagree with it, the principles of the legislation, I believe, are very positive. And I would ask, why would the Conservative Party not want to see this legislation at least get to a committee stage where it can be further discussed?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, in answer to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the answer is that the bill is so flawed. It's fundamentally flawed. It's unsupportable on that basis. If it were a matter of a few amendments, then it would make sense to send the bill to committee on the basis that the bill was supportable on principle. But that is not the case with respect to this bill. Indeed, with respect to the consent provisions of the bill, this bill arguably takes a step back from the completely inadequate measures that are provided for in PIPEDA.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, in the artificial intelligence portion of the bill, it's suggested that there would be self-regulation. I'd like to know if he supports self-regulation or if, on the contrary, the state should govern the use of AI more.
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, what we need with respect to the AI component of this bill is clarity, and we need certainty. What we don't need is the power grab that this government has afforded itself, whereby the minister is going to be afforded enormous powers by way of regulation that are going to create significant uncertainty. There was a complete lack of consultation. That consultation, I believe, only began in June and underscores why the bill needs to be scrapped, needs to be defeated, and the government needs to go back, do its homework, engage in consultation, and get this right.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've been talking a lot today about, and I'm certainly heard clearly from Conservatives, that this bill is without redemption and that it can't be fixed. It's just too flawed. One of the previous speakers for the Conservatives mentioned that maybe it could be split into two because it is so large. And certainly I agree. There are so many things that are the matter with this bill, and this isn't the first time we've seen Liberal legislation that is highly flawed and that we try and spend a great deal of time on fixing. But the Parliamentary Secretary said it in terms of the timing. My own colleague said it in terms of the timing of this going back, taking that time, knowing that the industry is moving so quickly, that technology is moving so quickly. So are there any recommendations that this member could make that when it goes to committee, they could, maybe splitting that bill into two would be potentially helpful, but so that we do take that time, it's out there now, and what we can do to make this better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the member for London Fanshawe for that question. And let me say that if this bill is passed, given the trend with respect to data practices, this bill is, for all intents and purposes, already out of date, and that is a problem. But I would submit that if it is studied at committee, which I expect that it will require significant amendments around protecting the individual privacy rights of Canadians. Major gaps that are missing from this legislation that I outlined, including with respect to sensitive information, the lack of broad categories, the fact that that isn't defined. That needs to be worked on, and there's a whole lot of other provisions, so many, in fact, which is why we can't support the bill.
Resuming debate. Debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise on behalf of my privacy-loving constituents in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Bill C-27 is another piece of legislation which had to be resurrected after the Prime Minister called his super spreader pandemic election. Originally, this was supposed to be a long overdue update to the Privacy Act, and it's since morphed into Bill C-27, the Data Grab Act. Everything about C-27 should leave these Liberals feeling embarrassed. Canadians' right to privacy is fundamental. And sadly, Canadians' privacy rights are not a priority for this government. This bill has languished for years. It was first introduced immediately after the original Online Streaming Censorship Act was introduced. Yet when the Prime Minister called his pandemic election and reset all legislation, what did they make a priority? Was it the privacy rights of Canadians? No. Was it securing Canadians' ownership over their data? No. Instead, what these Liberals prioritized was a bailout for big telecom and a bailout for the legacy media. Not only does this government care more about padding the bottom line of Post Media, but they also adopted Rupert Murdoch's false narrative about tech profiting off the content produced by the news media. Social media companies and search engines don't profit off the news media. They profit off us. These companies profit off our data. And these Liberals know the truth. Unfortunately, this legislation seeks to make it easier for companies to profit off our privacy. If Bill C-27 is not significantly improved at committee, then together with C-11 and C-18, this government will have entrenched the surveillance economy in Canadians' lives. By combining the update to the Privacy Act with the creation of a new Artificial Intelligence Act, these Liberals have actually illustrated the brave new world we live in. The Privacy Act and the way we talk about privacy even today are holdovers from the industrial era. We don't live in that world anymore. In the industrial economy, privacy rights were concerned with the ability to control what information could be shared. The goal was to prevent harm, which could come from your personal information being used against you. And in fact, information was personal and an economic liability. We spent money on shredders to destroy personal information. The careless use of your personal information could only have a negative value. Then the world changed. Our personal information stopped being a liability and became an asset. It started out slowly. Early examples were Amazon recommending a new book based on your previous purchases, or Netflix recommending what DVD rental you should next receive by mail. Then Google began displaying ads next to search results. That was the eureka moment. Targeted ads were very profitable. But the targeting was pretty basic. If you search for shoe stores near you, Google turned search results alongside ads for shoes. Then it became ads for shoes on sale near you. Then came the Facebook. Millions of people signed up. In exchange for an easy way to connect with friends and family, all you had to do was share all your personal information: who your friends are, how many friends you have, your geographical proximity to your friends. With the addition of the like button, the data harvesting exploded. If you liked a news story about camping, you'd start seeing ads for tents and sleeping bags. Every action Canadians took online, every single bit of their data was commodified. Our privacy was turned into property, and we lost both. Not only does this bill not secure privacy rights, but it effectively enshrines the loss of our property rights with just two words: legitimate interests. Section 18.3, entitled Legitimate Interest. Here's what it has to say. Quote, an organization may collect or use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent if the collection or use is made for the purpose of an activity in which the organization has a legitimate interest that outweighs any potential adverse effects on the individual resulting from that collection or use, end quote. Is legitimate interest defined anywhere in the legislation? No. It's just another example of the vagueness found throughout the legislation. Even if we accept the plain language definition and private business really somehow does have a genuine legitimate reason to collect private information without consent, it's weighted against the adverse effect. Adverse effect is industrial era thinking. It views private property or private personal information only as a potential liability. Businesses have a legitimate interest in making money. With the internet and mobile phones, much of our private information can be collected without any adverse effect. This legislation turns the private information of Canadians into the property of corporations and calls it legitimate. Madam Speaker, I earlier mentioned that combing the privacy legislation with, or combining the legislation with the AI legislation actually puts a spotlight on the issue of private data as property. But just as it's important to highlight the connection, it's more important that these bills be separated. The Artificial Intelligence and Data Act has been slapped onto a previously introduced privacy legislation. With the privacy portion of the legislation, the devil is in the details. But overall, the bill reflects a general consensus developed over countless committee studies. That's not to mention the contributions to the privacy debate from the federal and provincial privacy commissioners. The issue has been well studied, and the minister has indicated that they're open to responsible amendments. And I'm sure that committee is well equipped to improve the privacy sections of this bill. The same cannot be said about the artificial intelligence. This section of the bill seems rushed because it is. It's intentionally vague. These Liberals claim the vagueness is required to provide them with regulatory flexibility and agility. The truth is, they don't know enough to be more precise. For years, I've been trying to get a study on artificial intelligence in Defense Committee, but there was always a more pressing issue. AI was treated like nuclear fusion technology, something that was always just over the horizon. Since this bill was introduced 10 months ago, we've gone from GPT to Chat GPT to open source GPTs, which apparently any teenager can now run on their personal computers. AI programs went from producing surrealist art to creating photorealistic images of the Pope in a puffy jacket. We've gone from short clips of deep fake videos impersonating real people to generating fictional people speaking in a real-time video. When we all started to learn Zoom in 2020, how many people thought the other person on the screen they were talking to could be just a fake? Well, now it's a real possibility. The speed at which AI is developing is not an argument for delaying AI regulation. It's an imperative to get the regulation right. Does this bill do that? The only answer, honest answer, is we don't know. We don't know. They don't know. Nobody truly knows. But we can learn. We should split this bill and let the standalone AI bill be the first legislation considered by one of the permanent standing committees adding artificial intelligence to its official responsibilities. Artificial intelligence isn't going away. And while much of the media attention has focused on chatbots, artistic bots, and deep fakes, AI is unlocking the secrets to protein folding. That has the potential to unlock cures to countless different cancers and rare genetic diseases. A paper was just published describing how an AI trained on data about the mass of the planets and their orbits was able to discover Kepler's laws of motion and Einstein's theory of time dilation. If we get this wrong, Canada could be left behind by the next revolution in science and discovery. Given this government's track record on digital technology, Canadians should be worried about these Liberals rushing through vague legislation to regulate an emerging technology. Rather than modernizing the Broadcast Act, they're trying to drag the internet back to the 1980s. And with C-18, they're claiming that linking is a form of stealing. These Liberals and their costly coalition allies don't even understand how broadcasting technology works. And they don't understand how the internet works. They see your personal data as legitimate property of corporations. And now they're seeking the power to regulate a revolutionary technology. They did nothing while the world shifted below them. And now they're trying to rush through regulations without understanding the scope and scale of the challenge. Protecting Canadians' privacy and establishing property rights over their personal data should have been a priority over bailing out Bell and Rogers.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the legislation that's been brought forward that the member makes reference to is there to, in essence, as been pointed out somewhat, modernize the broadcasting industry. It's there to ensure that there's a more level playing field. It's there to ensure that some of these big worldwide tech firms are actually contributing to Canadian content. This legislation in itself is there to protect the privacy of Canadians. A lot of this legislation, and there is a substantial amount, is there because there's a need as the internet continues to grow and the technology, whether it's AI or many other types of data fields that are out there that people are concerned about. Would the member not agree that we need to change with the times and bring in this type of legislation in order to protect the interests in the industry?
I have to give the Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke the time to answer.
The member opposite doesn't realize that the internet is not a form of broadcasting. The Broadcasting Act was brought in to regulate the different bandwidths and the allocations to different stations. We don't need that with the internet. Instead of regulating technology in the public's interest, they're now regulating speech in the interest of the legacy media. Madam Speaker, let's get the privacy bill to committee so it can be improved and passed.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She spoke a lot about the regulations around artificial intelligence, and so I'm wondering, is she aware of the bill, the AI Act in the European Union, which was tabled in November 2021, which is currently being studied by the European Union? Does she believe that we should maybe wait to see what happens there and take inspiration from the standard that they are creating internationally?
Or Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm not certain that what's good for Europe is necessarily good for Canada. In fact, I think a lot of things that are decided for Europe are definitely not in the best interest of Canada. That being said, I don't believe we should be rushing into the artificial intelligence legislation. We could certainly look at what is generated from the European study, not committing to adopt it in Canada. What we need to do is make sure we get it right. And so gathering as much information about how to get it right is what's important.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The NDP have been fighting for privacy rights and indeed released Digital Bill of Rights several years ago and have been trying to talk about consent provisions for years. Does the member agree that there needs to be strengthened wording regarding valid consent by restoring understanding in the PIPEDA under Section 6.1 of the Act?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, a person's data is personal, private property. It is the individual's right to decide who should and shouldn't have it. It shouldn't be some automatic, microscopic text that people have to click on in order to get something that they need in a hurry without really understanding the full ramifications of what they're consenting to. So instead of putting consent all through, what we should do is enshrine what our property rights are when it comes to information that pertains to us individually.
Very short question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if, with all our concerns about Facebook, is she aware that she is broadcasting this speech today live on her Facebook feed?
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. I am using Facebook Live right now because it's another way to allow Canadians to know what happens in this chamber. Some of them are on a bus, some of them are at school, and they don't have access to a television. But it's not broadcasting like a TV station. This is something they can access on their own without the need to collect a specific.
Alors, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will announce the questions will be raised during adjournment proceedings this evening. The Honourable Member for Okanagan South Kootenay West, Forestry Sector. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, the Budget. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert.
Before I start, I have to say I've learned a lot listening through the interventions, these debates. I've just learned that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs is subscribing to the feed of the Honourable Member who just spoke, but I know he's a brilliant and knowledgeable man, so he must have other sources of information. I guarantee you that. Madame la Présidente, ça me fait...
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to speak to Bill C-27, the 2022 implementation of the Digital Charter, which includes three parts. One on the CPPA, which replaces the first part of that act. A second part, which would create a tribunal to protect personal information and data. So that's the second part. And the third part, which has been the subject of a lot of discussion this afternoon, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, ADA, which would create initial regulations in Canada when it comes to the development and deployment and creation of AI systems. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. But first of all, it's clear to me, and I call on all members of this House, that we need to support Bill C-27 and to send this bill to committee so that it can be studied from front to back. Because Bill C-27 in its current state is a big step in the right direction when it comes to protecting privacy and when it comes to AI. But obviously, it's a bill that can be improved, and I have full confidence in the Industry Committee, which I have the honor of chairing, Madam Speaker, that the committee will really do a proper study of this bill and come back to the House with amendments which will be relevant and which will improve those two very important aspects of Bill C-27, protecting privacy and also making sure that we have a proper framework for AI so that we can promote innovation but also ensure that the risks inherent to this new technology are properly managed. Now, it's important for us to move forward and to vote in favor of Bill C-27 because the Privacy Act that it would replace is about 20 years old. That's PIPEDA, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. It gave me headaches when I was a young lawyer, but, it's been around for 20 years now, and so there are certainly aspects of it which are now out of date. And in an era where even more and more data is being collected in a more and more intrusive way, it's very important that we modernize the protection of privacy because privacy, in my opinion, is one of the foundational aspects of our democracy. It's the cardinal virtue without which any of the other virtues could exist, according to some. So privacy allows us to have, freedom of thought, which leads to freedom of speech. So it's a true freedom. And Jeremy Bentham understood that with his panopticon consent idea. It was the idea that a prison, instead of being a big rectangle full of cells, is rather that it's a circular prison where guards keep an eye on inmates at all times, and given that inmates would be observed at all times, they would behave better. So that's that idea. And it's that idea that when you think you're possibly being watched at all times, it affects the way you think. And so we need to avoid that sort of thing. So that's what makes privacy fundamental to democracy. So C27 focuses specifically on the private sector, which is very important given the growing strength of certain businesses, I've mentioned, which collect today more and more citizens' data, and which in certain cases, and we've seen that, make questionable usage of that data. For example, the Twitter files. And these companies also have the capacity, given the amount of data that they collect, to know their users intimately, sometimes more intimately than you might think, and to a point where they're capable of modifying users' behaviors on social media. They're able to, for example, lead someone in a particular direction when it comes to what they buy or even what they believe. So that's why it's really important that we protect private information. So there are some good points in Bill C-27. So I'll start with what's good, and then I'll maybe look at some of the things that could be improved. So first of all, I think it's very good that it creates a power for citizens to delete their data. I'm also happy to see the power that citizens will have to transmit from one organization to another their personal information, which could encourage competition. I think it's also great to see in this bill that more power is given to the Privacy Commissioner, particularly when it comes to ordering organizations to stop collecting or using data. I think that that's something that we've heard asked for from the Privacy Commissioner. The Commissioner will also have more latitude to focus on their priorities, or the priorities that they deem to be relevant for Canadians. There are also more severe sanctions in the bill, which is good. And finally, a key aspect, and which I think is something we really need to mention, is the protection of minors, because their private information is de facto something that absolutely needs to be protected. So there are some other things that need to be looked at closely in committee. So, for example, privacy protection needs to be noted as a fundamental human right. I think that would send a clear message and would have a very important legal impact. I know that there are some jurisdictional elements linked to this, but that's something I want to look at very closely in committee. I think also there could be some clarification when it comes to consentment. For example, in our, Section 15.4 of the new Act, it mentions in simple language that somebody should be able to properly understand the language. So that's something that's different from what's in PIPEDA, which speaks of users' understanding. So it's kind of hard to explain this in detail here, so I'll be curious to hear more about that at committee. And I'm not sure about the question of implicit consent in 15.5. In my opinion, it would be better to have just one explicit consent. And so this is something that we do ensure that the rights of corporations are subordinate to the rights of individuals. So finally, I think that sensitive information, as noted in the Act, should be clarified or defined. I think there's a lack of clear definitions. For example, Bill 25 in Quebec is more clear. I think that with C-27, this is a point that should definitely be clarified and better defined.
And finally, at committee, I will be interested in learning more about what will be done about people's control over their own personal information and about the role of the tribunal that will be created and how it will benefit privacy. Madam Speaker, I have not fully studied this, but I'm looking forward to learning more. I did want to speak about AI, but unfortunately I don't have time. Time flies when you're having fun, Madam Speaker. I would just say that over the last 2 years, there's been a startling increase in AI. I myself have learned a great deal from experts like Jeremy Harris, who organized a symposium here on the Hill a few months ago in order to raise awareness about AI. And he explained that a couple years ago there was a revolution in AI. Instead of trying to create artificial neurons, researchers understood that it was about increasing the number of artificial neurons. And we've seen a skyrocketing amount of parameters, reaching now 100,000 billion parameters with the latest ChatGPT, and this is approaching human intelligence increasingly. There's not just ChatGPT that everyone is talking about. There's Google's LaMDA, which people don't talk about, but one of the engineers that worked on it, who was fired this summer because he said that he thought that LaMDA had reached the level of human intelligence. There are also other examples and many other initiatives that we may not even be aware of. There are benefits here, possibly, but also risks when we are capable of being able to imitate human intelligence with such precision. That can lead to risks, national security risks, public safety risks. I don't have any more time, Madam Speaker, but that said, I would just like to follow up what many researchers are saying. Many researchers in this field that say that we must pass C27, study it at committee, and we must ensure that there is more regulation on AI.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that was a very interesting speech from my colleague, who's the chair of the Industry Committee, who does great work on that committee, I will say. Enjoy my few short months on the committee serving with him. A specific question, though, about the issue of balancing an individual's privacy rights with the expectation, I think there is, that corporations and services actually use your data to give you a better experience. In order to have a better legal standing to protect an individual's privacy rights, could the member tell us why the government didn't put fundamental privacy as an individual right in, I think it's Section 5, the purpose section of the bill?
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The honorable member.
The reason invoked by the government are some jurisdictional issues, but I'm unclear, and that's one of the questions I'll be more than happy if he asks it. If he doesn't, I will in committee to understand why this hasn't been enshrined. In my mind, it would be worthwhile having privacy as a fundamental right enshrined not only in the preamble of the bill but also in Section 5, because it would give more weight when courts are asked to interpret this bill to privacy, which to me is, as I've mentioned in my speech, a fundamental right and a fundamental aspect of our democratic life as well.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which I found very balanced, open, and reasonable, which doesn't surprise me, coming from someone who made the references that he made. What does he think of the current efforts being made in Europe in order to create a new standard in this area, just like the previous European regulations were? The honourable member. Well, I've been following the debates, and they do seem rather laborious in Europe to create a framework for AI. But I think we should try to draw inspiration from this at the Industry Committee. What's difficult is that the situation is evolving so quickly. I think that what's being brought forward, and when I look at the part of the legislation that's about AI in C27, I think that the government is granting that latitude to use regulation, which I don't necessarily think is ideal, but in the case of AI, I don't think we have an option. We have to use that because things are changing. Right now we're talking about ChatGPT, but I can guarantee that even by this summer, things will have moved on. We'll be talking about something else. It's so rapid and we need to be agile. The Conservative member for Calgary-Nose Hill, someone I see eye to eye with on these issues, She said we must be nimble in the matter of AI. I like the idea that the legislation would create a commissioner to look into these issues. For a long time, I've thought we should create an observatory on AI that would look at the new capacities and the possible harms, which are serious, and someone who could popularize that so that the public and legislators understand.
Some comments, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I guess there's a few things that I'd like to learn from him. We know that since the Liberals came into power, that foreign tech giants have more than tripled their lobbying efforts in Ottawa, especially with the Liberal government, and Amazon and Google and Facebook have been a large part of that. So I'd love to hear his concerns or thoughts around that. But Madam Speaker, in Bill C-27, it doesn't explicitly apply to political parties. And as we've seen in the past, we just saw the Green Party have a breach, and it was unfortunate. But the possibility of privacy breaches and misuse exist in the political arena. Does my colleague agree that the bill should be amended to specifically include political parties? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert, 30 secondes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a question that's come up many times, even when you look at PIPEDA historically, like why were political parties excluded? They seem to have to fall in a no man's land in many respects when it comes to privacy and data protection. I would be interested to know why, and if not, how we can work to better protect the data of Canadians when it comes to political parties. But definitely that's a very worthwhile question that the member is raising. Thank you.
La Chambre est-elle... Resuming debate? La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question...
The question is as follows.
Champagne, appuyé par...
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mrs. Fortier, moved that Bill C-27, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology.
Standing Order 61-1. The first question is on Parts 1 and 2, including the schedule to Clause 2 of the bill. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that Parts 1 and 2, including the schedule to Clause 2 of the bill, be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Charlotte St. James,
request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Okay. The recorded division on Parts 1 and 2, including the schedule to Clause 2 of the bill, stands deferred. La prochaine mise aux voix porte sur la part...
The next question is on Part 3 of the bill. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that Part 3 of the bill be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
The recorded division, Part 3 of the bill, stands deferred. Normally, at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the second reading stage of the bill. However, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, April 24th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:30, so we could begin private members' hour.
Agreed. Orders of the day. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, transparent and accurate broadband services information, standing in the name of Mr. Major.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Mr. Major, seconded by Mr. Morantz, moves that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, Transparent and Accurate Broadband Services Information, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Je déclare la motion.
I therefore declare the motion carried.
I therefore declare the motion carried on division. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin requests that it carries on division?
On division.
On division, okay. Thank you. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Maintenant. Monsieur Major, appuyé par...
Mr. Major, seconded by Mr. Morantz, moves that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, Transparent and Accurate Broadband Services Information, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, it's a good day for Canadians. It's a good day because Canadians are one step closer to knowing what internet service they are actually paying for. We all know the story, especially if you live in rural Canada. Canadians across this country buy expensive internet service only to realize they don't receive the speeds they were advertised to them. That's because this government allows internet companies to sell speeds that Canadians may never get. The speeds that customers see when they go to purchase internet are not guaranteed speeds, and they're rarely minimum speeds or average speeds. Instead, the government allows internet companies to advertise maximum theoretical speeds. Words such as up to are used in these advertisements and lead consumers to believe that an internet service is better than it is. For example, when a Canadian goes to buy an internet package, they may purchase download speeds of up to 50 megabits per second and upload speeds of 10 megabits per second, but they may never get those speeds. A customer doesn't even know what speeds they are most likely to receive. Some may say that this is illegal, false advertising, but it is not. This government allows it to happen. Bill C-288 addresses this by providing customers with accurate and transparent information. Simply put, this clarifies what internet service a customer is buying. First, this legislation will mandate internet companies to provide Canadians with typical download and upload speeds and not maximum theoretical speeds. No longer will Canadians be given best case scenarios, but instead, Canadians will receive realistic expectations that allow them to make informed decisions about which service best fits their needs and budget. Secondly, Bill C-288 will provide Canadians with quality metrics during peak usage times. It's no secret that service quality is better when no one is using the internet. But let's face it, most of us are online at the same time when everyone else is. But knowing your internet speeds at 7 p.m. is more relevant than knowing your speeds at 3 o'clock in the morning. This legislation will also initiate a process that allows industry, advocacy groups, and public to work together to develop a model in the public's best interest. The Telecommunications Act lacks a public interest component. So it is very important that any amendment to the Telecom Act stresses the importance of putting consumers first. Canadians need to trust the information given to them, and this collaborative approach will build that trust. And finally, thanks to the Conservative amendment at the Standing Committee on Industry, Bill C-288 was strengthened by ensuring that it would properly enforced if passed into law. Mr. Speaker, when Bill C-288 was at committee, no one opposed it. I want to share some of the testimony given by experts who appeared at committee. Dr. Reza Rajaban, a competition policy and telecom strategy expert, said, and I quote, Bill C-288 has the potential to achieve its stated objectives of better informing consumers and promoting competition. Ms. Erin Knight, a senior campaigner for Open Media, was very direct in urging Parliament to pass this bill quickly. She stated, and I quote, when you sign up for the internet plan, you deserve to know what you're paying for before you pay. This legislation will make it so. At the end of the day, it's about truth and transparency. If an internet provider is advertising certain speeds, consumers have the right to know before they buy whether those speeds are accurately reflect average performance, end quote. Even the Commissioner and CEO of the Commission for Complaints in Television Services agreed that a problem exists with misleading speed claims, and I quote, in our work, we regularly see complaints that arise when customers think they're buying something but wind up getting something different. Disclosure of service metrics might very well help to avoid the situation, end quote. The Commissioner, who rarely comments on public policy, went on further to say, and I quote, given the number of internet service quality complaints that we see, it seems reasonable to conclude that making service metrics available to customers when they subscribe to an internet service would be a step forward, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I know some internet companies have pushed back by claiming that Canadians are getting what they pay for, but one visit to rural Canada would quickly tell a different story. And my message to the internet service providers is this. If your service quality is in fact as good as you say it is, then you have nothing to worry about. I can't imagine that internet companies would be happy if the government allowed Canadians to pay up to the amount of their monthly bill. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe that more competition is needed in our telecom sector. And to improve competition, we must allow Canadians to compare accurate information. Because by making internet companies disclose what they are selling, Canadians can make more informed decisions on what they want. And if Canadians can clearly see that one internet service is better than the other, they will take their money where they choose. This means that internet providers who sell poor quality services will be pressured to either upgrade their service or lower their prices. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to go back to the testimony from Open Media. At the Industry Committee, Ms. Knight stated, and I quote, if we can't do this simple, uncontroversial, pro-consumer move that other countries have already done, I'll be deeply concerned about the ability as a country to make the changes we so desperately need, end quote. I agree. If we can't pass this simple, uncontroversial, pro-consumer bill, nothing will ever change under this government. Let's face it. We have a long way to go, and there's a lot still need to change when it comes to connectivity. It was just last month when the Canada's Auditors General confirmed that over 1 million Canadian households and over 50% of First Nations communities still don't have access to high-speed internet. Let that sink in. Over 1 million households and 50% of First Nations communities are still not connected. This is despite a government that gallivants across this country announcing billions of dollars with little to show for. The Liberals say they're improving cell phone service, but if they traveled to rural Canada, they would quickly figure out how bad cell phone service really is. I wonder why, after 8 years, Canadians still don't have cell phone coverage despite this government claiming they do? Maybe it's because the Auditor General also revealed that the government has no targets or timeline for improving cellular services across Canada. Can you believe that there are at least 8 bureaucratic programs under this government for connectivity? 8 bureaucratic programs chasing the same goal but unable to achieve the one goal. Talk about government gatekeepers getting in the way. Mr. Speaker, so even when this bill passes, there is still plenty more work needed to increase telecom competition, lower prices for consumers, and improve connectivity for rural Canadians. This is only one step in the right direction, but it is a step that gives Canadians hope. And I am hopeful too, for a Conservative government that will find more solutions for internet and cell phone users in Canada. Until then, let's do what we can, and let's pass C-288. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say you look good in the chair. I would ask the member what his thoughts are in regards to the issue of the legislation and how it ultimately got through the committee. I thought the member made reference to the type of support that it received from all sides of the House, which I see as a strong positive. I'm anticipating that members in the House will even want to see it get through the third reading. And for me, it is all about consumer awareness and protection, and that's the reason why I'm supporting it. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts specifically in regards to why it's so important that as a House we recognize it as a consumer protection type of legislation.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. This is a great question. This is why this bill actually started. We realized that consumers, Canadians, were actually being sold or being able to, internet service providers could sell them a false bill of goods, basically. And it was legal. And that had to change. Yeah, how do you know even what you're buying? Like I said in my speech, like, can you imagine someone saying, well, here, you can just pay up to these kind of theoretical speeds. Do you want to buy it? And this legislation really brought to attention the House, the whole House here has obviously caught on to this, and I think it'll be a really good solution and a small step forward for Canadians when they're going to buy internet service.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kenora. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I just want to thank my colleague for bringing this great bill forward, and I was very proud to jointly second it. So he made a comment, though, at the end of his speech that I'd like to give him the opportunity to expand upon, and that's in particular about just how important broadband internet is and how little we have it across Canada right now, especially in rural Canada. I know my riding, I have many parts of the riding that don't have it, but in particular with this current federal government, they continue to make the only way to get in contact with federal services is digitally, yet meanwhile we have many of my constituents don't even have 3 megabits per second down and 1 up. And so could the member just expand on why this is so important that we need high-speed internet as an essential service for all Canadians?
So I want to apologize to the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sounds for having gotten his writing name wrong. So the Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
For asking that great question. And internet is the reality of modern day life. And like I said in my speech, you imagine being in one of those, 50% of First Nations are still not covered. They still have no access to internet. Amongst all the billions of dollars that have been spent and all the toil that's gone across these government departments, that they're still not connected. Never mind about the million rural homes that are not covered. So it is tremendously important that we address this bill, we get this bill passed and address and make a small step forward in trying to connect all of Canada.
We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments. So the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague bringing this bill forward. I used to work in the telecom industry, and just simply having clarifying language like the member is bringing forward would be super helpful with in my background, my experience. Also, just making sure that customers have the proper expectation for what they're going to receive. But it would have made my job a lot simpler. So just in the efforts of bringing forward greater transparency, I'm just wondering if the member has anything further he'd like to say about providing greater transparency for consumers.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin, has 50 seconds to answer.
And thank you for the great question. One thing about this bill that it talks about just creating a process where the industry and consumers can actually sit down and talk about what their needs are and how they can help each other get connected. That's one of the part of this bill that I'm the most proud of, and it is so important. But and setting expectations, reasonable expectation of what kind of service you're actually buying. This bill will actually help that conversation move forward, and I think it'll better the whole lifestyle in especially rural Canada moving forward.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated in my question to the member, I look at the legislation as a very positive piece of legislation, one that is there to enhance and protect consumers. And I can honestly say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to do what we can as a House, as a legislative body, to look at ways in which we can, in fact, enhance protection for consumers. And I think that's the reason why we've seen this type of support that the bill has received, whether it was in the second reading going into committee and now here even getting it out of report stage into third reading, in expectations that the legislation itself will be passing. When we think of the Internet, Mr. Speaker, it is in many ways an essential service. And when you talk about opportunities, the opportunities are more than just as a social place on the internet or a place where one can just communicate with friends. Today, there is so much activity on the internet, and a lot of that is economics. It is a job creator. It has allowed more life in many of our rural communities in all regions of our country. It doesn't take too much to establish a website, for example, and establish a small business where people could be selling a product or selling a service. We're seeing more and more, literally thousands of these types of entrepreneurs over the internet. And that's one of the reasons why, as a government over the last 6-7 years, you have seen a great desire to enhance rural connectivity. We recognize that as the internet continues to become that essential service, that we have to ensure that rural communities are receiving the type of connections that is so critically important for those communities to be able to continue to grow and prosper. And that's what's happened in many ways because of the internet, or at least it contributes to it, Mr. Speaker. So understanding the importance and the essential needs of having an internet service, I think, is a good starting point. If you follow that up with the speed levels and accessibility, then it starts to, I believe, get right down to the nuts and bolts in terms of what it is that we could and should be doing. Not only ensuring that the communities have internet, but they also have fast internet, Mr. Speaker, because that does matter. We know it matters. All you have to do is take a look in terms of the advertising. The member made reference to the type of advertising that internet service providers will publish. They'll say, for $130 a month, this is the type of speed that you can get with our service package. And is it false advertising if in fact you can at 3 o'clock in the morning click into your internet and get that particular speed that they talked about for that $130 a month? Well, technically maybe not, but it is definitely somewhat misleading, because at the end of the day, we all know and understand and appreciate, as the member has pointed out, that if you have a much greater number of people participating at the internet between, let's say, 6 o'clock in the evening and 10 o'clock in the evening, or on a Sunday morning, you will find that you're not able to achieve that rapid speed, whether it's uploading or downloading, Mr. Speaker. So there is a need to ensure that there's more accountability. I appreciate, because it's not too often where we get Conservatives recognizing the value of CRTC. There is a role for CRTC in this. And that's one of the reasons why back in May of last year, Mr. Speaker, we had the Minister provide a policy directive to CRTC that talks about the importance of ensuring competition, enhancing the rights of consumers, Mr. Speaker, promoting lower prices. We're very much concerned about the price points of the internet and services, as we are in regards to cell phones. But that's maybe another debate for another day. But these are absolutely essential services that Canadians are dependent on, and we can appreciate the need for those consumers to be fully informed, or at least those service providers to be obligated to be more consumer friendly in the type of advertising that they're putting out and what it is that they're telling Canadians, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've had the first-hand experience in both rural Manitoba and urban Manitoba in terms of trying to access the internet. And there is a substantial difference, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why when I look at the legislation, and the question I put to my colleague across the way was recognizing first and foremost that the legislation that we're talking about today is really about consumer protection. Often when you see these contracts that come out and these providers, you know, you look and you say, well, okay, I'm interested. It's $135. This is the speed. Oh, wow, that's pretty good. They give you a sense of how fast that download could actually occur and how great those computer games are going to be, or how quickly you're going to be able to place an order onto your computer and get something delivered to your home. But it's in the details. And that details, even on a computer screen, is still in that micro font. You know, I always find it interesting when you get those contracts, and it's not only this particular industry, but many different industries, where you'll see a contract where there's literally thousands of words to read, and it's in like size 6 font, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine, if you will, like, you know, I was at a computer store just, I guess about a week or so ago, and I got one of those forms. And if I was to take my time to read that form, I would have been there for another hour, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that would have been fair to the consumer behind me. So I just kind of listened to what it is I was being told and felt comfortable and trustworthy enough to put my name to it, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know exactly what kind of warranty there is and all this kind of stuff. I hope never to find out on the warranty point. But the thing is that, you know, having a more consumer-friendly market is something in which we should all strive for, because we know the constituents in which we represent, like myself with that particular example, are not necessarily reading all of the details. So that when they see, here's the speed that you can get for this amount of money, the assumption is that 24/7, that's the speed that's going to be available to them, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk about, you know, $100 or $100+ a month, you're talking, you know, $1,500 a year. It's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge commitment. And it's not all that easy to get out of some of those commitments if, in fact, you find that you've been disappointed because, you know, you're creating a business and your business opportunity or the window for your business sales and so forth is during that prime time, and you're finding that, look, I don't have the speed that's necessary. It's a bit of a disappointment. And that's the reason why when I think of how it is that government can move forward on this issue, I'm glad that we've seen a government that's recognized the importance of making sure people have access to the internet. I'm glad that the minister has sent out the directives, and I'm glad that the legislation is before us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I'm presiding again today. They should give you an honorary badge or at least half a robe or something because you're doing a good job as usual, and and appreciate the opportunity to intervene on Bill C-288. And I want to start with a little bit about process before I get into the content, because I think it's important for those that are watching here today to understand a little bit more about how this place works, and also to congratulate the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Napawa, because we get limited chances at this place to make some real differences. And so the way it works for private members' businesses is that we are all put into basically a drum, so to speak, with your name on it. Let's think of it like a ping pong ball is drawn out, and you get a number assigned to you in terms of allowing yourself to have at the possibility a private member's bill or motion to be put in the chamber here. And in minority parliaments, it's very rare that we get through a lot of these slots. Even when we have a majority government, it's very difficult. And so when you get this chance or opportunity, it's like winning the lottery in many respects. And then so what do you do after that, Mr. Speaker, is that you decide what I want to do with my legislative agenda. So some people can bring a motion through, which is not binding in the House of Commons here, so a motion could pass, and it may be a really good motion on a number of different subjects. It could be about anything, but it may not change law. It only changes law if the government decides to use it, and there's nothing binding for the government to do that. Then you can bring through legislation, and in the history of this place, it's very difficult to get private members' legislation passed. It does happen, but I'm hopeful this Parliament actually sets a record, and I think the member needs congratulations on this because he's brought forth a reasonable approach to an issue that's really important for all Canadians, and it's also important for consumers, and I think it's important for this House to show that we actually can use private members' businesses to good means at the end of the day. It just can't be any government. I don't care whether it's been red or blue over there at different times. Eventually, we want that orange, but that's for another day, Mr. Speaker. But nobody over there just owns all the best ideas. And this place needs more of this. And again, that's why I congratulate the member, is because he has a specific thing here to fix broadband basically services and bring greater accountability to their advertising and what they're promoting, which is critical in a couple of contexts. First is obviously truth in advertising. With this bill, there will be more expectations and oversight to ensure that those that are advertising certain speeds, that you actually get that. And that's important for consumers to make purchasing decisions on that. But I think what gets lost a little bit in this bill, this isn't just about how fast you can download a Disney movie or something entertainment-wise, or a cat video, or a squirrel water skiing off of YouTube, whatever it may be. The reality is that when people make these decisions, whether they be businesses or others, or even yourself, speed, it can matter. And we've seen that even come to fruition. And where I don't like what the government did once is they actually had immigration numbers where you would get your spot in line determined basically by getting online. And if you had a better speed at that time, you actually got your case advanced over other people. So, but you think about other businesses that really require proper speeds and services when they pay for that, it has a consequence more than just the entertainment value that I said earlier about other things. So I think that part really needs to be mentioned a couple of times in this, because again, if you're a business or if you're somebody that's, you don't want to spend extra money for this type of a service, and you should get it, and if you don't get it, it has real consequences. Again, like I'm a PlayStation gamer, so I play Apex Legends with my friends, and if my speed is interrupted or isn't what it is, I mean, it's very little consequence. However, but if you're a tool and die manufacturer, or you're some other business that requires more real-time analysis and quicker responses, and your competitors have an edge on you, then that has a consequence to your overall income. And again, I mentioned the immigration case where it actually took place with people's casework for actually becoming citizens in Canada here. And that's a reality that took place, and they're not doing that anymore. So my point being is that this bill at the surface might just seem as a consumer-friendly approach to doing things that should be done anyways, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's also the consequences that can be quite real. And so I also want to commend the member using previous basically work in the House of Commons. I was actually at Industry Committee, and I'm going to read the title. When we studied in 2021, it was called Affordability and Accessibility of Telecommunications Services in Canada, Encouraging Competition to Finally Bridge the Digital Divide, where we actually had this as a recommendation for basically truth in advertising for speeds and services. And I think that, the member using that bipartisan work that was done in committee on taking a recommendation is a clever way and a smart way and also a good way, because we never saw any action on that. We didn't see the government act and complete that. Now, I'm not saying that they're derelict or negligent on this, but unfortunately, many committee studies don't see actual results because of A, it could just be the volume of work. It could be B, the issue isn't so-called sexy enough in terms of grabbing attention about things, or they don't totally agree with it. So the member went back, and on that committee, we had yourself, not yourself, but your party representative, Mr. Speaker, being the Bloc. We had the NDP, we had the Conservatives, and we had the Liberals. And then the report is tabled here in the House, where the Green Party also can look at it, and also other independents. They don't participate in the committee structure formally, but informally they can as well, too. So it does get the eyes of all of this place here. And so using that recommendation and pulling from that is actually, again, another reason to say thanks. Because resources were spent in this place to do that study. So it's everything, it's money, it's time. It's all the staffing support. It's the researchers that did the work in previous parliaments that don't have it buried and put in a shelf with other studies here in this place. It's actually getting life again. And the member from Dauphin Swan River, Napawa, I hope I'm getting that correct, deserves credit for that, because that's all work that took place. And so what happens now, Mr. Speaker, is that we passed it the first time. It went to committee. I was at committee when we were there. The members showed up. Testimony. We had other submissions, and it basically survived the test of metal of another review, and that's why we're back here today. And what I understand, we're supporting as New Democrats. So I hope this is going to get unanimous support in this chamber, and then move it to the Senate. And so for people that are watching this time, this is a private member's bill. Where it can actually have a real impact, and going before the summer in the Senate, perhaps we could see this come out of the Senate and pass before we actually have the end of the session. And that'd be awesome, because this would then provide, again, some more accountability out there, and it would show that parliamentary work can get done. And despite, basically question period at time, which kind of, is not the best of environment to see things, there are other times where we actually work quite well together and use the Canadian resources to the best of our abilities. And so I'm going to finally wrap up, Mr. Speaker, by saying New Democrats are really pleased to see this go forward. I'm hoping that the member has this passed. I worked with one of the members, Saskatoon, member for Saskatoon. His private member's bill that was passed and was made law in single event sports betting. I took my legislation off the table, gave it to him. He used his spot in a nonpartisan way. We actually worked together on that issue, and I'm hoping the member gets similar results here, and we can see this come into law before the end of the session. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to wrap up and say thanks again.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawa, will have 5 minutes for the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I want to thank everyone who supported Bill C-288. I want to thank Canadians who demanded this bill, particularly the rural Canadians who understand the frustration of paying for internet that fails to live up to advertised speed. But Bill C-288 will not only impact rural Canadians, it will impact all Canadians who buy internet service. Thank you to my Conservative colleagues who continue to fight for more competition and lower prices in the telecom industry. Thank you to the experts, including Open Media, Dr. Rajaban, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, and Tamir Israel, who generously provided advice and feedback on this bill. Thank you to the member from Abitibi and the member from Windsor West and their continued support on this pro-consumer legislation. Thank you for the Standing Committee on Industry for studying this legislation quickly and effectively. And thank you to all the members of this House who have supported Bill C-288 and who hopefully will continue to do so. As a wise man once said famously, only when the tide goes out do you learn who has been swimming naked. And let me tell you, when the tide goes out on the internet companies who has been selling Canadians misleading speeds, we will see. For years, this government has allowed internet companies to legally sell internet speeds that simply don't exist. While countries around the world have implemented laws to protect their consumers, this government has sat idly by. Canadians deserve to know what internet speeds they are paying for. And Canadians, they should accept nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Major, seconded by Mr. Morantz, moved that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, transparent and accurate broadband services information, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member.
Request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 26, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Okanagan South Kootenay West.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This adjournment debate arises from a question I asked a few weeks ago before President Biden's visit. And I mentioned that just days after the Prime Minister met with President Biden in 2021, the U.S. announced it was doubling the duties on softwood lumber and that workers in communities that rely on Canadian forest industry were hoping for better this time. So my first question is whether the Prime Minister brought up softwood lumber with the President, and I ask that because I've heard conflicting news on this front. It seems that if the word softwood was mentioned in those meetings, it was just a passing thought and certainly not a priority at all. And it should be one of this government's highest priorities when it comes to international trade. Mr. Speaker, I was in Prince George last week at the annual conference of the Council of Forest Industries, and the mood was rather somber. The forest industry in British Columbia and across the country is facing very difficult times. Wildfires and beetle epidemics and years of old-growth harvest have reduced the amount of economically available timber. Low lumber prices have closed mills across Canada, including the Vaughan Mill in the town of Midway in my riding. And on top of that, we have these illegal tariffs that have taken billions of dollars from the Canadian forest industry. And it doesn't look like it will get better anytime soon. While in Prince George, I talked to the Canadian negotiators from Global Affairs. I talked to industry representatives. They pointed out that the unfair anti-dumping fines levied by the Americans have the insidious property of becoming larger when lumber prices are low and smaller when prices are high. So Canadian lumber exporters were surviving during the times of high prices last year and the year before, but now that prices are low, they're facing that double hit of prices that often don't even support the cost of production, as well as high export tariffs being levied in the near future. And I'll add here that there is a way to ameliorate this situation while the illegal tariffs are in place, and that is to provide supports to grow the mass timber sector so that we can develop domestic markets as well as export wood products into the United States without having to pay softwood lumber tariffs. And that's just what my private member's bill S222 would do, encourage the federal government to use mass timber and other building materials with low environmental impact while building federal infrastructure. And two operations in my riding, Structure Lamb in the South Okanagan and Kolesnikov in the West Kootenay, are leaders in the mass timber sector in North America, and we should support them and other value-added plants across the country so that when we're harvesting trees from a shrinking available cut, we are getting more money and more jobs from each and every tree. And yes, there are ways we can support the Canadian forest industry, but the biggest win would be the elimination of the unfair and illegal tariffs that the Americans have put on our exports to the USA. We must keep up the pressure on the American government to get rid of these measures. We must continually make the case to the American people that these unfair tariffs benefit only a few wealthy American timber barons and hit the American public with significantly higher building costs. So, is the Canadian government putting sustained pressure on the Americans to fix this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member in his question at the very end says, is the government putting sustained pressure on the issue? I can tell the member, you know, we can go right back to 2015 when the government was first elected and you had the tariffs that were being put on. And at the time, you know, the discussions that were taking place back then with the current government in terms of just how vitally important the softwood industry is to the Canadian economy and how these tariffs are causing a wide spectrum of problems. Virtually from day one, we have been dealing with this issue, whether it's today's current Deputy Prime Minister at the time had taken that issue head on, to the current ministries. The Prime Minister has talked about the issue over the years, and we continue to recognize it. It's something that's not a new problem. It's been taking place under different administrations, and unfortunately, I would suggest to you, in my humble opinion, that it is the American barons, the gigantic wealthy individuals in the United States that are really the cause of the problem. And unfortunately, there have been small businesses and companies here in Canada that have paid the price, and ultimately the workers. And that is the reason why, as a government, it is important that we are there to continue to advocate for the industry and support the industry. The member makes reference to different ways in which we can support the industry, whether it's, you know, looking at buildings, and it's truly amazing the number of buildings now, tall buildings, skyscrapers that are being built with timber. Looking for those alternative buildings and how, I should say alternative buildings, you know, alternative ways in which we can build into the future is one of the ways that we can do it. But there's no doubt the best interest of all concerned is in fact dealing with the tariffs, because they are unfair, Mr. Speaker. And we have demonstrated that through trade agreements and trade referees, that at the end of the day, we know that we are on the right side of the issue, that these tariffs are not appropriate. And ultimately, I think time has shown that we do prevail. But unfortunately, it's been at a substantial cost. And we have to look at ways in which we can minimize those costs to the industry here in Canada. I would think and suggest, as the member made reference himself, is to the American consumers are paying a price, a much higher price, because of these tariffs, because of the unfair advantage that the few in the United States are asking and ultimately being successful at getting those tariffs put into place. I see my time's expired. I think we'll get another minute to continue to expand on it.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan South, Kootenay West.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. And yes, I mean, the Canadian forest industry is in difficult times. It's a period of change. Companies and workers are adapting to a rapidly changing forestry landscape, and these changes need the support of governments at all levels. And I've traveled to Washington, D.C. before to advocate for the Canadian forest industry and get rid of these tariffs. I'll be going back there again next month with the International Trade Committee. And I don't know what's on the official agenda of that upcoming trip, but I know that I will be bringing up the softwood lumber issue whenever I can. And I hope that the government, including the Prime Minister and the other appropriate ministers, will be doing this as well in all their interactions with their American counterparts. Forest workers across Canada are expecting continuing action and are growing impatient for positive news. So when will the billions in excess duties collected finally be returned to the Canadian forest industry, and when will free trade in lumber finally return to North America?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The simple answer is not soon enough. At the end of the day, we recognize that these tariffs and the hundreds of millions of dollars going into billions that is being accumulated is costing us at the other end. And the sooner that we're able to resolve this issue, and hopefully, ideally, it would be wonderful to see it resolved permanently. Not every few years, we win here, and then a few years later we see tariffs coming back, Mr. Speaker. We need a long-term solution to this issue, and that's one of the reasons why it's so important as a government we continue to put emphasis on trade, because we are a trading nation, and we do need to take whatever mechanism, whatever action necessary, including seeing the member visiting the United States to lobby on behalf of his constituents. We all need and play an important role in terms of being able to protect this vital industry and the workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here this evening because the Liberal Party made an election promise to Torontonians in 2021 to help our city with its COVID-19 shortfall. However, after relying on the voters of Toronto to cling to power, they've thrown our city under the bus. Mr. Speaker, and where are those Toronto Liberal MPs? They must have been kidnapped. The silence from them is deafening. Not one has stood up in this House for the very people who put them in office. And while they remain silent, 270,000 people, the equivalent of 5.5 Sky Domes, of 5.5 Rogers Centers, visited a food bank last month. That figure represents the most ever recorded in the history of the Daily Bread Food Bank. And Mr. Speaker, before my honourable colleague reaches for their lower poverty rate talking points, I would like to point out that local food banks expect visits to increase by 60% from 2022 to 2023. This is a clear indication of the state of Toronto. The city is in a climate of high food prices, inflation, crushing interest rates, rising energy costs, and a municipality that can't pay or provide for desperate services. Services such as public transportation, social services, police, fire, ambulance, mental health care, daycare, and a list of other needs that a large metropolitan area requires, especially one trying to improve itself. Mr. Speaker, let there be no mistake. Toronto and the GTA can't be the engine of the Canadian economy when there's no oil for that engine. Toronto can't foster and herald in an economic recovery if it's bankrupt. A vibrant economic renewal out of the ashes of COVID can't come about just by wishful thinking. It requires the delivery of promised help. While Toronto's Liberal MPs remain in continuous hibernation, their constituents are dealing with transit service cuts that will have them waiting longer at the bus stop and the subway station. Also, as recent incidents have sadly indicated, these transit riders are placing their lives at risk. No surprise, Mr. Speaker, that violent crime is rising. That is a direct outcome of decline in social services when meeting significant need. The result, desperation, poverty, and homelessness. Scarborough Liberals were quick to wake up when distribution would cost one of them their job, but they were fast to scramble back to missing in action when TTC service cuts reduces or suspended altogether service in Line 2 that ran into Scarborough for the constituents. When I first asked the question, the parliamentary secretary responding referenced their municipal council experience, but I was very surprised that there was no understanding of the difference between capital expenditures and operating expenses. Capital expenditures, which the member spoke about in response to my initial QP question, is for the acquisition of capital assets like the bus that this Liberal government has thrown Toronto under. Operating expenses, as the name suggests, are the monies required to operate that bus. Yes, that's two very distinct things indeed. However, there may be some similarity to the Liberals' election promises and in their failure to honor them. Mr. Speaker, will the government honor its promise to Toronto and help our city address its budget shortfall? Yes or no?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member in many ways is completely out of touch with the reality in terms of what has actually been happening. And I would challenge the member, because he does get a 1-minute response. Tell me a government in the last 40, 50 generational years that has invested more in public transit in the city of Toronto. We're not talking about hundreds of millions, we're talking about billions of dollars. Those Toronto MPs that he's talking about is a very vocal group. Those Toronto MPs that he's talking about are bringing to the House of Commons the concerns that have been raised at the doors in the communities of Toronto and in Greater Toronto community as a whole. And what we've been hearing is issues like transit. And that's why there's investments of billions of dollars. That's the reason why that member cannot cite another federal government that has invested more money in public transit, because we have such a strong, active group of members of Parliament from Toronto and outside of Toronto, as we have recognized, from the Prime Minister down to the individual member of Parliament, the valuable role that public transit plays in all of our communities. And Toronto has been a major benefactor, especially if you compare it to any other government. Now, the member talks about, well, what about programs and issues regarding inflation? Once again, whether it's Toronto MPs in the Liberal caucus stepping up saying, hey, look, we want to get that relief. That's why we have the grocery rebate, Mr. Speaker. Imagine 11 million Canadians are going to benefit by that. Imagine the expansion of the dental program. Believe it or not, that's going to also help. Not to mention the $198 billion commitment towards health care. Do you not believe that people, not only in Toronto, but all of Canadians will benefit by having a commitment of that nature going to support them, Mr. Speaker? In so many ways, 4 minutes does not allow me to be able to expand on the ways in which this government is there for the people of Toronto, and in fact, all Canadians. No government in the history of Canada has invested more money, more real dollars in Canada's infrastructure. Often we have money on the table that's not being used because of other jurisdiction not prepared to go in and bring in and help develop, Mr. Speaker. To accuse the federal government of not being in there is beyond the realm of reality, because it's the absolute opposite. This is a government that understands the needs, not only of the people of Toronto and the surrounding area, but the needs of Canadians, and that's why we have seen budgetary and legislative actions that have had such a positive impact in general as we continue to work with Canadians. And yes, there is a high expectation of Torontonians in terms of continue to lead the country in many different ways. And that's one of the reasons why we have the advocacy within our caucus that I believe is contributing and making a difference for the lives of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Whether we're using taxation policy to ensure that trades are in a better position to be able to afford the tools that they require, or it's ensuring that we're seeing the expansion of subway systems in Toronto. This government has been and will continue to be there for all Canadians.
Toujours de façon virtuelle, l'honorable député de Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, these billions in investments that my colleague is speaking about, there's a difference. Those are investments in capital assets. What's the point in new stations if we don't have money to keep the lights on? Or, again, to reiterate, the capital assets is investing in that Liberal bus that the City of Toronto has been thrown under and operating expenses is not having the money for them to be able to turn on that bus and ride over us and in reverse and run over our city again. Mr. Speaker, I asked the parliamentary secretary to please recognize the serious extent of the situation, or otherwise, please ask his Toronto Liberal colleagues, please identify which homeless shelters should be closed, which other bus routes should be cut, which police cars, which fire trucks and ambulances need to be mothballed.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
During the break week, I had the opportunity to meet with the Winnipeg Transit Union representative, and I can tell you that the federal government's role in terms of investing in capital infrastructure is second to no other government. And if you take a look at the previous Harper government or even previous federal governments, when you talk about the operating costs, the ongoing operating costs of transit, you'll find that it's the municipalities and often the provinces will chip in. The federal government provides other forms of revenue to the cities to support transit workers and transit routes indirectly, Mr. Speaker. But I would ask the member to really understand, yes, there is a difference between capital and operating. And we have a federal government that's investing in the capital infrastructure, and transit groups are very much appreciative of that. Municipalities and provinces need to pony up more to support the ongoing operational costs, and where we can contribute, I think we've demonstrated a willingness to do so.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.